Sports Center is at the point of 78 kilometers into the run.
Exactly, this UTMB, and here comes the first.
Positionné dans le top 20 actuellement, sachant qu'on attend aussi de très rapidement
of moving things around, and like her strategy, or she just didn't eat enough. By no means he said he was going to drop. He's just saying that he's going to lower his expectations towards her husband. And
there's Courtney.
So this shows how confident and in control she is. Nécessaire et qu'il ne faudrait surtout pas emporter avec elle et le remplacer.
There's Mimi Kotka. Yep.
Des boissons énergétiques.
All right. Those front runners looked really strong there. You did not see Tim Tullefson. The point that he dropped was prior to the Courmayeur Sports Center.
So I can tell you that Courtney is out in the lead at the bottom of Arnuva, and Yao Miao has she's about 15 minutes down on Courtney. So, yep, that's a healthy gap to have. So it's going to be interesting to see how that race unfolds. But you're going to be able to watch it live here on UTMB TV. So we're going to be bringing you all of the updates, and hopefully we're going to be able to see a lot of the hot action right out on the course.
You'll hear a lot of people describe this segment of the trail as the cruisy downhill. Topher Gaylord was here yesterday describing it as the half marathon gradual downhill. It's a place where every runner who looks at this course says, I want to run this segment. And, you know, some of the runners know that they're going to just be walking the hills and running the downhills, and when they want to make sure when they get to this area and they run into these technical areas, they're strong enough to just keep on running.
So we had a tremendous amount of feedback from a lot of you yesterday, and obviously it's good for us to know that you're out there and enjoying the race coverage. It's going to be keeping us busy all day today until we see let's say the first runner into Chamonix. The leader is expected in around about let's say 4:30, and that would be but I think earlier on Xavier was kind of talking about a sub 20 hour pace. So let's see how that's going through La Folie. In fact, I can do a double check on that. Yeah, they're on track for that. So around about 4:30 today, we expect to see 2:45. Excuse me, 2:45. We expect the leaders just before 3 o'clock into Chamonix, and then the last runners. So don't forget, there's 2,500 runners out there. They're going to be crossing the finish line tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. That's when we will be closing this year's UTMB Festival of Trail Running, presented by Columbia.
So at the looking back from what we're following here on the women's race, Courtney Tallwater is climbing the Grand Col Ferret. We have some info from out there that she is just looking strong, very rhythmic. The climb is very even in its grade, but steep, and a rhythmic pace is just exactly what is needed. It's for almost all these runners, they'll be hiking it. It's a strong hike to the highest point of the race. I believe it's the highest point of this race.
Yes, the Grand Col Ferret. You're absolutely right, Randy.
And it tops out just under 10,000 feet. As they cross over into Switzerland.
Yeah, the talented camera crews that we have out there right now are listening to the voice. That sounded like our own Sebastian Chenot. So Seb, a teammate of Pau Capel. So these guys are Pau Capel team the North Face. Seb just, I guess, just having a bit of a chat with Pau. So just chipping away here, and we've also got the camera team in La Folie waiting for the arrival of Xavier Thévenard, so that we get a good example of of the gap between the two. I've got some great footage here, Randy, from Dylan Bowman of Courtney right now. So Dylan is out on the course. You can see the sunrise over the Grand Col Ferret, and there is Courtney pounding her way up the Grand Col Ferret. So this is exceptional. So thanks for that, Debo. Those guys up nice and early, slept just in the valley to see the first athletes coming through that section of the course. And now
Very
Debo's
rhythmic.
turning around and looking at the camera going the other way. Yeah, wow, it's so beautiful out there.
Yep, I'd have to give it a rhythmic look. Yao Miao has gone by those folks out in the field up there on the Grand Col Ferret, and the observation with her is a contrast to Courtney. In contrast to Courtney, Yao Miao is feeling the effect of the altitude, feeling the effect of the height and the elevation and the steepness of the climb. Not as rhythmic, weaving a bit, her eyes a little less focused, perhaps even glossy. So those are some of the terms that are coming to us in terms of what they are seeing with Yao Miao. We'll see if she's able to keep it together on the next downhill, because that is she's just about, both of those runners, Courtney and Miao, about ready to start into the 13-mile gradual downhill. We're looking now at Xavier Thevenard on the left side of your screen, and he's on the paved road, which tells us that he is approaching La Foulie. La Foulie is the Swiss town at the 109-kilometer mark. Well over halfway of the race. Total race distance 171 kilometers.
Well, Randy, if you were doing a comparison now, which we can because we've got both runners on the screen, Xavier, the pre-race favorite, I mean, he's still looking good, but both runners are looking strong. So Xavier's gap, let's say, by the time he gets into the aid station, I think it's down. He's cut the gap a little bit. It's going to be round about 15 minutes. It's remember last year in this section where he was going head-to-head with Zach Miller and he just absolutely crushed Zach. So this year he's got a different race on his hands.
No question about it. This is great footage you just saw there of both runners. Xavier on the left and Pau on the right. And can you judge which one is better for another 60 kilometers? I can't. I'm not able to make that judgment yet. Both are strong. This is going to be a nail-biter. So stay tuned here to the English Channel. Live coverage of the UTMB race. The images from Switzerland right now. We'll be bringing you images from Italy, images from France, and of course the finish here in Chamonix under the arch.
So Molly Bazilchuk. So Molly, thanks for the feedback. Thanks, Randy. She thinks we're doing a good job, and we kind of love doing this. So and it's good to get the feedback. So Molly Bazilchuk from Norway, she's kind of giving us a big thumbs up. Molly was on the start line of this year's CCC. So I'm going to have a quick check now, see how Molly got on. So,
oh dear.
So
that's nice of you.
What's that?
Well, it could be good. It could be.
Well, I'm going to check anyway, Randy, because that's the kind of guy I am. So,
all right.
Well done, Molly. She came in. She finished 14th in the women's race, so just outside the top 10. So, big thumbs up to her. So she is already tucked up in bed at somewhere here in Chamonix now. So, congratulations, Molly. So.
Okay, you see a big film crew following Xavier through the town of La Foulie. Excuse me. They show on the screen the second person in the men's race here, Xavier Thevenard. Let's watch his action in the aid station. There are few people that are better in an aid station than Xavier Thevenard.
So we saw Pau really wolfing down the food here. So let's see how it gets on with Xavier. So the time gap is just over 15 minutes into this aid station. So it's come down ever so slightly since the top of the Grand Col Ferret, but that's still a big gap. But as we say, the race starts at Champex-Lac, so we are now at kilometer 109. These boys have got 62 kilometers to go. So yeah, it's super interesting race. Wonderful athletes. He was in and out pretty quick there. Xavier Thévenard, 3 times winner of the UTMB. Who would bet against Xavier chasing down Pau Capel, or Pau Cowbell, as we are now in Switzerland, Randy?
They've heard plenty. Okay, so there you see a runner giving him some statistics on his phone, or a jogger next to him, I should say.
Oh yeah, no, the race intel is absolutely essential, and this is definitely a key job of the support crews. Keep their runners motivated and focused, and give them the right bits of information and reassure them, because sometimes when you give the lead runners, I've done the crew a lot for the lead runners, when you give them the data, sometimes they do or they don't believe it, especially when they're in the lead and the gap may be as big. So Xavier's looking for different data right now. So 15 minutes is the gap.
When you're a front runner, choosing to eat at the food that you carry along with you can save you a lot of time at the aid stations, and you can see that's what Xavier has as his race plan. He's eating food that is provided to him. He's just trying to make sure he has enough calories to get to the next checkpoint where he will have aid, and that's at Champex-Lac. So that vest hides all the food, or has it there tucked in with all of his mandatory equipment. Okay, we've got some more people joining us here in the studio from the commentators from the Spanish language are here, the commentators from the French language are here. If you speak Spanish or French better, you can switch back and forth, but we hope that you listen to the English,
right
Jim.
Here. Stay right here, Randy. Come on, we need every listener we can have. So yes.
We do keep track of who's listening and who isn't.
Sure. So Xavier actually started the race running with his brother, and I saw that unfortunately Xavier's brother is one of the big list of runners that actually bailed in the night. And so you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a quick update on, let's say, the key runners who you would all know and maybe were trying to follow early on. So last year's winner of the women's race, Francesca Canepa, she already stopped at Saint-Gervais. So Francesca, it's Saint-Gervais. So then just kind of scrolling down, we've had 245 runners that have already stopped in this year's UTMB. So just kind of scrolling down there. So let's see, we got anybody else that for the key leaders that you were kind of keeping an eye on, because through Lake Contamine, all the big guys and girls were kind of charging through there. So I think if there's any damage, it's going to be further down the list here. So down this list of 247. So let's see what we can find for you. So last year's winner of the TDS, so Marcin Swiecz from Poland, he stopped at Lake Contamine. So Marcin must have, So last year was a big year for him, and this year sadly not. A good friend of mine, Sebastian Henry. So I did see him on social media saying, this would be my last UTMB. That was probably a promise to his family more than anything else. And so Sebastian unfortunately had to stop at Les Chapieux. So that's another. Well, that's just a personal kind of call out there. So sorry for that one, Sebastian. And Fernanda Maciel. So Fernanda has stopped at. Fernanda's been here for a month training on a huge training block. So that's so poor old Fernanda, she's out at Les Chapieux. So we haven't talked about Rory Bosio yet, so we need to probably have a look at that one for you in a second, but hopefully I don't find her name on the list here. Let's keep going. There we go. Tim Tollefson, Lac Combal. That was a big name that kind of stopped overnight. So Tim.
And I just want to add in, Lac Combal is not an ordinary stop point. It is a remote location. difficult to get out of. So it's a forced stop there.
Sure. Bib number 1, Hayden Hawke. So Hayden did not leave the aid station in Courmayeur. So Hayden is also stopped out on there in the course. So yeah, Tim Olsen, Lac Combal. So Tim in the same place there. Julien Chaurier from Team Hoka One One. So Julien Chaurier did not leave the aid station in Courmayeur either. So yeah, so there we go. I think that's who I wanted to kind of call out, but let's just see who else we've got here. Kind of scrolling down. Casey Lichtig from the United States. So Casey did not leave the aid station either in Courmayeur, so Casey is out. And then we scroll down. So that is my list up to date. So 247 runners. We kind of called out the key runners that did not survive the first night, which is invariably where the leaders kind of suffer. And night number 2 is where the mid pack and back markers, that's their night of suffering. So all through Saturday night, Sunday morning.
So that's a real disappointment to the Americans who are watching this. But there are other Americans who are giving us hope. That's what always happens in a race like this. Some of the folks who are the dark horses or less talked about will come forward, and we have we'll be following that throughout the day.
So Andrew Miller right now is the 5th place runner. He's the first American on the course. So Andrew Miller from Corvallis in the United States, team Injinji. So so his race results include, he's not so bad in the Western States, Randy. So he was the winner of the Western States in 2016, so he's got some form in the long distances. He was his other more recent results include a 178 kilometer race this year, the Cruel Jewel, which I love the name of that race. First time I come across that. So he also won the Georgia Death Race last year. So Andrew Miller, he's out and about on the course, 5th place. We'll be keeping an eye out of him arriving into La Folie. He's due in here in about another 30 minutes.
All right, more from the eyes in the field. Mimi Katka is coming by them, and the word is she's looking strong. She's looking good on the climb up to the Grand Col Ferret. So good news for those following Mimi Katka. Now, that's quite a distance behind this runner that we're following right here. What you see in front of you here is the front men's leader. His name is Paul Capel, and he's on his way along the river. Looks like he's going through the forest here, but he's on a gradual downhill along the river through a Swiss valley that touches into the Mont-Blanc region from La Folie to Praz de Fort and Isère before heading to the Champay-Lac. So we'll keep an eye on him because that's where our cameras are right now. This is the UTMB. It's been underway for 13 hours and 24 minutes since 6 p.m. Saturday night. All the runners ran the entire night long. We saw them putting on headlamps as their way to make it through the night. There was no rest here for any of these people. We're seeing them in an aid station here at La Folie as they enter this location. This aid station has been open all night, and it received the first runner around 7 o'clock this morning, and it will be open and will receive runners until about 10:30 tonight. So that's the cutoff for the slowest runners to make it to La Folie.
Okay, so a bit of news for you on the Brits. Come on, let's talk about the Brits now. So Andy Simons and Tom Owens, 6th and 7th over the top of the Grand Col Ferret. A good bit of banter with the crew from Iron Far. So Andy was telling the guys it's really cold up here, but then the Iron Far guy said, well, yeah, Andy, you kind of are half naked with a singlet and a pair of shorts on at the highest part of the course. So yeah, Andy and Tom, they're about just over an hour behind the leaders. So both guys have had finishes here at UTMB before. Tom 5th. Tom Owens from Glasgow. He was fifth at the CCC in 2017, 20th in the TDS last year. So Tom is definitely an addict, if you like, of the UTMB races. And Andy Simons, we saw Andy at the start line yesterday talking about his previous experiences at UTMB. So he's had one successful finish and one DNF. So in 2017, he was 16th. So this is so far so good for the guys wanting to so Andy's improving his time, and Tom is he's close to his 5th position that he had in the CCC. So guys, keep on rocking. There's a lot of racing still to come.
And I see here's on the right side, this is the climb up to the Rit Montfarv. These runners have crossed over the this is what we call the mid-pack runners, the runners who plan to be in Courmayeur by 9 o'clock, maybe 10 or 11. And they have crossed over the Val Ferret. They've come along Lac Campbell, and now they're just starting to climb up to the Rit Montfarv.
No, yeah. So, it's early morning here. That's close to the Refugio Elisabetta. It's just, there we go, just on cue.
No, that's a different Refugio there
so
on the right side.
It's over there.
It's up there on the left.
Exactly. So
you're right.
But yeah, these guys are well inside the cutoff time. So they will also be. The sunrise is such a great thing for the runners. That means you've made it through the night, and then you can kind of rock.
Oh, these are strong. All of these people that you see here in this photo are strong finishers are going to be strong finishers of the UTMB. They've made it through the night. This is a really steep little pitch here, and they're so happy that it's daylight. They've got their lights off, and they're just planning to get up and down to Courmayeur.
This would have been the kind of time we would have gone through there, I guess, Randy.
It's very familiar to me. Yeah.
Yes, roughly that time. But this section here, Lac Combal, I just love this, and it's always got this mist first thing in the morning. It's kind of it's almost like a scene from Scooby-Doo.
And did you see how they're dressed? It's cold.
Unlike Andy Simmons, these guys are dressed appropriately for really cold in that area. You're dead right.
You practically touch the toe of the glaciers here as you click along by Lac Campbell. So you're going to be glad you have all of your gear when you come to this location. You are following the UTMB race, the red race, and here is the front runner.
So Katie Scheider threw the Refuge at Bonatti in 9th place in the women's race. So go Katie. So she's looking strong. So there's a bit more news for you. And also Ekaterina Mitayev, so the wife of Dimitri, who was 2nd in the TDS, and Ekaterina was supporting him. Now it's a role reversal, so Dimitri is doing support crew. She is from Russia. She's currently 8th out on the course. This quick update from our buddies at iRunFast. So Brian and Megan and the rest of the gang doing a great job out there, live reporting all over the course on their Twitter feed. So it's going to be interesting now. Is this Xavier? He's got a plan to eat away at the lead and just start wearing down Pau. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. This fast section here, and get the time gap when we get to Champex-Lac is going to indicate. Is this lead going smaller and smaller? It's going to be a big sense of suspense here, Andy Gaylord.
Well, I'm thinking about this right now, and the amount of time that Pau Capella spent alone. And you've heard some of our guests talk about this concept of run your own race. I'm going to run my own race. That's the best style to run in an ultra, is that you run your own race. You don't run other people's races. But what do you do when you're somebody like Pau Capel and you've got 10 minutes on Xavier Thevenard? Do you You
Well, he's
must just keep
currently got
running your own
15
race.
minutes. He did have up to 23, so that's 8 minutes on the way down. Maybe Powell's just conserving energy. So I guess it's all guesswork from all of us, but that's kind of that's why we love watching these races. And then we'll make some bold predictions, and if they come true, we're awesome. And if they're not, it's like, well, that guy just didn't do it the right way. So yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out now.
All right, we're looking at some recaps from earlier today as the leaders came into the Sports Center in Dolon or Courmayeur at 78 kilometers.
Yeah, and then leave in very good condition. Get back out, like he's ready to
Love
go.
you.
He knows the race. Running, he knows exactly. He knows exactly this UTMB.
Just as another thing, Randy, the French have won the UTMB every year going back until 2011. Guess who was the nationality who won it in 2011? Spanish. Killing Jeanette. So is Spain going to kind of break the stranglehold that the French seem to have on UTMB? The Spanish have got a huge stranglehold here at UTMB this year. They've already had the winner of the TDS and they had the winner of the CCC. It's just that Stian from Norway kind of didn't follow the script. There is your top 10 of the UTMB, some at La Folie, some at Grand Col Ferret, and some through Arnuva.
So look at those flags. See who you know. Scott Hawker, Andrew Simons from the Great Britain.
From the UK, yeah.
Andrew Miller from the US. Tom Owens from Great Britain. And then there are a couple of new names we haven't seen before. So we'll be trying to learn more about those runners. Everybody in the top 10 deserves a shout out here because they are just motoring.
So Toast just letting us know that Paddy O'Leary's gone through Arnuva, so he's holding strong. He's got the trail running stomach at the moment, but he's still on the course, struggling to eat. So eat the gels anyway. So he's loaded up with bananas and now he goes. So Paddy O'Leary is alive and kicking out there. His mother is following the race. She's here in Chamonix as well. So and his buddy Gavin Byrne, who already finished the TDS the other day.
Well, he's noted that some of the people he knows, the wheels have come off for the folks he knows, but the wheels have not come off for Paddy. And so those Irish folks always have a little saying for what happens when the wheels come off or they start sucking diesel or whatever happens when things go wrong.
Diesel. That's a good one, Randy. You pull that one out of the bag. So yeah, so now we also got the
Nous avons tous une bonne raison de nous dépasser. Notre motivation peut être évidente, ou pas. Nous avons chacun notre rythme, et chacun notre style. Nous connaissons le prix de l'effort. La performance n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est notre moteur. Et nous ne comptons pas en rester là. Soyons inarrêtables. Iron.fr, le meilleur du running livré gratuitement en 24 heures.
Being an original is never easy. Escaping the known. To run the path less traveled. It's what we've been doing for 25 years. And we'll keep doing it as long as you keep inspiring us. Looking for the next challenge. Pushing yourself. Exploring and respecting nature, chasing fun and comfort, going even further, higher, but feeling protected. Just like the originals do. Inspired by you, the original reborn.
l'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6 par Garmin.
Pour papa, fini la corvée des Pâques. Avec SodaStream, ma maman est magicienne. Elle transforme l'eau du robinet en eau gazeuse et fait disparaître les bouteilles en plastique.
SodaStream Cristal, élu produit de l'année. SodaStream, bon pour nous, meilleur pour la planète.
Okay, guys, welcome back after our cheeky little ad break. So we are now with Pau Capel as he heads down the valley to Praz 4 before he begins the climb up to Champex-Lac. So super exciting race here at the front. So Pau has the audacity to try and go out in front ahead of the three-time champion Xavier Thévenard. The gap is currently 15 minutes, and there's a lot of chat in the studio during the break between our French and our Spanish colleagues about whether Xavier's going to catch Pau. Is Pau going to be strong? So Randy, it's a good chat going on here in the office, in the studio. I'm sure it's the same with people who are watching this at breakfast or wherever they are right now.
Yeah, they're trying to get in the minds of these runners and trying to think, okay, if you're the runner, and we have runners here in the studio with us who are thinking about this, what is it that's going to make a difference? Is if the person behind you starts catching up, is that a big sign that you need to go harder? Is it a sign that that person is going to tap out soon and be done? What is developing? And so, or also, if you're slowing down to the point that the person behind you is catching up, then what about the person behind them? Are you going to slip back several places? So there's a lot going on now, and it's a mental game, is what they were talking about.
So I think once we get to Champex, we'll have a time gap. One of the key things I found interesting in the break, short way, was the French guys who quite clearly want Xavier to win, and like Xavier's still drinking water in the aid stations whilst Pau has already moved on to the Coke. So that was a good one. I hadn't spotted that one. So they kind of say, they've already read into that Pau's sugar levels are lower than Xavier's, but we're all just scratching here to look at the real stats are going to be the time gap in Champex-Lac.
Yes, if only we could just ask a few questions of each of the runners, but they keep that inside. So that's what we have. We bring you what we see. We bring you, that's why watching this live is just so fun and so exciting. So stay tuned. Live, you're watching the UTMB of the Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc Festival of Races presented by Columbia. We are 13 hours, 39 minutes, 13 hours, 40 minutes into this race around the full Mont Blanc. And look at this just great average speed here of Pau Capel on this gradual downhill segment, 12.5 kilometers per hour.
Which will be interesting to kind of pick up now if we see Xavier in the same point. Kind of their running styles are, let's say, similar, but it's just the speed as well. It's going to be interesting to see how they're moving together. I guess the projection from the system is, because it's just based on the previous segment of the course, is always going to suggest. So yeah, they're predicting that by the time they get to Champex-Lac, because Xavier gained 8 minutes from the top of the Grand Col Ferret, that he will be only 7 minutes down on Pau Capel by the time we get to Champex-Lac. But it's let's see if Pau's got anything to say about that. one other thing, Randy, just for the French have got a complete stranglehold right now on the men's race at the UTMB. They have won every edition since 2012. But you know what? The guy that won it in 2011 was a Spanish guy, so Kylian Jornet. So here we go. That's our next runner here into La Folie. And that is going to be Robert Hanal. So he's got a slightly different look about him this year compared to last year, Randy. Last year with the full leg trousers, but that was also to do with the weather.
Yeah, the big baggy red shorts. Good look.
So Robert, it's our first call out to Romania this year. So from Petrila in Romania, and he's on the Team Ultra. So yeah, his amazing second place last year. That was a huge breakthrough for him onto the your big media circuit.
Yeah, just to get people an idea of how fast these folks are running. They're running about 8-minute miles, which is just a screaming pace. 12.5 kilometers per hour turns out to be 7 miles per hour. So that's a screaming pace. He has Romania showing on the back of his pack, again as an aid as people come up upon him, runners come upon him from behind. That helps them understand and learn about how to address this person or how to speak with them or what language to use.
Yep, and so Scotty Hawker should be our next runner here, down here. So Scotty's about 10 minutes away. I think the crew from TV Brand will be down there just to cheer him on, but they're not allowed to help him at this aid station. They can help him up at Mont-Blanc, and that's where you can see Pau Capel. He's heading, and he's going to be heading up the left-hand side between that kind of sharp pointed peak, and he's going to the left-hand side of that. That's where Mont-Blanc sits, so he's going to be climbing up through the enchanted forest in a short while. So we see the Japanese runner, so Masatoshi Obara from Japan. He's 8th over the Grand Col Ferret. Andris Ronimois from Latvia is 9th. Wong Ho Chung from Hong Kong, first time we mentioned his name in this race, so he is 10th, and he's overtaken Luo Kanhua from China. Deng Guomin from China is behind him. Alex Nichols from the United States is 13th. So and then Zach Miller is 15th right now. There goes Robert, third man into La Folie. He is fully, let's say, 25 minutes behind Xavier, so he's kind of in that weird no man's land at the moment, but third place in the UTMB as his second is a really strong finish. But let's see, can he pick up the pieces of what Xavier and Pau are going to do to each other up front? Let's see what's going to unfold over the next 40, let's see, we are in the next 60K here.
All right, on your left, Robert Hanal. On your right, the race leader in Pras de Four.
Yeah, this is a great set, so we can follow Xavier all the way down the valley here and also through the forest as he climbs up. So, and keep an eye out for Xavier. So it would be great if we could have a fixed point where we knew we could do the time check. So right now the gap was 15, 16 minutes at La Folie.
Okay, I like Robert's running style. He is just very loose, grabbing some calories, staying fresh at the aid station, just making sure he's comfortable. So here's Pau Capel just cranking it out. He's already has his poles out. He's got a uphill segment to do in the just a short bit ahead. The poles out here are not a sign of weakness. They're a sign of rhythm and strength. They're really no big consequence at this stage. His light is still on his head from operating. He has a big bright light system, allowed him to travel quickly through the night, but only just simply to increase slightly his distance with Xavier. We'll see. We're just dying for them to get to the next aid station, where we have where we can share with you the time gap between Pau Capel and Xavier Thevenard.
Okay, so the mood right now in the Spanish TV station is one of caution, whilst the mood in the French station is one of, let's say, optimism. So, yeah, Pau's having a bit of a fidget around. I don't know if he's looking for some food or something. So, yeah, this is a bit tricky. He's lost something. I think it's something he's looking for something to consume here. And, you know, Xavier's crew will be watching this, and they'll be using anything like this to kind of use as motivation for Xavier to keep hunting down Pau. But there you go. Pau's, he's obviously found whatever he wanted.
Yeah, what he knows is that he's getting to a climb just down the valley there where that next group of houses are located. And very smart approach here is that a few minutes, well, the going is easy, you consume some calories so that they can get into your system before you start climbing up. That's a real smart approach. So we don't necessarily see Xavier slowing down because the camera's not on him. There may be moments where he's doing the same. That's part of the other aspect of this, is there's a real focus on you as the race leader with the cameras, and you have to survive that as well.
So Pau was third here last year in the CCC, and then the year before, I remember the sprint finish that he had through the streets of Chamonix to hang on to sixth position. So Pau's best performance here so far is sixth. So this shows that, you know, the progression of Pau Capel as an athlete over the last couple of years. I think he was also the ranked world number one in the Ultra Trail World Tour rankings at the end of last year. So Pau is definitely improving year on year as an athlete. So in the women's race, we've had the top 10 now completed through Bonatti, I think. So the good news for all those Rory Bosio fans out there, because Rory is now up to 11th position. And so well done to Rory. She is out there. I think it was almost like a fan's favourite. If they could choose someone to win the women's race that was maybe not Courtney Dauwalter, then that was the answer was overwhelmingly Rory Bosio. So Rory in 11th. We see Magdalena Laczak from Poland in 12th. Usre Frail, second place woman last year from Spain, Team Vibram, she's 13th. Elizabeth Magedottir. So Elizabeth from Iceland. So there's our first call out to Iceland this year at this race. She is in 14th. And then Juliette Blanchet from France. She is 15th.
All right. This is the little village of Isert, located in Switzerland, with the classic Swiss wood piles, the classic wood structures, and he turns right along the highway. Oh, just a gorgeous morning. Now along the highway, and soon to climb the first segment ahead, and that is where we're going to be looking at how he makes this transition.
So it's 7:49 right now, Randy. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That's worth us hanging on to that time in case, if we have Xavier through the same point, that will give us and everyone at home a cheeky time check.
Okay, 15.2 kilometers average speed. How do we know that? Well,
it says it on the screen.
This runner is carrying a GPS with him.
Okay, sorry.
At a certain point,
I was trying to be a smart guy there. Sorry, Randy.
Yeah. So that's about 10. And this is miles per hour. So that's about 10 miles per hour. It would cover 6 miles in an hour. So No, 10 miles per hour.
So yeah, so the Iron Far crew, they're kind of calling out. They also that Robert Hadnall has gone through, saying he's looking good, but nowhere near as good as the top two. And so the winner is going to come from Pau Capel or Xavier Thévenard. But I think we all agree on that one. There's nothing groundbreaking with that conclusion.
All right, look at the crowd here. It is just before 8 o'clock in Switzerland, just before 8 o'clock in France, just before 8 o'clock in Italy. That's where we have runners in all 3 countries. Actually, we probably don't have any runners left in France.
Well, we do. We have the finishers of the CCC.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
So we are covered in all 3 countries right now.
We have two races going on right now. The CCC race will go on until about noon today.
So, we kind of talked about the Brits in terms of the guys, but bad me for not kind of calling out Beth Pascal. So Beth now, Team Salomon from Belper up in Derbyshire. Yeah, I believe so. So Beth is up to 4th place now in the UTMB. And guess what position Beth finished last year, Randy, in the UTMB? 4th. So Beth is in 4th. So I'd be interested to see if she's. So in terms of time gap, Beth is almost at the same time with Kristin Berglund from Sweden and Eva Maria Sperger from Germany. They're literally all together at the top of the climb. At the bottom of Arnuva. They're on their way up now to the Grand Col Ferret. Mimi Kotka they're about 40 minutes ahead of those 3 ladies. And then Mimi is about 13 minutes down on Yao Miao. And Yao Miao is about 14 minutes down on our race leader from the United States, Courtney Dowalter. So, there's a good mixture of nations there on the start line, at the lead section for the women. I think we're tripping over our words this morning, Randy, a little bit. I guess it's day 4 of UTMB coverage, and this is our 4th race. So, I guess we just need that first magical cup of coffee, and we'll be rocking once more.
We were here till 10:30 or 11 last night, so it was late, and we are back at it first thing again this morning. We have a big day of coverage. It was a big day yesterday. And we just want to keep you interested in what's going on. If you have things you'd like us to talk about, then be sure to let us know. We're hoping to bring in some interviews, people to interview later on today. We've touched bases with the runner cam and bike cam operators to see if they could explain a little bit about how they go about doing their work. And we've also invited in some athletes who have finished the TDS and hopefully from the CCC to talk about those races. And we will follow along the UTMB until its dramatic finish today. We'll be talking about some of the mid-packers too, the people further back whose goal is to get around this as a lifetime goal and to test their limits and to see what the ultra is all about. For many people, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to come here and stand on the start line with these super athletes, these elite athletes, and run the very same course that they're running. It's just a real gift, and they're out there to get it done no matter what happens.
So there's, we're getting a lot of coverage of power. I guess this time yesterday we were following the CCC runners up here, and it's completely unfair to be doing the direct comparison. So those guys were moving much faster, as we could see. Powell's just kind of like, I don't know, regrouping with gel. I think that's probably a gel or something. So, but he's definitely, I would say, slowing down just his demeanor just to help him get going?
Well, he's choosing an odd location to fuel up. It's a place where you'd really rather have both hands on your poles and
be powering up there. So
have a little bit of rest on your belly to digest the food. But some of these things just happen the way they are, and you have to move through them. We're just making observations. We're not being critical. We're just seeing what it is.
No, and Xavier's crew will also be seeing this, and they will be definitely giving this feedback back to Xavier.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, there's the top 10 position update. And
come on, pal, you can do it, buddy.
There he goes, back at it. I'll tell you, those gels can get you reinvigorated in just a few minutes. So there's a lot that just the sugars will do to help out a low moment. Here he comes. He's got spectators up ahead. The Swiss folks will put volunteers at many of the turns here on this climb to make sure nobody makes a bad turn. Not sure if those are volunteers or just spectators, but that is a real gift that the people of this valley give to this race.
Okay, go.
That's Seb asking, is he okay? Jacob was asking me, is he okay? Seb Chenio, the camera guy.
Oh, he's asking Paul?
Yeah, was he okay?
Go. It's okay.
Oh no, maybe he was, I don't know if he was talking to the runner or to his
bike.
His bike, or maybe to the support team back here, because obviously they're giving the film crews feedback.
Here are the classic...
the carvings.
The carvings that you see along this trail. There was a goat, a very complex carving. There are tree carvings all along this trail as you come up. That was a great one that you caught there on the left side, the goat. Some replays here.
Et allez les autres.
Donc Pao qui arrive au ravitaillement, plutôt souriant, avec
what's going on ahead, in this case behind, and then leave in very good condition, get back out, like he's ready to go. He knows the race. Running, he knows exactly this UTMB, and here comes the first
positionné dans le top 20 actuellement, sachant qu'on attend aussi de très rapidement
of moving things around, and like her strategy, or she just didn't eat enough. By no means he said he was going to drop. He's just saying that he's going to like lower his expectations towards her husband and just like drive safe. So this shows how confident and in control she is. Nécessaire, et qu'il ne faudrait surtout pas emporter avec elle et le remplacer par des gels, des boissons énergétiques, des flasques.
Bien faux. Merci. Avec plaisir. Chaussures.
On descend.
Allez. Allez, on peut vous sentir.
Okay, welcome back to live coverage. We've just been giving you a summary of what you've missed if you've been away overnight. This is Scotty Hawker's wife and daughter, so Team Vibram. Scotty Hawker currently in fourth place. They're waiting for him down in La Folie, so after the long descent from the top of the Grand Col Ferret. So Scotty is expected in any minute now. So he's he's actually in. So he's gone into the aid station. So I see the here he is now. Actually, just arriving. So Scotty Hawker, he's about 20 minutes down on third place. So where we had Scotty in the studio the other day. So he's good. Just a little bit of exchange because these guys, no help in this aid station, but they can help. They can help Daddy once they get to Champ-Lac. So, but he's looking really good. So the team from Team Vibram, one of the partners of the UTMB, those guys are going to be super psyched to see one of their guys so far up the field and going so well. I think Scotty 11th is his best go here, but he's had a completely different training program this year, and it seems to be paying dividends. So there you go. Ruth Croft won the OCC on Thursday. So New Zealand already having three women in the top 7 in that race. So strong showing from New Zealand at this year's UTMB, presented by Columbia. So Randy, welcome back. While you were just out kind of getting your vital coffee supplies, you just see Scotty Hawker, 4th place into the aid station here at La Folie. His wife and daughter were there just to say hello, and they're going to see him next up at Champ-Lac.
Hey, he looks comfortable, rested, solid, pulled together, all the things you want to be if you're a front runner. He's got some tough competition in front of him also, but he's going to hold his spot. That's my prediction. But it's still early, as you say. They are simply at La Folie, kilometer 109. The final race finishes at kilometer 171. So, yeah, they still have 60K to go. So that's...
Yeah, we're hoping, Randy, for everyone who's following UTMB TV to maybe get a visual of Xavier Thévenard, second place runner from France right now, 3-time winner, to see the time gap between him and Pau at the bottom of the climb through the forest. So we haven't done that yet. So assuming he's not there, or maybe, I'm not sure. So hopefully we'll get a split screen on that quite soon. So there's the profile of where Scotty is right now on this year's UTMB course. Just 3 big cheeky climbs to go. There he goes. Efficient in the aid station. And out and off he goes. 4th place. Here comes our 5th place runner. It's off. It is
Andrew
Tom
Miller.
Owens.
Oh,
So,
Tom
no.
Owens.
Tom Owens has taken, I think, the 5th spot. So Tom Owens now up into 5th spot, and he is closing on Scotty Hawker. So this is great stuff.
Great descent down off of the Col de Forêt. He was 5 minutes behind. No, he was almost 10 minutes behind Scott Hawker at the top of the climb. So that's a lot of time made up in a very short distance. So he was just motoring down the first segment of this 13-mile stretch. We're at about the midpoint of that, about 6 miles down from the top of the Grand Col Forêt, and still about 6 miles from the low point at Isert.
So Tom Owens, the Glaswegian, into the top 5. So this is fantastic stuff. Tom was 5th at the CCC in 2017. So he was 20th at the TDS. So this is probably as good a result as he's ever had before right now, because considering the length of this race compared to the CCC. So he'll know this course. He's raced this course before, this section, of course. And Scotty Hawker will definitely be in his sights. To go, Tom Owens. So yeah. Yeah, a lot of liquids. That's going to be the key to today now for everybody.
Yeah, the temperatures today are expected to be just only slightly less than they were yesterday. Otherwise, a nice crystal clear day. Okay, we're hoping to find here next bib number 48, and that's him. This is Andrew Miller. Andrew Miller from the United States, from Corvallis, Oregon. Andrew, you're looking sharp, very fresh, staying cool. Yep, get your water at the other end. All right, he'll do what he's asked to do.
So we're about how.
Oh, and here's the next person.
Andy
behind
Simons.
it.
So there you go. That's the. So we got 2 Brits, and they got the American sandwich between the 2 of them. So Andy Simons here into the aid station. So teammate of Ruth Croft. So yeah.
So Andy and Andy are running right next to each other. One from the U.S., one from Great Britain, and. They're both patiently going about their business.
So we're about 30 minutes away from seeing Corny. So there's Xavier. He's on the beginning of the climb. So it's a little bit further up from where Pau Capel was. But I have to say, the gap has not changed since... no, so it's... So at this point now, it's around about 15 minutes, the gap between Pau Capel and Xavier. Xavier, they've both given a lot over that first section. So right now, I don't think you can point at one and say they look stronger than the other.
No, I just thought we'd see a bigger comparison between the two, and a bigger contrast, I should say, between the two.
No.
But they both look like they have put on 100 kilometers, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, we were watching people who were finishing 100 kilometers yesterday, and these folks know that they have another 70 kilometers to go. Now that is the sign of somebody who knows how to pull it together, and you get to that slightest transition. He's still going uphill, but he taps it out, going double time. Good pole action. That is classic Xavier Thevenard, and getting the smiles from everybody.
Great. Good to see so many people out so early in the morning cheering the guys on around the whole of the course. So, well done. Chapeau to everybody. We're expecting Courtney Dawalter into La Folie in 25 minutes or so. So our lead woman in this year's UTMB, the lead is grown out to at least 15 minutes over Yao Miao of China and then Mimi Kotka of Sweden. We're hearing that the reason that Casey Lichtig has stopped is that she had some kind of fall. So that's why she's out of the race now. So she's pulled out.
Did she pull out at La Cabelle or Les Chapeaux?
I love it the way you say that, Randy, and I don't know, my friend.
I was trying to... I think it was Les Chapeaux, which is classic place to pull out.
It's the worst place to, because it's a long drive from Les Chapeaux all the way back.
But it's also a very difficult descent into that aid station.
Yes.
And it's very slippery. It's unfortunate that happened. We're sorry to hear that. And we wish her the very best. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
No, so I got that information from our buddies at iRunFar. So those guys are all over the course, tweeting live race updates, and they're saying it as they see it out on the course. So is there some good banter from the iRunFar crew, a crew that absolutely are doing their best to promote trail running around the world.
Part of enduring the falls and trips that happened in the course of the race, we saw yesterday's CCC runner with a big dirt shoulder. He endured the fall and still came to win second. Yeah. And I've seen people on this course with arms in a sling, having endured a fall to the point that they needed medical attention, but refused to give up and continued on in the race to the finish. So there are going to be people out here today that are going to come back with stories like that, where they endured something to make it through and tested their limits, which is the ultimate of the ultra. And that is why so many people come here to try to do this. When your speed ramps up, mistakes can happen. And they're going all night. They're tired. Let's face it. All right. You're watching 14 hours and almost 15 minutes into the race known as the Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc, the Queen's Race, as Keith likes to call it. And it's the full round. It's these runners and racers and walkers and hikers have a mission, and that is to start in Chamonix and finish in Chamonix and go nonstop around the Mont Blanc. A trail that often people take 10 days to complete is going to be completed now nonstop. The soonest in less than 1 day, and with the last in about 46 hours. So hats off to everybody who's out there on the trail and trying to get it done.
So if you cast your mind back to this time last year, at this point we had Xavier and Zach Miller absolutely smashing each other up this climb to get into the aid station. So that ultimately resulted in Xavier winning and Zach definitely not. So a year on, Zach Miller just outside the top 10 right now, 11th position, and Xavier in a very different position, chasing down Pau Capel, who's got a 60-minute lead at La Folie.
There you see positions 5 through 7, very close. Actually, positions 4 through 7, very close. There could be all kinds of change-up in the first 3 positions. There could be all kinds of change-ups in the next 4 positions. We're waiting for the next runner at La Folie. He'll be a Japanese runner.
And more importantly, we're waiting for the first woman to come into La Folie. So Courtney Dauwalter, the pre-race favourite, is absolutely smashing it now. She's at least 15 minutes ahead of the Chinese runner Yao Miao.
Has she made it over the top of the Col Ferret?
Oh, yes. She did that. So when we were doing the time check for Pau Capel down in the valley before the climb.
Yeah.
So she's already 25 minutes into the descent down to La Folie. Expected into La Folie, Randy, in about 20 minutes.
Terrific. So stay tuned. You're getting the women's update here. There it is. Shows Courtney through the Grand Col Ferret. All right. 14 hours, 16 minutes and counting.
Xavier Thévenard from France, three-time winner of the UTMB, on his way through the enchanted forest up to Champay-Lac. This is our third time that we've been here this week, Randy. We were already here with the OCC on Thursday. We came back here yesterday morning with the CCC, and here we are for the third and final time this year during the UTMB.
And just to give this some perspective, okay, we're going to get to the end of this race by about, 2:30, 3 o'clock today. And the last will come in almost 24 hours later. So these
over
trails,
24 hours later. Over 24
over
hours
24
later. 4
hours
p.m. tomorrow night, Sunday evening, the last runner will come across the finish line to great accolades in Chamonix. The crowd will be crazy. And they go straight on the stage and stand shoulder to shoulder with all of the winners who've just finished the prize giving. So it's quite a powerful way to finish the UTMB Trail Running Festival presented by Columbia.
So as we watch the second place runner, Xavier Thévenard, climb up here, it looks kind of like a lonely race, but it's not for 99% of the runners. Only for those at the front is it a lonely place to be where they're inside their head alone. For most of the runners, they're going to be close to others. They're going to have the social aspect of the race that way, or it can be a quiet, solitary time. It's for the runner to choose. In any event, it's no more easier just because there are people around. I can tell you that. It comes down to the feeling on the body for each of these people and the smartness about that. In fact, people can be a distraction from paying attention to your need to drink, eat, pay attention to salts, hydration, electrolytes, all of the things that allow you to keep motoring along. So Xavier's not on his toes. He's just hiking up there. Oh, there's a mushroom on the tree there, a mushroom carving. Yeah, keep your eyes out for any of these carvings on the trees. Stumps have been carved into designs, or perhaps designs been made and placed on stumps. We've seen a goat so far. We just saw a mushroom. And keep your eyes open. See what you see along the way on the climb up here.
Is this your Sentier de Champignon?
This is the Sentier de Champignon.
Randy, there we go.
So this is what you get to see on the Sentier de Champignon.
Champignon. So yeah, the way of the mushrooms, Randy.
The way of the mushrooms.
This is good stuff. Well done.
Right.
I like that one.
See a mushroom.
I like that one. Yeah.
All right. Well, keep your eyes out for those things because the billy goats like to eat the mushrooms too. The Sentier de Champions is a nature trail it comes out of Champay-Lac and down this trail, and it's great for children. And of course, family is part of the mission of the UTMB to make the race comfortable for the families, because these runners can't do this alone. They need the support of their family in order to train. They need the support of their family in order to be ready and provide the moral support. So let's see. On the left side, what are we looking at?
This looks to me a nice one that I'm going to guess it's up in Champay, but It's I think. Oh no, it's La Folie. There we go. It was I was in the right country, if you like. So
it's
yeah,
eye in the sky. Is what
I
it
know
is.
this. This is just after you come out of La Folie. You run past this water kind of area just on your right as you begin the descent towards Prasfort.
It
So
must
it's literally
be the dam that provides water for the city of Martigny, and
could well be. But this is Pau Capel into Champélac. He's about to reach his support crew. I'm not sure if it's his girlfriend or his wife, but she's an amazing bit of support crew. She she tells Pau as it is, eat this, drink that, run this, and those guys are so well connected. I love watching those two in the aid stations. He's still focused, he's still going strong. The time check we had last time was 18 minutes, but that's we're going to find out here in Champélac. It's also going to be interesting to listen to the dialogue going between the two of them, how much Pau, a lot of funny banter so far. He's getting some cheers from the so yeah, Pau's got his race face on, so yeah, it's going to be interesting, the time gap into Champélac. Go Pau Capel, come on, you can do it. So bib number 2.
yeah, I'm just trying to get some.
I can also tell you that Yao Miao at the Grand Col Ferret is now 31 minutes behind Courtney Dauwalter. So Courtney is absolutely smashing it.
Yep. I'm sure our folks in the field who are following along expected that. Oh, these spectators are just happy to see this runner come through. That determination. I'm sure they're looking at him and saying, wow, I couldn't hike up there now and I'm fresh at that kind of pace. So he is just motoring along.
Yep, Masatoshi Obara from Japan has just gone into La Folie, so he's the 8th guy through there. So, but yeah, Pau working it. When you've got Xavier Thévenard breathing down your neck, you cannot relax for one single moment. But yes. Vamos, Pau. So
let's see what he chooses to.
Exciting here.
Let's see what he chooses to eat in this aid station. This is a major aid station to eat on.
It's 3 big climbs to go.
Yeah. So we'll be watching what he chooses to eat in the aid station.
Wow, big crowd already in Champélac. I love Champélac. It's kind of one of my dream locations on the UTMB course.
Wow, this is phenomenal number of people out to watch at 8:30 in the morning.
And with all the cowbells,
welcome.
I can roll out the Pau cowbell jokes till the cows come home.
All right.
Let's listen in.
Big smile.
He's drinking a lot. His water bottles are empty. The right-hand camera shot is La Folie. So yeah, head torch in the backpack. It needs to be carried even though it's no longer in use. It's mandatory equipment. This is like a Ferrari pit stop, but there's only one pit crew allowed.
That's right. You don't have somebody taking care of the wheels and somebody taking care of the engine. Nope.
So here we have it, first and second. It's breakfast time in Champex-Lac.
All right, on the right, you have the first place men's runner in the UTMB, 14 hours, 26 minutes into the race. On the left side, Xavier Thavenard, still climbing up to Champex-Lac. Oh, dang. All right.
So, 6 hours. Power, you've just got 6 hours of racing and you could be the new UTMB champion. There's just happens to be 3 cheeky climbs ahead of you.
There we go. He's eating really well. We don't know what's are in these bottles. Probably some kind of recovery drink.
Yeah, I think there's some protein stuff
disguised,
going on there as well. Yeah.
Combination of sugars, proteins, and recovery enzymes or whatever it is that the various manufacturers make up. And I'm sure he's practiced with all of these drinks before. She's spraying on some cooling spray just to keep the muscles cool. He's practiced with that as well before. He's enjoying a Coke.
A real mixture of stuff going in there. So he's kind of like all of the things that he's used before.
And now she's kicking him out of the aid station.
Good solid transition there. Wise, sensible kind of eating, drinking. In and out. There's a mandatory kit check right now, maybe. Yep. So they're going to check 2 pieces of equipment.
There's his team watching to make sure he has it. I think he's checking a torch there.
Yeah, or maybe a phone, I think it was.
Oh, a phone, yeah, a phone. On this day, they might even be checking water. Who knows?
It's good. Well done, Pau Capel. In and out. Our race leader.
Out at 28 minutes after the hour.
48 kilometers to the finish. Is this going to be your year, Pau? Pau Capel.
48 kilometers. That is slightly more than a marathon. A marathon is 42 kilometers or so. So
30 of your miles, I guess, Randy Gaylord.
It's a little short of 30 miles, but darn close.
There we go, coming into the town of Champex-Lac, and now we've got our e-bike crew.
.82 kilometers. I'll give it to you. 30 miles.
Well, Randy, you are a tough guy.
All right, 30 miles left to go for the race leader on the right. And once again, we get to allow Keith to look for the fisherman on the lake.
Yeah, he's probably on vacation this week, but La Folie. So, no, Champex-Lac, I'm a big fan of this place. It's a beautiful place. It's a great place for ski touring in the winter. So, so Champex-Lac normally has a population of about 300 people. For sure today, that is at least double that as the crowds line the lakes here. So yeah, just Pau, 30 miles to go. That sounds even closer than 48 kilometers. So it's in the canton of Valais in Switzerland. We're at 1,500 meters there. There's the fisherman at least on the edge of the lake. It's also referred to as Little Canada, Champex-Lac. And there's my buddy on the boat. He's on the lake this morning. I spotted him right now. So and Randy, you would have loved this. Back in 1892, the first hotel was built in Champex-Lac, and you could bathe in milk in the Hotel de la Poste.
So Little Canada fits very well.
Yeah.
This looks very much like British Columbia or Northwest United States, Washington State. Filled lakes and forests like this. Hillsides not quite as big or mountainous, but at least they do have mountains. We see Pau carrying his poles midsection, just jogging along there. Good style and a good place to carry the poles when you know you're going to be needing them soon.
So everybody will be watching this time gap. Both support crews of Pau and Xavier, they will be using this data to motivate their runners. So we will be absolutely interested to see the actual time checks into Champex-Lac between Xavier and Pau Capel. So yeah,
I'll never forget last year when Zach Miller was coming out of this spot and having a tough moment, and he's it's just so fun to watch every year the different racers and how they react. Okay, different camera crews here.
Now there's some big love for Pau coming through now on social media. So the guys up at the Refugio Bonetti, they're kind of super excited that he's still going well. Yep, there's camera crews here, there, and everywhere. This is the race. This is the Queen's Race, the one to win. So Pau Capel, we're going to get the time check soon for Xavier Thévenard.
So this is so fun because we watched him on that first stretch leaving Chamonix, and there were 3 of them, and 2 of them peeled off in the woods for a nature break.
And then he's never looked back. Yes.
Yeah. So, and ever since then, he's been in the front.
So basically, a good summary of this race for right now would be P. Cowbell. So there you go. P. Cowbell in the lead here now.
Okay.
We also, any second now, we should be jumping back to
Thévenard. He is approaching.
And also Courtney Dauwalter in La Folie. But
I'm looking for another little carving along the way as we approach this climb.
But Xavier is not out of the woods yet, and so it's interesting.
Well, we're 4 minutes since he left the aid station. I think we really have to go off the departure time.
Yep, so Pau Capel out of the aid station at 8:26 actual physical time. Time elapsed in the race, 14 hours 23.
Oh, there's another sculpture. It looked like a little squirrel on the left.
Yep. Welcome to Sculpture Watch with Randy Gaylord.
Yes. All right. This is what you can do. Hey, when you're here for 55 hours over the course of 4 days, every little interesting part counts. So that was fun to catch. Oh, there's another sculpture down here on the left. It looks like a small bear or cougar or something. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. See what you can find. Text us if you see a sculpture that we've missed. Pau Capel.
So Mimi Kotka from Sweden, third lady over the top of the climb. Third
those
woman
pictures
over the
are
climb.
fabulous.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
The view this morning at the top of the Grand Col Ferret is truly amazing. So yeah, Mimi Kotka third from Sweden, third over the top of the Grand Col Ferret.
There's a little bit of a few clouds in Italy there is what it looked like, and just added to the interest. Oh.
Yeah, and Mimi Kotka now is definitely closing in on second place. So she is 3 minutes down on Yao Miao. So the United States first, China second, and Sweden is third. The very runnable section now for Pau. He's kind of had his Champex-Lac breakfast.
His face looks the best we've seen it since 7 o'clock this morning. I think whatever was in those bottles, they're giving him a good boost, a good recovery drink there. That's what you need.
So there we go. He only has, let's say, less than 3,000 meters of climbing to go. So, he's done a big chunk of the climbs in this year's race. But, those 3 last climbs and the very last climb. You need to save a little bit in the engine for that last climb, especially if Xavier starts to close in. As we see on the right-hand side, Xavier making his way up to the aid station in Champex-Lac.
We're expecting this race to finish at about 2:30 or between 2:30 and 3 o'clock today in Chamonix. It is currently 8:30 in the morning here. The race has been going on since 6 p.m. last night, Friday night in Chamonix.
So Xavier Thévenard, team A6 in second place right now, chasing down Pau Capel, team the North Face in third place. We've got Robert Hanal from team Altra from Romania. So, but Robert is significantly further behind the first two protagonists. So so it's looking like it is a race between Xavier and Pau for the win at this year's UTMB. So shortly we will be, Fred Brousseau from Endurance Magazine is going to be giving a race update live from Champay, and Fred will be kind enough to, after doing it in French, he's also going to do an update in English for us. So Fred will be talking to us shortly on from Champay-Lac. I'm going to guess that is connected to the arrival of Xavier Thévenard.
All right, in your screen now is the men's race leader, Pau Capel.
There you go, Randy. You'd like this now. The team at Iron Father comparing the top of the Grand Col Ferret right now to San Francisco, mainly to the low-hanging fog that seems to be creeping up the mountain. Do you hear me there, Randy?
No, I was reading
so
my.
I can see. I need to work I need to work on your multitasking. I was just saying the Iron Far team are comparing the top of the Grand Col Ferret now to San Francisco with the low-hanging fog that's creeping up to the top of the mountain.
That's the low-hanging fog creeps up to the top of the mountain. Hey, for those of you who are watching and plan to come here again next year and race this race, do not necessarily expect it's going to be like this when you are racing, and just plan that you're going to have a beautiful sunny day. We've had 4 seasons of weather out here, and that's what you need to plan for. And you have to be ready for anything. There have been times when it's been snowing on the top of the Grand Col Ferret, wind blowing about 30, wind chill, very cold. Okay, let's look and see what we have on the right. It looks like we have a little sculpture.
Bit of chainsaw action going on there.
A little sculpture going on there. I couldn't quite tell. Looks like a sculpture in the works. Maybe that's what the chainsaw was doing, is working on a little sculpture.
Well, maybe someone was trying to steal a sculpture, Randy.
Let's hope not.
No, leave the sculptures where they are.
There are wooden sculptures here on the stumps, or the stumps have been made into sculptures, and it just provides some interest on the Trail of the Mushrooms.
So I see there's a lot of excitement going out now for and there's a lot of trail runners in Hong Kong. So they're super excited to see that Wong Ho Chung from Hong Kong is there or thereabouts in the top 10. So they're super excited about that. So and he's right behind 2 Chinese runners, so Deng Guomin and Luo Canhua. So those guys kind of battling it out there for the top 10 positions. Don't forget, we got 2 Brits in the top 6 right now, Tom Owens and Andy Simons, plus Andrew Millers from the United States is right behind him. So those, plus they're chasing down Scotty Hawker from New Zealand in 4th place. Fred Brousseau is going to be with us shortly in Champay-Lac. We're going to be in La Foulie to check out Courtney DeWalter, our first women's leader. There's a lot going on here this morning, Randy.
It's just so exciting. Thank you to the production crew for providing these images for us and for all of those of you out in the field. It allows us to bring you good information about what's happening. Here's Pau Capel with now he's moved his poles to the two poles in one hand system. And on the left, Xavier Thévenard. Now there's some other people nearby him. It must be that he is approaching Champelac. I heard some hoots and hollers there.
But you know what? You know what? That gap.
Robert Hanal now.
No. That is Courtney Dauwalter.
Okay.
That is our race leader from the United States. Courtney Dauwalter, she's out and about on the course. But I just wanted to let you know, right now, Xavier's not even in the aid station. The gap is already 15 minutes since he left the aid station.
Yeah.
So Pau Capel has regrouped, and he's on the charge again.
He has a solid spread. The gap is the same, or will be the same or bigger at Champelac than it was at La Folie.
Hey, Randy, you love this. Even getting feedback from the team out on the course that said, we're heading up to Randy's Trail of the Mushrooms now. So, yeah, they're like... So you're doing a good job for tourism, the office tourism in Champelac. Good job with the Trail of the Mushrooms. The magic mushrooms, Randy.
Okay.
So Pau Capel regrouped, re-energized, and actually right now he's looking good. Smooth. This is a downhill segment before the climb up to La Giette.
There it is. Entry
Xavier
sign.
Thévenard almost into Champelac.
Okay. They're still...
I'm just looking at Depa. Is Depa happy right now? The guys are happy. The Spanish guys are happy now, yeah.
Yeah, they're seeing that.
Yeah.
They're cautiously happy, let's put it that way.
They've already won 2 races this week in the men's category with the CCC and the TDS. So is this going to be a glorious hat-trick?
J'ai fait la descente, la fin de la descente du La Folie, il n'y avait pas du tout le même rythme que toi. Donc derrière,
So Xavier's still chipping away here. No. I think they were talking about the final descent, and whether he was talking about before or ahead. Here we go, heading down to La Folie. Beautiful, beautiful morning. Courtney Dauwalter from the United States, well and truly out in front place now, at least a lead of 25 minutes, if not more. So this is supreme performance from Courtney. She did not kind of panic overnight when Yao Miao was right up. She was almost right behind Xavier Thévenard at one stage. So Yao Miao absolutely out of the gates flying. Courtney running her own race at the top of the Grand Col Ferret. Courtney was actually 31 minutes ahead. So even with you and I, Randy, building this up to the best we can, we're going to struggle to make this a close fought race now. So Courtney is doing an incredible, supreme running style and a running race right now. She's running a great race.
Absolutely strong. I mean, just... what can you say?
On the start line last night when she was talking to Martin, she just looked quietly confident. She looked so relaxed. Obviously, people were talking about her hip injury before the race that affected her Western States, but she's looking good.
Yep. And she's loving this temperature now, running in the shade, wants to get as many miles in as she can in these conditions before the weather turns hot this afternoon. So
yeah, so Courtney, Team Salomon from Golden in the United States. So yeah,
Courtney, for those of you who haven't followed her, has quite an impressive resume.
If I'm looking at all of her race results, and the first 8 are all first. So there is a reason why Courtney is was the pre-race favorite, and he's now delivering on that. Actually, and just as a aside, we haven't mentioned this yet. Courtney is ranked 21st out of 2,542 runners, Randy. Oh yeah, the noise has cranked up significantly in Champex-Lac.
On the right side.
Xavier Thévenard. Wow. He's popular in these parts. The racer from Jura in France into the aid station.
Oh, he's going to get a lift from this.
Big cheers for Xavier.
That's a classic image. He's on the front of magazines here in the hallway nearby. He's just so well known. Probably the most well-known athlete in the race.
3-time winner of the UTMB, winner of the OCC, winner of the TDS, winner of the CCC. So apart from winning the PTL, and Xavier can't do that on his own, he's won everything that you could possibly win here at the UTMB Trail Running Festival presented by Columbia. Courtney Dauwalter on your left-hand screen, Pau Capel on your right hand. And they've swapped around now, but you can do the maths. So there we go. Pau still heading his way to the bottom of the next climb. Courtney Dauwalter just about to arrive in La Foulie at the aid station there. Xavier remaining standing, and he looks like his transition in this aid station is going to be faster than Pau's, but I guess he probably feels he has to do that if he's still going to have a chance of chasing down the Spaniard.
He's keeping his vest on during the transition. Notably, not planning to take it off, drinking a recovery drink of some kind. Getting some feedback from a race organizer, volunteer.
No, he's the guy that manages the aid stations. He's forever doing that, and that is one of the toughest jobs.
Yeah, he's making sure that what is happening is fair for all runners, that there's no improper aid given at this point.
Well, there's only one person allowed to support the teams, and everybody wants to take pictures, and it's just allowing the athletes to breathe and get on with their race. Because this race, as we saw last night in Lake Contamine, the aid stations can be utter carnage when there's a lot of people in it and there's a tremendous amount of noise. So now that the race is spaced out, it allows the athletes to just prepare themselves, get themselves ready. He's probably just reminding Xavier that there's going to be a kit check on the exit as well, so don't overly pack your kit, because we're going to ask you to show a couple of items in a second.
That's a good estimate of what had transcribed there. Okay, he's asking for very specific food. It's there. It's what he wants. He gets to choose.
So the official time gap in Champex-Lac is 19 minutes. So Pau
All right, this is exciting.
Pau's taken the gap
on
out.
The right, you see second place man. On the left, the American, Courtney Dauwalter, approaching La Foulie. Oh, yes, solid, solid, solid. Tap it out, Courtney. All right, Xavier is now leaving the aid station at Champex-Lac. We'll mark the time. He has not quite left yet. He has to do his kit check.
Actually, no, we've got an update now on the Xavier time gap. As he came out of the aid station, the times have been adjusted. So 22 minutes. So Pau Capel, we saw him, we thought he was struggling, but no, on that, he's taken the gap out to Xavier. So this 22 minutes,
the gap
going
has
out from the front has actually, it's been a bold move, but it's looking like a strong move at the moment.
That's a 4-minute increase in the distance from La Foulie to Champex-Lac.
7, I think they were at 15 minutes, right, Randy?
I thought it was 18.
I don't know, but it was. It's an increase. Let's agree on that one.
Yeah, no question.
Courtney Dauwalter.
All right, what Courtney has is a powder that she wants to have in her own custom powder rather than the electrolyte that is provided by the race organization. So she added that to her bottle.
So last bits of intel for Xavier from his team as he leaves the aid station. And shortly that guy will be asked to stop. You are not allowed outside of a fixed point in front and behind the aid station to run alongside the runners. That would lead to either a time penalty or disqualification.
So there are many rules of the race, and all of the runners receive a book in advance telling them what the rules are, not only for themselves, but also for their accompaniment, as it's called, or the crew or the people who assist them during the race. And there is what they call the zone of accompaniment, and no assistance can be provided outside of that zone. It's the pit stop, so to speak. And no assistance can be made outside of the pit stop. And that means no hand up to be made, no running along with the runner, no pacing, nothing of that sort.
Hey, so we talk about legends of the UTMB. So Tsuyoshi Kabaraki from Japan, he's 50 years old now, and he's one of the reasons that the Japanese are now here en masse after the TV show on NHK. So he's up at the Refugio Bonatti. He's in good form. So Kabaraki has decided to run the UTMB to celebrate his 50th birthday, and he's not the only one doing those kind of milestones.
Yeah. I'll bet you there's a handful of people out there doing that this year.
Yes, focused, relaxed. That's Greg Volley. Greg is the team manager for the Salomon race team. So just giving a time gap to Yao Miao. Yao Miao is also a Salomon runner, so it's not like Greg's being impartial. He's just saying it as it is. There we go. That was a good question. Do you need something special in Champagne? You know, because it's just like they said, "Oh yeah, I fancy a big, fat, juicy donut." Then yeah, but no, she's good.
Nope, I'll make it there with my original race plan of food and drink.
No, she's looking really, really smooth and strong.
Oh, she looks around the mountains for a moment. Yes, thank you.
And there is that's the Grand Hotel on the right-hand side. That was the kind of reason of the boom, let's say, in La Folie. So this was built in 1925. So before we saw that water kind of dam area, the water treatment plant, that's just coming down here on the right-hand side. So I remember that now. So yeah, Courtney is there or thereabouts in terms of top 20 in the overall race. So of the 2,542 runners that left Chamonix last night, Courtney is the 20th fastest runner. That is how good she is. So there you go.
And we have our Steadicam bike rider following up here behind Courtney. Okay, let's listen.
So Fred Bousseau, he's going to do the translation in English as well.
De cette UTMB, donc le soleil est élevé depuis à peu près 6 heures du matin. Il fait plutôt chaud ici, il doit faire à peu près 14-15 degrés. Donc la situation de la course est assez claire. Pau Capel est toujours en tête, il possède 18 minutes d'avance sur Xavier Thévenard. Et juste pour information, ici il est resté... Pau Capel a mis un ravitaillement de 3 minutes 07 et Xavier Thévenard un ravitaillement de 3 minutes 20. Au niveau de leur état physique, Pau Capel est très bien. J'ai parlé avec sa femme qui est son assistante. Il n'a pas de douleur, il est juste fatigué parce que forcément il a fait 126 km. Mais mentalement tout va bien, il est prêt à affronter la dernière partie puisqu'il lui reste 42 km. Et du côté de Xavier Thévenard, eh ben, c'est pareil, il est bien, il était juste un petit peu énervé parce qu'en fait il a un problème avec sa flasque sur son sac et la flasque ne faisait que sortir. Donc son assistance lui a réglé le problème en mettant une petite sangle. Donc voilà, ça c'est fini pour cette partie-là, il est reparti motivé. Il connaît son retard, mais pas de problème non plus du côté de Xavier Thévenard. In English, hello, we are in Champey. It's 9 o'clock and 14 degrees. It's a beautiful weather from sunrise this morning. We just see the two first guys of UTMB 2019. It was Pau Capel from Spain. He was quiet and no pain. He was mentally ready to go for the last part of the race, so 42 kilometers. It takes just 3 minutes 20 seconds to stay at the head station, and Xavier Thévenard was 18 minutes back. He was okay, no pain, just he had a problem with his backpack. He just has the flask going out during the 20 kilometers between La Foulie and here. His staff get a little elastic to put the flask on the backpack. He is okay now. He has no stress. He can go for the last part too. Just some information. Pau Capel just stayed 3 minutes 20 seconds, and Xavier Thévenard just stayed 3 minutes and 7 seconds. So we will wait for the next runner, probably Robert Agenal. See you later. Merci.
All right, we're back to the Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc, the full round Ultra Trail, the Queen's Race, the race that goes around the entire Mont-Blanc Massif in a non-stop fashion. It started last night at 6 p.m. They've been underway for almost 15 hours. This is part of the race series of the Ultra Trail Mont-Blanc, presented by Columbia. I'm Randy Gaylord. I'm here in the English-speaking language studio with Keith Byrne, and we're presenting you with information about the images that you're bringing, or the organization's bringing into us of the front runners in the race. Right now, we're following the women's front runner, Courtney Dalwater. She's being followed by a bike, a gentleman who's riding a bicycle behind her, an e-bike, and making his way down this section, very cruisy section between La Foulie and Champey-Lac. So she has a solid lead over the second place runner, who is Yao Miao from China. We'll get the exact numbers on the amount of the lead. We get time checks at the aid stations. They're now between one's through one aid stations, one through another. So the time checks aren't precise at this point in time, but it's a good solid lead of 20 minutes or more. Courtney passed Yao Miao in the night. And Yao Miao went out super strong. She just looked like a fresh runner for the first 30K or so, and not sure what happened after that. She's seemed to be struggling a little bit on the climb up the Col de Forêt, whereas Courtney was just putting one step in front of the other. We've been here since 7 o'clock this morning. It's 9 o'clock. And we're going to continue to bring you coverage all day long on the Ultra Trail Tour de Mont Blanc in
The Chamonix-Mont-Blanc Valley mirrors the nature that surrounds it. Mythical, authentic. Drawn towards the sky by its pinnacles and legendary peaks, Chamonix is the natural birthplace of incredible adventures. From the beginning, it is here that the pioneers embarked to conquer the summits. It is here that mountain history is written. Whether you are looking to challenge yourself or rejuvenate your soul, the Chamonix-Mont-Blanc Valley reinvents itself every day, inviting you to live your very own adventure. Open the way.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Fenix 6. Par Garmin.
I breathe. I dream. Can you feel me? No? So ride, dance, jump, taste, find your pace, reach your peak. Can you feel me now? I am the Alps. I am the Mont Blanc. I am Italy. I am Courmayeur. Italy at its peak.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to live coverage of UTMB 2019. This is what's been happening overnight, and boy, a lot has happened overnight. So right now we're following Courtney Dawad, our race leader in the women's race. Courtney now is 17th overall. And on the other screen we have Xavier Thévenard. Xavier Thévenard is on the chase. of Pau Cowbell, as we've been renaming him here in the studio. So Pau is on the move. The gap in Champ-Pelac was 22 minutes. So yeah, that's the gap has gone out. I know on social media the Pro Xavier camp were excited that the gap had gone down from the top of the Grand Col Ferret to La Folie, but Pau seems to have pulled that gap out again. So 22 minutes is a big gap into Champ-Pelac. Will be the next time check is going to be at the top of the Bovine climb at La Giette. Also, Dylan Bowman, so Pau Capel's teammate from Team the North Face, Dylan Bowman and Randy's brother Topher, actually the highest placed American ever in the UTMB. Topher second all those years ago back in 2003. Dylan and Toph, they're heading back into Chamonix now, so they're going to be coming into the studio. And it's always good to get a racer's view of what's gone overnight, and a lot has happened. So it's almost hard to kind of help you kind of keep on top of everything, but we'll drop in the stories as they go there. So it is currently now just after 9 a.m., so 9:07. Pau Capel, we're expecting Pau at the top of the climb at La Giette at 10 a.m. Our magical little algorithm is kind of suggesting that by the time Pau reaches the top, the gap could be as big as 28 minutes, but that does not. That's a system, and it's not built in any human factors, so such as racer's stomach. So there's been a lot of elite runners with the dreadful tummy bug that happens in these races. So people like Tim Tollefson, he was sick. He pulled out at Lac Combal overnight. So yeah, so here we are with Xavier Thévenard. Yeah, so Xavier is he is race experience on this course, having won OCC, CCC, TDS, and 3 times winner of UTMB. So Xavier knows this in and out, and if there's any chance that he can absolutely muster the energy to close the gap on Pau Capel, then I'm sure he's going to do it. The race now for sure is down to Pau Capel and Xavier Thévenard. And on our right-hand screen, we have our race leader, Courtney Dauwalter, 17th overall out of 2,542 runners from the start. So Courtney Dauwalter, Team Salomon, out in the lead in the women's race. Xavier Thévenard, Team Asics, in second place, chasing down Team the North Face athlete, Pau Cowbell. So yeah, so we are at 9 a.m. here. So in terms of depending on all you people that have got things to do all day, but you're still dipping in and out of UTMB live race coverage, we're expecting the winner of this year's race into Chamonix just before 3 o'clock. So that's going to be 5 hours, about 5 hours away from now. So that's the leader, and then Courtney is probably going to be about 7 to 8 hours into the finish line as it stands. Courtney's lead, for those of you joining us, Courtney's lead over the second place woman into is it's about 30 minutes, and actually over the ground. Mimi Kotka now is probably, because we know that Yao Miao, the Chinese runner who went out so strong last night, she's suffering with her eyes, so she seems to be slowing down. That does mean that Mimi Kotka looks like she's moving up to second, and also Beth Pascal from the UK. Beth currently 4th. I think it's only a matter of time before Beth moves up to 3rd place. So Beth Pascal from Team Salomon, and based from Belper. So there you go, and there's our summary graphic on screen now. Pau Cowbell out in front, Xavier Thévenard, and then the Romanian Robert Hainal. He was second last year, so no surprise there. So the surprise was last year, but there Roberts is up and running in third, chased down by Scotty Hawker, Andy Simmons, Tom Owens, and also the first American athlete, Andrew Miller.
Bonne course.
So off Xavier goes now to the climb up to La Giette, so the Beauvais climb, a very kind of like stumbling, big steps kind of climb, very awkward, grabbing onto roots as you work your way up that climb. Don't forget, a lot of runners will still be coming through here in 24 hours time. So to just give you an example, the aid station at Champex-Lac that we saw the two leaders go through, that does not close until 2:30 tomorrow morning. So yeah, so the majority of the runners will be coming in tomorrow into Chamonix. Sunday is such a glorious day in Chamonix as, let's say, everybody realizes their dream of finishing their first ever UTMB, and all the families and friends are here to celebrate that. It is a beautiful way to finish UTMB week. So that's tomorrow, and also tomorrow we'll be doing lots of post-race interviews with the elite athletes to get all of the stories of everything that went on. I mean, we see a lot, but there's still things that we don't see during the race. And so that's for tomorrow. Today we get to enjoy the glorious weather here at around the Mont-Blanc Massif. Courtney is heading down the valley, so this is kind of a general kind of downhill section all the way to Praz 4, and then on to the climb through the forest that we've already seen Xavier and Pau complete up to Champex-Lac. So yeah, so she's on the Swiss side of the Val Ferret now, having passed through La Foulie already. So we're expecting the first guys up to the top of La Giette. So Pau Cowbell up there at 10. And we will probably have, well, we will, as we did yesterday for the CCC, we have our running cam up there. So we'll be able to watch Pau descending down to the Col de la Faucla as Courtney runs past one of the hikers doing the 10-day hike around the Tour de Mont Blanc. Jean-Charles Perrin, good morning, sir. Is he into the studio this morning? So yeah.
Good morning, Jean-Charles.
Yes. He's just making sure. He just makes sure that we are not violating any brand. Yep, just checking everything. So yeah. Hey Randy, there he is. Jean-Charles. So yeah, so it's good. So many people in Chamonix just popping in to see what's going on at the UTMB TV studio, but then realizing that the weather is much nicer outside than it is in here, so they're going back down to the finish area where right now a lot of runners are still coming in the CCC. Let's not forget that. So I'm just going to give you a quick update on what's going on down at the finish line of the CCC, which started yesterday morning at 9 a.m. So the next runners due in, that would be, so we've gone through over 1,000 finishers now of the 2,000 runners that left yesterday morning. So the next runners coming in is going to be an Italian guy, Michele Fioramonti. So looking down the English-speaking kind of Nathan Thompson from the UK. Nathan's due in the next 5 minutes to Chamonix. So Nathan Thompson from the UK. We've got the Greek athlete Georgios Theodoris from he's coming in soon, and Andy Davis. I can see Andy Davis is going to be coming in soon. So there's and Britt Miller. So Britt Miller from there, she is coming into the finish soon as well. So that's what's going on.
Britt Miller's from the US, so that's kind of exciting.
There we go, Randy. Let's tell you where Britt Miller originates from. She's from Philadelphia.
Wow. Okay, Philadelphia, for those of you who don't know the U.S., is a very flat area. And it's hot and humid in the summertime. So I'm guessing she will have to travel to be prepared for the mountains like this. Wow, nice job.
And just a quick, as we love geeking out on statistics here at UTMB TV, the number of withdrawals of the, let's say there was 2,000 runners started yesterday, so there's a 25% withdrawal rate so far in the CCC, about 540, which is actually lower than expected, so that's a good effort from everybody. This is our third placed athlete coming into Champex-Lac, so Robert Hunal. So, 3 athletes now arriving into Champex-Lac.
Robert Hanel is the gentleman wearing the big red shorts. Courtney Dahlwater is the women's leader wearing the big red shorts. So
with the white stripes?
With the white stripes. So Courtney has a black vest. Robert has the blue vest. And that's kind of the color scheme to recognize who you're looking for out there. That's the easiest way to tell who's who. Robert Hanal from Romania. Vai. Yeah, listen to them the encouraging sounds of the Swiss folks.
I love that we've got Spanish encouragement for the Romanians, so this is a fantastic, truly international race. Good stuff.
Muy bien, Robert. No, tranquilo. Vamos, Robert. Bien, muy bien. Tranquilo. Muy bien, Robert. Muy bien, amigo, tío. Muy bien, vamos, va. Va, está Jordi contento, está todo el mundo. Vamos, va. Un poco, venga, vamos, Robert, vamos. Eres muy grande. Vamos, Robert, vamos.
Well done. Great encouragement. That is amazing encouragement. Courtney Dahlwater, and that's your top 3 women graphic. Courtney Dahlwater. Mimi Kotka now has moved up to second place from Sweden. Yao Miao, as we understand from China, is suffering with her eyes. There's something wrong with her eyes. So, not sure what, but so Yao Miao is struggling, I think, with some issues with her eyes.
Did we hear about that yesterday, that there was... that she'd had that trouble before, I think from Dr. Lee.
Possibly, yeah. Look at this, it's kind of like, yep. Good feedback from the crew, so it's kind of like a time check, kind of a bit of encouragement, probably telling him that he's only 3 minutes behind Xavier Thévenard, just to motivate him, even though, So, Xavier 8:48. So we're looking at about a 30-minute gap between Robert and Xavier. So, but 2 consecutive top 3 finishes in the UTMB is a really powerful statement for you as an athlete. So if Robert can hang on here, that is going to be huge.
All right, we're at the big aid station here at Champex-Lac. If you saw the pan across the aid station, you see they have a lot of tables set up. Why do they have a lot of tables for the first 3 runners? Well, they don't need it for those 3. They need them for the runners who are coming in much later. And this place will be filled with people who are taking a decent stop, maybe taking a rest even. There'll be some place to sleep. People who need some medical attention. But right now we're watching the front runners come through. This is runner number 3, number 52, Robert Hanal from Romania.
So we, our
working
buddies,
with his crew.
Our buddies at iRun Far, they're kind of, they're also tracking all of the runners. So their quote from Robert as he was coming into the aid station was, "I'm okay, but I've been better." So Kristin Berglund from Sweden has gone over the top of the Grand Col Ferret, so she is into 5th place. So looking good. So that's Sweden 2nd and 5th. So the Swedes are kind of gutting it out here today.
So Robert has developed a system that we haven't seen before, the mid-race massage. Now at least we haven't seen it with the front runners. It is something that is used by those who are further back in the race, normally because it takes time, but he's able to do two things at once. He can eat and get a massage.
So just to let you know, the guy who's doing the support here for Robert is Jordi Gamito. So Jordi was actually in the race last year, fighting all the way to the finish. So this is a good man for Robert to have in the aid station supporting you. Beth Pascal, 4th over the top of the Grand Col Ferret. So well done to Beth. That's kind of a strong performance. Katie Scheider, 8th at the top of the Grand Col Ferret. Eva Maria Sperger from Germany and Ekaterina Mitaeva are 6th and 7th at the top of the Grand Col Ferret. And their leader of the women's race, Courtney Dawalter, here she is on her way down to Praz 4, passing the Tour de Mont-Blanc hikers.
Oh, a spectacular section there where they just have
a pretty exposed section, actually.
Yeah, fixed ropes in place or change for the people making their way to grab hold of. Of course, Courtney doesn't need those, doesn't want them, and she just motors on through. Nice moving there, Courtney. We're watching Robert refuel. He has a choice of fluids here. These are the kind of things he's practiced with. He's not only refueling, but he's also repacking more gels, more sugars, more carbohydrates. The immediate food are usually the best, but there are times you need others as well. So those people who can eat best will do best, so keep on eating. Some will lead on the trail, others will lead in the aid station. It's all a matter of strategy, what works for them. Looks like he's starting to pack up, get ready to go. Another quick turnover. The first two men, we got the numbers, were about 3 minutes in the aid station. These aid stations are not meant for long stops for the front runners. For those later in the race, they may spend 20 minutes, a half an hour, or even an hour in an aid station if they need to regroup. There's no magic time to be there, but the less time you can spend, the more time you're moving forward. So, all right, on the right, Robert Hanal leaving the aid station at Champay-Lac. And one last, oh yes, of course he needs his sticks. If he starts with them, he needs to finish with them. He's walking out. And the familiar place we've been to before, he knows about it. He's getting instructions of what to show them. They just point to him on a drawing. It looks like a phone. He must show them the phone. And and a light. He must. They want to make sure that they don't take off their lights and leave them behind.
I have this.
So.
Wanted to see it. No, just wanted to see it.
They only, at this point, they only need one light as a piece of mandatory equipment, and it's not uncommon for them to lose the big light that's they had on their head for the brilliant light over the night, and just take a small light with them for the next segment. So, yes, hats off to you.
So go, Robert. We're also waiting now to keep an eye on the second woman into La Folie, which is likely to be Mimi Kotka. Robert, you can see from the profile on the right, he's got 3 cheeky climbs to go. The one over La Giette, the one over Les Steppes, and then the tough, grueling climb up to Tête au Vent before the downhill to Chamonix. So
wow.
We're going to be seeing Robert.
We're going to be
seeing Robert later on this afternoon, coming in to Chamonix. So yeah, that's for sure now, I think.
Yeah, no question. He just powered out of that aid station. He got refueled, re-energized, ran uphill, and soon to hit the lake. All the familiar scenes you're getting accustomed to from staying watching with us live on the English channel of UTMB, Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc. The full round here. We're watching the men's race, the leaders. This is Robert Hanel in position number 3.
So yeah, we are 30 minutes away from our running cam, chasing Pau Capel down from the top of La Giette down to the Col de la Forclaz. That's going to be coming soon.
Celebrate, you're doing it. I'm so proud of you. Unbelievable. Keep going.
Oh, that's Meredith Edwards, who was in the studio with us yesterday.
Or even the day before that, Randy.
Was it? Yes.
Yeah.
And we hope she'll come back and give us some commentary so we can talk about what she was seeing. And I'm guessing she was out all night last night.
So there we go. So Robert now running along Lakeside here in Champex-Lac, Little Canada, as it is known. So it is a beautiful, stunning location. Equally so in the winter for ski touring. But yeah, this is what a beautiful day. Wow, Lakeside up at 1,500 meters at Champex-Lac with our running cam and our fisherman.
Did you see him?
I saw the Lakeside fisherman, but our guy on the boat, he's already now sat in the cake shop of Lyon. So Robert's going to be going past the cake shop name, the race name, La Petite Trotte, the PTL, La Petite Trotte de Lyon. Lyon owns the bakery and cake shop in Champex-Lac, so a passionate trail runner, and that race has been named after Lyon. Robert's going to be passing that in a few minutes, probably not stopping, but can save that for another day.
All right. So invigorating. There's the I Run Far team catching the latest information. Thank you for providing updates on Twitter. You can also follow the UTMB on Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. We have a whole crew of people pushing information out to you here as well. So stay tuned. What's your favorite medium for social media? And there's the men's update.
So good news for the English-speaking channel. Scotty Hawker from New Zealand, 4th. Tom Owens and Andy Simons, 5th and 6th from the UK. Andy Miller in the top 10, he's 7th. Masatoshi Obara from Japan. And then we've got Luo Kanhua and Deng Guomin from China. We've got Pau Capel at the front, Xavier Thévenard second, and Robert Heinel in 3rd place. Mimi Kotka, this is our second runner into La Folie in the women's race. So Mimi Kotka now has moved up to 2nd place. She has passed Yao Miao. And so, yeah, this is our second lady into... And the fact that that means that the gap out to Courtney Dauwalter has probably even extended. So this is looking like a phenomenal run from Courtney Dauwalter from the United States, but equally from Mimi Kotka. Mimi, a former...
one of these water troughs. Isn't this a wonderful place?
Mimi, a former winner here at the UTMB Trail Running Festival. So Mimi, back in 2017, won the rather challenging TDS. So 2nd place at UTMB would also be a fairly impressive addition to the resume.
kanske måste käka någonting.
Well, she's finding enough water elsewhere along the trail to stay with enough fluid. That was a zero-time aid station stop at La Folie. She only checked in enough to see what they had available and changed her mind. So that means she will have gone from Arnuva all the way to Champay-Lac without any significant aid station stop. That's a long way, but she's got packed full of food, packed full of water. She knows she's ready to keep going for the next segment.
Tell you what, it's not easy work for those film crews to follow this race. Those guys are putting in the mileage. And we've even got two different film crews filming two different athletes. So it's a real battle to kind of get your filming and your photography throughout this race for everybody.
All right. And there we have, wow, check out the background. Everybody who's here is just having a great time. The weather is perfect. All right. She's headed out with the men's runner who's just in front of her. I don't have his name. And yeah, that's why we saw two different film crews, one for the runner in front.
So what will be interesting to see now is the next runner into La Folie, and whether that is actually going to be Beth Pascal from the UK or Yao Miao. So Beth Pascal fourth previously, so now she is potentially up to third place, which would be her best result here in Chamonix.
And there is the first woman, the front runner, Courtney Dahlwalter, being followed down the river on the path on the left-hand side of the river, I suppose is the best way to say it. I'm not sure what the direction is. And she is just tapping it out, double time, just what she should be doing, keeping a nice pace up, flat landing at each stop, never hitting a root, avoiding the rocks. There you go. Boy, it gets hard after your mind is that tired. You're exhausted from all night running. You're readjusting to the light of the day, in and out of the woods. But an ankle turn would take you out, so you have to just be cautious at each step.
So there we go. There's first and second female athletes. So there's Courtney Dahlwalter and Mimi Kotka on, let's say, the same segment of the course, but split by, 39 minutes apart now. So Courtney is absolutely smashing it today. But Mimi's also doing a fantastic job there, second place. So and Mimi kind of still scooping up some of the male runners ahead of her. So yeah. So yep, all eyes on La Folie now to see who's coming in third. Yeah. Well done, Mimi. Still smiling and keeping up the good spirits. So yeah, so 9:40. So we're about 5 minutes away from our next woman into La Folie, and it's just a case of who will that be? Is it going to be Yao Miao, the young athlete who went out so aggressively last night out of Chamonix, or will it be the UK runner Beth Pascal? as we said, Beth was 4th at last year's UTMB. So if she can get into 3rd place and to the kind of let's say the original podium of 3, or even though we have a podium of 10, that would be an impressive improvement for her.
All right, here we have Zach Miller in the aid station at La Folie, not moving well. No
but
question. Moving.
And much better than he was last year.
Oh, with Paddy O'Leary. Yes, both of them smiling at each other, but Paddy's still in the race.
So is Zach.
They're all talking about what they have ahead of them.
It's like, oh my goodness, have you seen what we've been doing? So Jason Schlab is out and about. He's just around about. He's gone through La Folie. So Jason Schlab is ahead of these guys from the United States.
All right, so this is number 16, Alex Nichols from Colorado Springs. So you have 3 English-speaking runners here, 1 from Ireland, 2 from the United States, and certainly Alex Nichols is practically neighbors. Manitou Springs is very close to Colorado Springs.
So Paddy O'Leary is so 40th into the aid station. So that's where those 3 are there or thereabouts. They're 40th in the overall ranking of the 2,500 runners that started this race today.
And they're just behind the second woman, Mimi Katka, who you're seeing on the left side. So here you have the 3 English-speaking runners on the right-hand side. Paddy's got his knee fixed up. We had some intel that Paddy was having a little trouble with his stomach and his eating, and he was forced to move away from gels, high sugary gels, and had to move to high sugary fruits like bananas instead in order to survive. And he's doing well. Let's put it at that. He's doing very well. And the question is, what's he going to do to keep his position? Zach looks tired, no question about it. He's not moving unsteadily.
I think sitting down in the aid station, that kind of says it all really in La Folie.
Yep, and Alex Nichols here is thinking about what he has to do next. He's he tends to run. He's been this distance before. In 2016, he placed first in the Rabbit Run race. That was 166 kilometers. He's placed first in the Pikes Peak Marathon in 2016. More recently, in the Western States, he placed second in 2017.
So the guys are kind of Zach's looking at his shoes, and he's kind of playing around with this. So there's some interesting stuff. Alex, is kind of maybe he's got some stones in there or something. Yeah. So those guys are having a bit of a shoe thing. They're just having it's good to have 2 familiar faces around you. So it's if you're having a bad moment.
Alex also placed second in the Vibram Hong Kong 100, which was 96 kilometers. So they're all just feeling it right now. They're at the point where the race is at 109 kilometers, and they know they've got a good distance to go. So I expect all of those 3 to be finishers, and the question is just when are they going to arrive here in Chamonix. In the meantime, we're watching Mimi Katka. Here's Scott Hawker getting some assistance from his daughter, who's wants to look over Dad and make sure he's doing okay. And of course, looks like his wife.
So yeah, this is Scotty Hawker, fourth place into La Folie. He's probably alongside Tom Owens now. So Tom Owens is also in the aid station. So Scotty and Tom fighting it out for that 4th spot. They're about 15 minutes down on Robert, so they perhaps haven't given up on a top 3 finish either.
Now, Scott Hawker from New Zealand running for Team Vibram. Getting help, doing great.
I love the Randy. I love the latest update from Dylan Bowman on Twitter. I'm going to have to edit it slightly due to the language, but it's Nichols, Miller, Sharp, Hammond, all hurting bad but soldiering on. Adopted American Paddy O'Leary also on a vision quest. Proud effort all round from the American guys.
Nice.
So Debo's going to be in the studio quite soon, so we're going to get his view on all things that happened through the night, and as we head towards the finish in Chamonix early this afternoon.
Yeah, Debo is going to be a great commentator for this race because he was in the Ultra Trail Mount Fuji where Pau Capel was doing something very similar. Pau Capel went out front and stayed ahead for much of the race, but Dylan came on at the very end. And Pau faded, so we'll just have to see if something similar happens here. Dylan may be able to give us some insight on that. We'll just tee that up for now.
Yeah. No, I think the Spanish male dominance at this year's UTMB Trail Running Festival is continuing right now. So we've got the guys waiting by the Pink Church in Trion. Some of the fans of Pau Capel, I see them on social media saying they're looking forward to cheering Pau through Trion. So that's going to be after he's cleared the top of the climb at La Giette. We are going to have our running cam up at La Giette to follow Pau all the way down to Trion, and that will mean he's just got 2 more climbs between him and victory at UTMB, and to beat Xavier Thévenard would be an exceptional achievement. Xavier Thévenard currently in 2nd place and a 3-time winner of UTMB.
Yeah, we're expecting Pau to be at La Giette in about 15 minutes, so just stay tuned here to UTMB Live, UTMB TV. We are following along here.
So Randy and I are doing our best to kind of give you high octane, high energy kind of coverage this morning, and we're just going to bring in the reinforcements shortly. Randy's brother Toph and Dylan's coming in a few minutes as well. So yep, it's going to turn up more. So what's louder than one American? It's 3 Americans, Randy.
There we go. This is the English-speaking channel after all. It's not the American-speaking channel. Let's make that clear. There's a lot of people out there in different languages who know what is going on, and we'd love to hear from you. We've been following along from people from Great Britain, Ireland, New Zealand, some solid countries as well as
Romania. Anybody that's not covered by the Chinese, the Japanese, the French, or the Spanish channels, they're following in here, Randy.
Yep.
So, and in the words of Fabrice Perrin, the English channel is the most important one. So we can have a high five for that one. Give me a high five, Randy. Yeah. All right. Here's Courtney Dauwalter heading through Praz 4. Yeah. Okay. Even the Spanish guys are cheering now.
Yeah, Courtney.
Courtney is smashing it.
Smells good. Smells good. Oh, for good. Yeah, it smells good. No, for her.
So yeah, Courtney Dauwalter heading down the right-hand side of the valley, and she'll start to get the view on the left-hand side of the valley, which will be the Enchanted Forest, Randy's famous Trail of the Mushrooms up to Champélac. Left-hand side is our this is Tom Owens heading out of the A station, fighting it out with Scotty Hawker for 4th place. Tom is actually in the lead coming out of Champélac, and then on there we've got Zach Miller leaving La Folie.
So yes, we have the Zach Miller with Alex leaving La Folie. I don't see Paddy O'Leary there. I don't know whether he left before or he plans to leave later, but
Come on, guys, come on.
Alex looks like he's got a slight limp.
I see that also. Both he and Zach have a little itch in their get along, and not sure what part of the leg it's distressed, but
is that Zach's father? Because we know that we knew that Zach's father was down at the Notre Dame de la Gorge at the bonfire cheering Zach on. So that could be
that's probably who that is.
Yeah.
Seems like the right age break.
A lot of discussions going on there with Zach, just trying to understand how he's doing. But wow, Tom is looking good. Through the aid station here and out, he has left. Him and Scotty Hawker out. Scotty Hawker may or may not be just ahead of Tom. So this is 4th and 5th. Lakeside Champex-Lac.
There we go. Beautiful day still in Champex-Lac. Tom Owens with the blue hat, the black and white outfit. Keep an eye on that for the rest of the day because that's what he'll be doing. He's got a little baggie of juicy fruit with him. There they go. Okay, nice. Thank you for putting that in the trash can. And that's part of the message of this
Randy.
race.
So here we are down in the run. So big morning to everybody at home. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for following us. Paulina Beretta recently finished the Helsinki Road Marathon. What are you doing running on the road? So she's so excited at home. I know she's going to be signing up to next year's OCC. So
Okay,
guys, keep the feedback coming in.
We are in our third hour this morning, the fourth morning of the racing. And there is Courtney Dahlwalter as she approaches down to the last portion of this long downhill for about half a marathon's worth. And she's been just smoking it and running smooth. I asked our Spanish colleagues here how they would describe it, and she says everything smells good to Courtney right now.
I saw your face like they were going, "Hey Randy, she smells good," and you're like, "What?"
What?
So that's
no,
the Spanish
she's
guys.
smelling good. She has good smells coming to her.
I guess if they said she was smelling of roses, you would have got it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like the Spanish equivalent of that. So so the guys are like, yes, she's smelling good.
She's smelling good.
Exactly.
All right. So you learned a little catch of the phrases here from different languages. Being in this studio with the French and the Spanish speakers at the same time. So hope you're enjoying it. There's our cameraman peering at the camera. And yes, he's going to catch up to Courtney.
And left turn, because we've done this a few times now over the last 3 days.
And now the bike rider has learned to go down this little stretch right there. Nicely done. With accolades for Courtney from those who are hiking. Nicely done. Town of Isart. Isart is this little village, this little hamlet, collection of buildings just as they cross the river in this valley.
Yep, excuse me, Randy. And then also high up there, you can see the kind of like the pointed peak. So Champex-Lac is sat in that little saddle up there at 1,500 meters. Little Canada, as they call it in these parts. There you go. That's another one for Paulina Beretta. So there we go. Little Canada here at Champex-Lac in Switzerland. There's our next runner into the aid station. I think that was your guy, Randy. That was probably, was that Andrew Miller coming into the aid station? No, sorry, no.
Oh, next.
This is Beth Pascal into the aid station in La Folie. So this is going to be our third runner. So we haven't seen Yao Miao. We know that she's been suffering with her eye. So there.
Yes,
Beth looking super strong.
Leaving the Grand Col Ferret, Beth was behind Yao Miao. So in the 6 miles down from that, which is a good downhill. Oh, she's making the same stop as others, getting the fresh water, rinsing off. Giving you the idea, it's already 10 o'clock in the morning here, and it's hot and sweaty for the runners. So Beth Pascal from Belper, Great Britain, running for Team Solomon.
So up there in Derbyshire. So yeah, so she's from up north, as they would say.
In the Lakes District, is that?
No. In the Peak District.
Peak District.
Yes,
all right.
a little bit further south in the Lake District. So one of the national parks that's close to a large amount of urban population, whether it's Manchester, Leeds, Sheffield, and then from the south and the Midlands as well. So yes, Beth Pascal, don't forget, Beth was 4th last year, so she's been here before, and now she's up to 3rd place. So this would be a fantastic achievement, and as always, you're always looking for an improvement. That would be a top 3 finish. That would be a big win for Beth. So the US in 1st place, Courtney Dowalter, 2nd place, Mimi Kotka from Sweden, and Beth Pascal from the UK. There's Courtney on our right-hand side, Randy.
That's exactly right. That's Courtney Dahlwalter making the transition above Isert, the place where you change over into uphill. And I'm telling you, it is one of the most difficult things to do. You've been running downhill almost exclusively for a couple of hours, and now you've got to go uphill again. And it just, you feel like you want to walk, but you don't. You don't, because you know that you are a front runner, and that's what she is.
Yeah, so Randy, we a lot of love for Rory Bosio, 2-time former champion of the UTMB. So Rory now up to 10th position at the top of the Grand Col Ferret. She is, she's about 110 minutes off the lead, so but into the top 10. So I think a lot of people will be happy to see Rory coming in the top 10. So great stuff there from our friends at iRun Far up there in the San Francisco fog on top of the border between Italy and Switzerland at the top of the Grand Col Ferret.
All right. Courtney's not pulling out her sticks. She's just, I guess maybe she doesn't have sticks. Or I think she does. I think they're in a sling on the back. Just doing that hands on the leg power hiking. Very popular in the United States. Approach to mountain climbing.
Hey Randy, guess what? Robert Sanderson from the UK is telling us that we're smelling good, so that's worth a high five. Yeah, we're smelling good. That's good. Thanks, Robert. So there you go. So that proves that at least one person is listening to us this morning.
Yes, thank you.
And oh look, here comes, you wait along for one Gaylord, and here comes two. Topher Gaylord about to kind of snuggle up here in the studio. So yeah, so it's all good fun here this morning in super sunny Chamonix, super sunny UTMB course, super sunny Mont-Blanc Massif.
We're going to freshen up the commentary here with somebody who's been awake all night on the trail.
But Randy, you've noticed that Topher did not bring us any breakfast. I mean, yeah, it's just like...
Well, I know.
it's like...
I brought the beverages last night, and, it's a Gaylord thing.
I might my goodness, Dylan Bowman's here as well.
Bowman is here. I'm going to have to yield.
Randy, maybe we could grab a fourth chair and then they could kind of like bounce between handheld microphones, and then we'd be like the awesome foursome.
Well, maybe for a little bit here, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, so Debo, do you want to go and grab a fourth chair?
I'll go grab one. Here.
Oh, Randy or whatever. So yeah. So
they got one. He's already got one.
Cool. Hey, Topher Gaylord, fresh from the Val Ferret. Good morning.
Good morning. You know, Dylan and I would have brought breakfast, but we had a special breakfast this morning at the Bouton d'Or. Patricia there served up a magnificent breakfast. Anyone who knows Courmayeur knows that is a little secret hidden gem. And it's been great watching the race unfold from the Val Ferret, and it's an incredible race at the front, and it's been amazing to see Courtney really run a beautiful race so far here today.
So Toph, luckily I didn't hear any of the stuff about the breakfast at the Bouton d'Or because I was helping Dylan get his seat. But I don't want to hear all of that. But good to hear Patricia and Andrea are good over on the other side, on the sunny side of the Mont Blanc.
Yeah, it's sunny on both sides this morning. It was a spectacular sunrise. Dylan and I were up with Kim at Arnuva and watched Xavier and we just, Pau was so fast he came through, but we watched Xavier and probably the top 35 runners come through Arnuva.
Hey, look at this. It's a full house here on the English-speaking channel this morning. We've got two Gaylords, Dylan Bowman and myself, so it's but why not? It's so exciting on the course right now.
Yeah, and if they might be able to have our team adjust the cameras slightly just to...
we're all in there, Andy. We're all in.
Well, if you keep leaning in, that works great.
We're all good. We're all good.
Well, let's leave that on for just a little bit so people can see who's here and what we're going to be talking about, because we're...
This is Mimi Kotka,
yeah,
second
so
place.
Mimi was running strong up the Grand Col Ferret, and she's such a solid climber and solid racer. So she's been doing a great job all day long, and she's solid here. It's heating up out there already, and that's she's going to feel the full effect of that. So it's definitely going to be a warm day for even these front runners as they get on these exposed south faces of some of these climbs.
Yeah, we noticed as they're coming into La Folie that some of them are hitting that trough just before the aid station, and they're making sure they get clear of the salt and cool down a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about the UTMB race series is that there's a bunch of these sneaky little water fountains you can dip in on warm mornings like today. Interesting that both these women don't have their poles out. They're just sort of marching uphill, hands on knees, maybe giving their hands a break or something. But this climb up to Champex-Lac can be pretty steep and grueling in sections, but also allows you to sort of move a little quicker in other places.
Yes, I wasn't sure. Maybe you guys were traveling back, but we watched Pau coming up this section. He was kind of fiddling around with his gels, and we could sense that the French team were getting all excited, that they were like, he's wavering. But then when we saw Xavier do the same climb, he was also suffering on the climb. So I think it's the same for everybody right now.
Yeah, and the numbers are that Pau Capel picked up about 4 minutes on the segment from La Folie to Champex-Lac.
Topher and I were watching that live on his cell phone as we were dining on pastries and yogurt this morning, and we were commenting the same thing, that maybe Xavier had gotten a little excited on that downhill off of the Grand Col Ferret down into La Folie, where he made up about 9 or 10 minutes on Pau's lead there. So maybe Xavier overextended there, or potentially on the other side of the coin, Pau may have received an update that his lead was shrinking and therefore decided to push a little bit harder.
Yeah, so any minute now we're expecting that we should have our athlete cam down on the course to follow Pau Capel down the descent from La Giette. Wow, it's all
we have
a go
a new
this
guest
morning.
in the studio.
Exactly.
Catherine Poletti, the race director, has just walked in to see the action that's going on. Give everybody a shout out. We want to let her know that we're having a great time here.
So I tell you what, we haven't seen Yao Miao yet, so I'm fully expecting Yao Miao to be bailing at this aid station. I think she's had some issues with her eyes. So this is now the fourth place woman, so that's going to be Kristin Berglund from Sweden. So Sweden second and fourth in the women's race.
Yeah, the Scandinavian countries are really coming on strong in the sport of ultra running right now. And going back to your comment on Yao Miao's eyes, that's something that's not uncommon in the sport that I think our viewers might find interesting. When you run through the night, particularly when it's kind of cold, you're going over the top of the Grand Col Ferret, your eyes can give you some problems. You've been using a headlamp for hours and hours, sort of having that tunnel vision, and then with the cold air, it just can do some tricky things with your eyes. So it's important to have protection out there. You can see here this racer with her Jolbo sunglasses looking really strong here in La Folie.
Merci, Fabrice.
So, guys, here's Courtney.
Yeah, I was just trying to catch the name of that runner there.
Here's Courtney Dauwalter motoring up the climb up to Champs Lac. Still no poles in hand. She's just marching out with strong cadence, kind of a longer stride.
So then we know now we've got Toph and Dylan fully mic'd up now. So this is our fourth runner. So yeah, so Yao Miao's got some. Just the Chinese team were telling us she has an eye condition, and she's actually only walking now down to La Folie.
Yeah, and I think we had shot you a text from Arnuva just at the bottom of that Grand Col Ferret climb, and you could tell she was feeling it on that climb. She was a little woozy and a little glossy-eyed, and really struggling there. And so I would not be surprised, although, a lot of times runners can regroup. But she looked like she had sort of driven the tank dry a little bit as she was climbing
early
up
on, she
Grand
was
Col Ferret.
almost behind Xavier Thévenard, so we were like, wow, this is strong.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it'd be really difficult for her to rally in this situation, especially with a really aggressive early pace. You pay serious consequences in the late stages of the UTMB when you're that aggressive early. We've seen it in the men's race year after year after year, and here we're seeing it with Mao Yao. Of course, super talented runner, won the CCC last year, maybe got a little bit too aggressive this year. But Courtney had that lead, or at least the lead changed around Bonatti, and then by the time we saw them in Arnuva, Courtney had a 17-minute gap.
Yeah.
So Mao Yao was moving backwards at that point, and Courtney looked super strong.
Yeah, Courtney was all business climbing the Grand Col Ferret, and she's just had a consistent pace, basically all night and into the day.
Well, and I think this would have been Yao Miao's first 100-miler as well, so I think that's always counts for something.
I think what's pretty remarkable and very interesting from Courtney's perspective, she's never stepped foot on this course, and
oh wow,
and we saw her. It's like, oh, you got 2,500 foot climb ahead, and she's like, okay, sounds good, sunrise, let's go, and it's it'll be remarkable if she can hold strong. It'll be great redemption for her after Western States, if she can just keep the rhythm going here to the finish. And we know she's got staying power. I mean, she's got 200 miles staying power, so even the sleep deprivation is, I wouldn't say a mental factor the way it could be for some of these other runners.
No. Yeah, the other thing, sort of piggybacking on Topher's comment about the fact that she'd never stepped foot on the course, she didn't arrive until Tuesday of this week, which is really unusual for the professional athletes with so many obligations with sponsors and media requests and things like that. I'm not sure whether it's a smart move or maybe something that she'll adjust in the future, because to me it feels like if you arrive on Tuesday, you barely have enough time to pack up your kit before race day. But clearly Courtney is in a class of her own in most races, and it seems today is no different.
Yeah, so I can tell you guys as well that Pau Capel has gone through the top of the climb at La Giette at exactly 10 o'clock. So we expect to have a runner cam catching Pau now on the descent to Col de la Forclaz. So it will be interesting to get the time gap between Pau and Xavier, because we're in the English-speaking studio here. We're sat between the Spanish and the French teams, and there's been a real shifting in the optimism either side of us. And right now, I think the smiles are on the Spanish side of us rather than the French side.
Well, the Spaniards have had a lot to smile about this week, given Luis Alberto yesterday and obviously Pablo Villa in the TDS on Wednesday. But yeah, hopefully we don't have to separate some fisticuffs later between.
Well, what we were just saying to the French guys, come on, guys, you've won the UTMB every year
7
from
years in a row.
2012.
Yep.
Bizarrely enough, actually, the last guy to win that was not a Frenchman was from Spain, so a certain Kilian Jornet. So so maybe it's time to kind of share the love somewhere else.
Well, I tell you what, Xavier is not going to give it to him, and Pau's not going to give it to Xavier. This can be a throwdown here, and both are unrelenting. I mean, we were all watching the climb up to Champ-Lac, and it did feel like Pau was going a little bit stronger both into Champ-Lac and out to the base of the Bovine climb. But Xavier has got such a flowy descending style, and it's where he made up so much time on Pau, in just that 1 hour section to La Folie. He was 22 minutes down at the top of the Grand Col Ferret, and then he was 16 minutes down at La Folie, and then Pau sort of clawed that back.
Yeah.
So they are, and I guess Pau went through a little bit of a low in that descent down somewhere in there, but he was eating extremely well at Champ-Lac, as was Xavier. So.
Yeah, I was watching because Pau's girlfriend, she always does the crew for him, and she's kind of like a Ferrari pit crew all in one, and she's kind of like spinning around with him, getting everything done. He was eating and drinking. She was repacking the pack, putting the food, the water, putting the head torch away. So they're always a great team when they work together.
Yeah, they are. We were commenting on that as we were watching it live. But, to Topher's point, I mean, Pau did look really good coming in here to Champ-Lac.
Yeah.
But I think it's really important for our viewers to understand just how difficult the course is from here to the finish. So even though he may have looked better than Xavier, we were speculating that, it's not uncommon for somebody in Pau's position in the lead of a race to then learn that his lead is shrinking as it was at La Folie, and then to maybe get a little aggressive to try and grow his gap again. And that obviously can go one of two ways. You can either fry yourself and leave nothing in the tank for the end, or, maybe he's able to actually get away from Xavier here.
What we were also saying is that the support teams of Xavier are probably watching the live feed as well, so they will use, Pau's slowing down, he's fiddling with gels on the climb, to use that to motivate their runners, and vice versa. I'm sure Pau's team was saying the same. So what was interesting here, the French team was saying, Pau's drinking Coke, Xavier's drinking water, so that means Xavier. So everyone's looking for the smallest thing to try and kind of see who's stronger. So,
well, Dylan, I mean, you've had a front row seat to racing head-to-head with Pau, it seems, on two of the biggest stages in the world, here at the UTMB in 2017 and then UTMF.
Exactly.
And you were on either side of that equation. I mean, what's your take on sort of how Pau has gone out and perhaps how the last bit of this race is going to play out?
Well, first of all, I think Pau is one of the most world-class athletes that we have at the moment. Over the last 2 or 3 seasons, he has probably been the best in the world, just in sheer accumulation and consistency of good performances. And I was lucky enough to race against him at UTMF last year. He kind of did the same thing, where he led from the very beginning of the race, from the first mile. I didn't see him again until we were over 100 miles into the race, where luckily I was able to catch and pass him there. So watching this today, it has felt a little bit similar in that maybe Pau is going a little bit too hard. In Japan, when we were racing together, he had 27 minutes on me at 100K. He has never had a gap that big on Xavier, but it does feel somewhat similar in that he's growing a big lead in the early stages of the race, and we'll see if he can hang on against one of the best athletes in the world in Xavier Thevenard over the last 50K.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great call, and I think the big question will be whether, and I think we'll see it when we catch the cameras here coming into Col de Foucault. We'll start to see how they're measuring up, the two of them.
So we got this is drone footage of Champ-Lac, or Little Canada as they refer to it in these parts. So I guess we're just waiting for the first.
Nous avons tous une bonne raison de nous dépasser. Notre motivation peut être évidente, ou pas. Nous avons chacun notre rythme, et chacun notre style. Nous connaissons le prix de l'effort. La performance n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est notre moteur. Et nous ne comptons pas en rester là. Soyons inarrêtables. Iron.fr, le meilleur du running livré gratuitement en 24 heures.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
Feeling we're right where we should be. Where nothing else can reach you. Being part of our own little world. Letting yourself go. And this is our first second. What's yours?
If you can shift your goals away from not worrying about PRs or what the watch says, the mountains are a playground. You just ask, where can my legs take me today?
Oh yes, yeah.
That was so good.
It was like just hanging out in the aid station. Guys, we're back on.
So guys, we're back with our race leader, Pau Capel, on his way down from the top of La Giette down into the Col de la Forclaz and eventually into the aid station at Trion. So we've got Dylan Bowman and Topher Gaylord in the studio right now. Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey.
And it looks like Pau is still moving well. I mean, you know, all these little micro uphills, like he's running there, or he's running right through them. And, you know, this is a combination of technical terrain and sort of buttery single track. This is a technical piece, but he's moving quick through it. So even if Xavier is moving better, we know we've got at least 20 minutes, and I think it's gonna require Pau to really sort of have a real low patch for Xavier to close it down. With two climbs to go, but it's early days. We'll have to see how Xavier is moving, but this looks good for Pau.
I think the real indicator will be when we get that split over La Guillette from Xavier. If that gap is still 20 minutes, it may be pretty difficult for him to close that gap here over the last two climbs. But who knows? Maybe he took 5 minutes back, and then it's game on.
Yeah, I have to say, if you measured it on the volume of the crowd in Champellac, it was so loud.
Here's Yao Miao.
This is Yao Miao. We kind of already heard that she'd had some issues with her eyes and that she was literally just walking. And she is currently fifth, but that's not looking so good. But
Well, she has to be, you know, as a runner, you always want to leave it all on the trail. You leave it all on the trail right to the finish line. But she's an amazing 100K runner. I think this is her first crack at 100 miles, and it's a monster 100-mile run to get after. And she went with a full and total committing style. So she should take something away from that, and she'll learn her lessons from this experience and take it to next year perhaps.
Yeah, so I think Greg Volle's down there at that La Folie aid station, so he's probably going to help. I don't know if she decides to stop, then there's some crew there to look after her. But yeah, we've got Pau Capel on the left-hand side. Heading down, the Col de la Forclaz is coming into view. It's kind of bathed in sunshine. There'll be a big crowd down there. I said in Champelac, the crowd went mental when Xavier came in, but they also gave, to be fair, they gave Pau a good cheer as well. So Pau's going to start to get, he's going to start using probably the energy from the crowd to kind of keep him going and stay ahead of Xavier.
Yeah, this is a good section for boosting morale here. You still have probably 1,500 feet to drop down into Trient, but you have a nice little flat-ish col here where a road comes very close to the trail, and therefore you see all these fans here to cheer you on.
He looks great.
He really does look good. This is a slight uphill. It's hard to tell here in the video, but this is a slight uphill. You can see him tapping away with his poles, and then around the corner you have that nice sweeping traverse before the pretty punishing steep rocky downhill into Trient.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw Greg Valle on the left side with sort of the cross, which I'm assuming and Yao Miao sort of shaking her head in agreement. So I think that's going to be her day, and a good effort.
It probably will be her day today, but I think Yao Miao is still in her early to mid 20s, so I would expect to see her back many, many times here at the UTMB, and she'll learn from this experience, and clearly has the class and talent to eventually be a champion here.
Yeah, we had Ruth Crofton yesterday. So Crofty won the OCC, and she says that she's found her distance, and she went up to the 120K and realized that that's just not for her. So I think that's sometimes you find that out the hard way.
There's Ekaterina from Russia making the pass there.
And Courtney just in beast mode, really. She's just like a metronome in terms of her stride on the climbs, and she's been so consistent all day. It's been great. Super fun to watch.
Yeah, so Ekaterina, as Dylan just said, she's just in there. She's now in 5th place. Kristin Berglund is 4th. Beth Pascal 3rd. Mimi Kotka 2nd. And here's Courtney.
Yeah, being smart. It's a sign it's hot. She's sweating, and she's smart to just get right into these nice cool water sections here before the rest of the climb. She's about halfway up this climb.
We saw Luis Alberto stop here at this water fountain here yesterday. It is a kind of a godsend because you're not very close to Champelac at this point. It's sort of in the middle of nowhere. She probably still has, I don't know, just speculating, 20, 30 minutes up to the aid station.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's nice to have that little refreshment point.
You know, she sort of really just washing her eyes out. You know, at times your eyes just get salty and they get a little bit painful from the salt sort of overloading your brows, and just cleaned her face. It's like a breath of fresh air. Here's Pau.
Here's Pau. Taking a little walk here. This is interesting.
Yeah, Pau's been working hard on his nutrition, I think, from time to time, and he's been kind of fiddling around finding stuff. He's obviously got specific needs, but he's up and running again.
I don't know. That could be a small sign of vulnerability, or it could just be him taking a quick little walk break. Still looks pretty strong. It's difficult to interpret here via the video, But yeah, just want to stress again, we still have a long way to the finish line. It is really difficult over these last 2 climbs. And if Pau is miscalculated at all, we've got one of the greatest in the sport, one of the greatest in the history in the UTMB over his shoulder in Xavier. Do we have a split on him going over Lug yet?
He hasn't come across. It's been 20 minutes now, so there's still a gap to close, and you certainly wouldn't want a 3-time UTMB champion hunting you down.
No.
So, but Pau's been running with a sense of urgency all day long. In all the 17 years we've been running this race, I've never seen someone go out so hard and in such a committing style and win the race. I mean, I just haven't seen it.
No, I remember way back Nico going out, and Nico led for such a massive part of the race. That's one memory of going back a long time. Obviously, Zach's done the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, and actually nailed it.
Nailed it's the key, and actually finished the job first.
But when Zach did it, he did it in the CCC, which is 100K, a much different ball game here. It would be really incredible style if Pau was able to hold on here, leading to Les Zouches at the very beginning of the race. If he's able to hold that all the way back to Chamonix, that would be absolutely incredible, and would potentially impact kind of the future of the race as well in terms of how people approach it. It's if you truly want to win the race, and somebody like Pau proves that you can in that style, we may see other people racing with similar aggression, but of course that's a risky ball game.
Yeah, we at the start line yesterday, Martin was doing some interviews, and a lot of the elite runners saying, I'm going to stay away from the fireworks at the front because I want to be strong in Courmayeur and Champex-Lac. But as you said, maybe Pau's challenging the way forward. I have to say, even Scotty Hooker, Scotty was in the studio the other day, and he said, I've got a different race strategy, and I've been training to support that. And I was surprised to see him right at the front as well, and he's still going.
That's true, yeah, very, very surprising. I was doing a little bit of media work here with the UTMB TV, interviewing some of these athletes before the race, and made the point of asking Pau that question, what's your strategy going to be? How are you going to pace it? And he said something to the effect of, I'll go easy early, I don't want to go too hard because it's a long race. Of course, it's easy to say that before the race, and then when the adrenaline kicks in at the start line, it's a different story. And this seems to be how Pau likes to race, and some guys are just like that and can't help themselves, and clearly he's been incredibly successful over the last couple of years in the international stage. He was the Ultra Trail World Tour champion last year. He's won Trans-Gran Canaria 3 times, truly world-class event, and here he is looking just incredible at UTMB today.
So this is that could well be I don't know if it's like Joaquin Lopez from Ecuador. So Ecuador, there you go, Randy, you like that? We got a new country in the top 10 here. So from Quito in Ecuador in the top 10, Joaquin Lopez. So from Team WA.
Yes, I was out speaking with our Chinese colleagues, and they said that there was a finisher from Oman, and he will be in the studio in about an hour or so. We might even have the chance to talk to him. So
you mean a finisher from
the CCC?
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. So it's from Oman. So yeah, Ecuador, Oman. Geez, we're just making the all the list of the nearly 100 countries that are here. Okay, she's just approaching the information area of this nature trail, a little spot where people collect. We will keep our eyes open.
Randy's the Trail of Mushrooms.
The Trail of Mushrooms, and we are looking to spot some of those sculptures. So if you see them, call them out, okay?
I got to say, it's still kind of interesting to me that Courtney hasn't pulled the poles out here on this climb up to Champex-Lac. I'm wondering what the strategy is there.
I think it's a good point. In in watching her rhythm on every climb, she seems to be just slowing down a little bit here, and I don't know, sometimes when the heat comes onto your body, it changes, but she's such a strong runner, but at the same time, I just see a little bit of chink in the armor there on this climb.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah. And to our comment about our American hero, Andrew Miller, here in the men's race in the top 10, he was the only person that we saw in our Nuvo not using poles, and he's gone backwards a little bit since then. These last 50K without poles, I couldn't imagine. So if I were Courtney, I'd pull him out, but of course, I'm not in Courtney's league, so I don't want to second guess her strategy. But yeah, I mean,
I think she's going through a little bit of a tough period here. It's not to say she's still moving well when she's running, but it's just slowing down a little bit here for her on her cadence.
And I know Powell's running downhill, but he's got that style, the same style we saw last night on the first downhill down that ski area down to Saint-Gervais.
Yeah, he still looks really good.
Yeah.
This is the last little descent, nice non-technical wide dirt road into Trient, and this is a really cool special aid station here in the UTMB, running past the trademark telltale pink church in town.
Exactly.
And lots of friends, family, and fans here who I'm sure Pal is looking forward to seeing here in a minute.
So I'm going crazy here, refreshing, trying to get the time.
I'm doing the same thing, and there's still not a time split to Xavier. So
yeah, wow.
But I from the way Pau is running, even if Xavier is just putting the hammer down, he's not making that much time on Pau.
Yeah.
I mean, Pau's in control. He doesn't look. It doesn't look like there's any weakness in his stride right now.
Yeah, we did see him have that little walk break a little higher just after Col de la Forclaz before dropping into town, but it seems that was just a quick little anomaly, and he found his stride again quickly.
So we'll see how he works this this transition here at Trient.
Just to comment before he gets into the aid station, I think it's worth repeating something I said during this TDS. These aid station transitions in the professional ranks have become so critical. And so having his girlfriend Marta there, who's crewed for him, many times at many different world-class events, I think we're going to get an idea of just how important these transitions are here. Oftentimes you can gain or lose a handful of minutes if you're not efficient, if you forget to grab something, if you don't put on the appropriate clothing or change your shirt, things like that.
So less than 2,000 meters of climbing for Pau on the last two climbs, and the Tête au Vent awaits on that final climb, and that is probably one of the least forgiving climbs in the whole race.
Yeah, that's the sting in the tail of this race. I mean, it's compliments to the
Sebastian
Michel
Chaigneau there.
Poetti.
So Seb's going to be running alongside with the camera so we can get the best coverage we possibly can for all of you guys following around the world right now.
Mentioning the Tête au Vent, it reminds me of something that Kim Gaylord just said to me, and that this seems to be the first year in a while where none of the races have been impacted by weather and none of the courses have had to be changed. The Tête au Vent hasn't been in the UTMB course the last 2 years, and luckily those guys will get to do that one here this year in 2019.
Yeah, they get the Happy Meal. They get the character building finale. So I think it's good. Courtney's got just the mental fortitude. I mean, she's an absolute rock. But it looks like it's tough on her right now, and could be a fuel thing because her legs are moving well when she's running. But it looks like she's feeling the effects of the distance, which is 125K.
I think this is just the last little bit before getting into the Champex aid station as well. So that'll be an interesting thing for us to observe, to see how she does in that aid station, how quickly she moves, if she sits down for a while, things like that.
And Keith, do we know what her last time split was with the second place?
With Mimi, it was about 40 minutes.
Yep.
That's a pretty substantial lead, though not insurmountable. Mimi, of course, has been one of the best in the world over the last few years as well. Great in the mountains. Lives in the Chamonix Valley, I believe. So she's has a bit of a home field advantage here.
Yeah, and just with zero course knowledge, it's going to make these next 3 climbs tough. And Courtney was running, early on second to Yao Miao.
Yes.
And she probably, we were at Notre Dame de la Gorge last night, and she probably had a 10-minute lead on the group of Casey and Mimi and some others. So she took it out pretty hard in relative terms if you sort of look at Yao Miao and then Courtney.
Yeah, and I was wrong here. Just to clarify, there is this quick little section where you cross the road, and then you have probably another 100, 200 meters up to the aid station. So she's probably still 5 or 6 minutes out.
So there's your update. We're waiting for the time check for Xavier at the top of the Giette, because Pau was there at exactly 10 a.m. So
it'd be pretty surprising to see. Xavier, I mean, it's conceivable that Xavier lost it, but
it could be that the live trail's not right. So we always know that we're at the mercy of technology sometimes. So we're waiting for some kind of official confirmation of.
What's impressive is Pau did that descent in 27 minutes, which is a fast descent down to Trient.
Yeah. And Pau is really, really great on the downhills. Again, when we were racing in Japan last year, he would put just obscene amounts of time into me on the downhills. He's got just these incredibly strong legs, and he's kind of fearless, and he's obviously quick on his feet as well, which is a great combination to make good time on those downhills like the one into Trient.
So guys, the other thing with Courtney, she's doing incredibly well, but obviously with the hip situation, I guess we've no idea where that figures in all of this as well. We haven't mentioned that yet.
What I would say is that, we're 16 and a half hours into the race here. You'd think that if the hip was going to be a major problem, one that would totally derail her race, it probably would have happened at this point. Of course, I'm not a doctor, let alone a hip doctor, but...
You're not even hip.
Yeah, exactly. I think psychologically getting past that 10 or 12 hour point where she faltered at Western States is probably a good thing for her. And she's still hiking strong here, maybe looking a little bit compromised compared to where she was before. Looks like we're taking a quick break here, so we'll be back shortly with more coverage here at the UTMB.
Broken the elastic. If you want to do it, do you want
Une minute. Okay, quick break. We're back here.
All right, we're back live. Hi, I'm Randy Gaylord. I'm in the English language studio of the UTMB TV. I'm here with Dylan Bowman and Topher Gaylord. Keith Byrne has been here almost non-stop, and he's from the United Kingdom. He just stepped out, and we are focusing on the screen here of the women's race leader, Courtney Dauwalter, as she is approaching Champex-Lac, a milestone in the race at 123 kilometers. So she's powering up the hill. Dylan and Topher have been watching her along the way, mostly from behind. We haven't gotten too many face shots, so here we're seeing her eyes and her face. Let's see how she does in the aid station.
Yeah, and we're now at after 10:30 a.m., so things are probably starting to get pretty warm for the runners out there after a beautiful night in the mountains. Here Courtney is just
tongue's
hiking it
hanging out a little bit.
Yeah.
It's I think she'll be happy to get to this aid station and get fueled up and cool down. I think just cooling down for her is gonna feel good. Great little smile there. Those kids on the course are always a happy.
Big smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Hillary Allen, the second place TDS runner on Wednesday, fellow American. And let's watch how Courtney does here in this aid station. I think this is going to be kind of telling.
Wow, such a big shout out for the first woman to arrive. Everyone is in anticipation of this moment.
Yeah, she's pounding the liquids, which is always good. It's always a sign they're not nauseous when she comes in and fuels up.
Yeah, and just to sort of state the obvious here, this is really good for an athlete's morale, particularly when you're the race leader, when you're a professional athlete, to come in, see your husband, somebody who knows what you want, knows what you need, who can lift your spirits. It makes all the difference in the world. So if our interpretation was accurate, that she was struggling on that climb up here to Champex-Lac, I'm sure it's nice for her to see her husband here.
And she's got sort of that Western States ice pack that on there, which is just a sign of probably a little bit overheating there.
All right, so there we see the women's results and status right now. We know what the sequence is. We don't know their distance because that shows their timing at different points along the race. This is the methodical plan of changing out food. Sometimes the food changes out even though it's partially eaten, just to make sure the new quantities are what they want to have.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit foreign for Courtney to have just basically being shadowed for an entire 100-mile race with cameras.
Yeah.
We're getting a signal that there might be a break here in the live coverage, but we'll just wait and see if that holds true. I see it's happening to us.
So you can see Courtney just cooling down. I think that last climb, when that transition goes from sunrise, you've been running cool, probably 45 to 55 degree temps. She hit the sun. She will be in the woods here, sort of making the traverse over to the Bovine climb up to Laguite, which will feel good. She's probably getting time checks right now, getting a little bit course beta from her crew chief.
So Courtney hails from Golden, Colorado, so she lives in the mountains there and is able to train specifically for the UTMB.
Oh, shit.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a sign that she's overheated, and she's obviously doing what she needs to get the calories in, but they're not staying.
And I guess for those watching who might be kind of horrified about that, that's not uncommon in our sport, and I think it's just a testament to the level that these athletes push themselves to get through these challenges. But as Topher said, it is often a symptom of being overheated.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
Music Line.
Pour papa, fini la corvée des packs. Avec SodaStream, ma maman est magicienne. Elle transforme l'eau du robinet en eau gazeuse et fait disparaître les bouteilles en plastique.
SodaStream Cristal, élu produit de l'année. SodaStream, bon pour nous, meilleur pour la planète.
Okay, we're back here.
We're back live.
So Courtney obviously going through a low period, and we saw it going up that climb. You can see a little goosebumps on her and chills she's got. So she's going through a low patch, but she's an absolute grittiest warrior, and I'm sure she's getting the encouragement. She's got plenty of time up, so she can work her way through this.
Yeah, she's got time to work on this. By the way, my name's Randy Gaylord. I'm here with Dylan Bowman and Topher Gaylord. And we're 16 hours, 41 minutes into the full round of the UTMB, for those of you just joining us. This race started last night at 6 p.m. in Chamonix, France. We're looking at the racers in Switzerland. They've been through the night, through Italy, and made their way to this place, Mont-Blanc in Switzerland. So we're focusing on the women's race leader, an American named Courtney Dauwalter, with her crew. She's only allowed one crew at this aid station, and she just has to figure out where it's been, where she's, and perhaps she's been at this place before.
Yeah.
Well, she's struggling right now. I mean, that's reality. She's got nickels in her mouth, and she's just trying to keep the calories she just poured into her body down, and she's going to hopefully work through it there, and that's what she's trying to do.
Yeah, I think it's good for people to see the reality of the sport sometimes.
I agree.
Even for the professionals, you might think it's easy for them. Obviously, Courtney is world class, has been on an absolute tear, maybe the most meteoric rise in the history of the sport over the last few years, and she's suffering. There's no doubt about it, no way around it, and that's what this sport's about. You know, it's negotiating these rough patches and doing everything you can to get to the finish. She's still in the lead, and she's still got a way to go. You know, we can't lie about that. But yeah, no doubt she's got the experience and the toughness to get to the finish line and get through this little low patch.
And sometimes just letting the body calm down can calm the stomach as well, and then you regroup. And obviously now we've got Xavier on the left here, rolling down just before this final dive into Trient. So, we didn't have a clean time split at Laguite, so we'll look to have one here. I think you'd had a report that was about 24 minutes.
We did get a report from iRun Far. Shout out to them for the great Twitter coverage all day. That Xavier was 24 minutes back at Laguite at the top of this downhill drop into Trient. He's moving well.
Yeah, he's moving. He honestly looks like he's moving slightly better than Powell was. He's got a great running stride, so it's just hard to know. And here's Courtney.
Courtney's standing up.
Courtney's looking a little pale, a little woozy. She's still got to go through the equipment check here. So at Mont-Blanc, the UTMB organizers will ensure that each athlete is carrying the mandatory race equipment. And so we should see her have to present a couple pieces of that mandatory kit before she ultimately leaves the aid station.
Okay, she's 9 minutes at the aid station now. As she leaves, she's about 10 minutes in the aid station, which is a decent aid station time. The men were about 3 minutes each in the aid station, and they were moving powerfully. She has to queue up here for the aid station.
She's got a
check.
lollipop. So Courtney sort of claimed to fame as eating a lot of candy, and I think that's got to be some kind of blow pop or Tootsie Pop or something like that in her mouth. Hopefully that'll help get those blood sugar levels back up, get her energy back up
So what they're
for this
looking
final
for is
50K.
a light and a foam. Those are the two
a lot of
articles.
times those hard candies are just, they sort of calm the stomach, and they just give you a micro dose of calories, and obviously this is her signature move, and this will help kind of get her reoriented. She's smart to just walk out of here and keep moving.
Yeah. So out here at the aid station, you have a beautiful run around the lake in town before you have about a 2-mile, pretty quick downhill on a non-technical dirt road before you do the steep climb up to Laguit.
All right, and coming up in 15 minutes will be the CCC prize giving here in Chamonix. The cameras will switch to that, so stay tuned for the CCC prize giving and see the top finishers as they've received their prizes. In the meantime, this is the second place men's runner, Frenchman Xavier Thévenard, a real favorite here.
So Xavier's doing a great job. He's a 3-time champion. He's finished lowest was 4th place in 2017. He's won every single race in the UTMB series of races, and he knows exactly what's coming. And he's one of those runners that measures his effort all the way to the finish. So you can know that he won't slow the way others slow in those last 2 climbs here. And so Powell's looking great. So it's going to take, I think, Powell to really crack for Xavier to reel him in, but he's not going to give him an inch.
Yeah, both these guys, too, we should say, rarely ever crack. We were talking about it as it relates to Xavier over breakfast this morning, and that I can't think of a single long course race that is something over 100K, 100 miles that Xavier has performed poorly at. He's just such a good, pure long course racer, and again, Pau has been one of the most consistent in the world over the last 2 years, so it's hard to predict that either one of them would crack, and if that is the case, it's hard to see Pau not closing to the finish line given the 24-minute gap that he has.
Yeah, and then here we've got, you got Courtney, and this is a classic example of ultra running, gritty resolve. She didn't spend 1 second in a pity party in that aid station. Courtney was her stomach wasn't sitting well. She got sick there in the aid station a little bit, pumping so many calories in, and she was immediately looking at time splits to get her head back in the game. And she's moving out and trying to regain just some of that rhythm in her race.
Yeah, Tove, I think that is really, really a great point. Clearly, Courtney was struggling hard in the aid station at Champex-Lac. And really, you can go one of 2 ways in that situation, right? You can either keep the motivation high, keep your problem-solving ability high, or you can kind of sink into a little bit of self-loathing or just sort of feeling sorry for yourself. And if that does happen, given that you still have 50 Ks left to the finish line, it can just be an overwhelming feeling.
And we have to remember that the second and third place runners may also have this kind of low point during the race.
Of course.
Or this point of time when they need to settle down and wait out something for 10 minutes. Not knowing exactly what it is, it may not be the same kind of event, but they all manage these, as you say, low points or events.
Yeah, and I mean, it's remarkable. I mean, Courtney has zero idea of what's coming at her, and she's charging into it full speed. She probably is, she's used to run with the pack all over these 200-mile races, but probably not with the level of mandatory kit. So, and after the Western States issues she had, she probably took close to 6 weeks off any formal training. So she comes in, probably undertrained relative to her competitors. And to Dylan's point, she arrived on Tuesday, and she probably comes into the race sleep deprived as well. So it's impressive.
Well, I was going to mention that too. We actually saw her yawn in the aid station, which is pretty interesting. And it is common for people who are jet lagged in these 100-mile races, particularly when you run through the night, if you're operating on a shorter arrival schedule as Courtney is, to sort of battle that sleep monster as well in the late stages.
So great point. And if you think about her biorhythm, it's the dead of night back in the U.S. where she just came from. So she's probably feeling more of the effects, where a lot of the Europeans are sort of really feeling the daylight biorhythm. She's feeling the middle of the night biorhythm right now.
All right, we'll have a check-in on the time spread between Pau Capel and Xavier Thévenard in just a minute here when he crosses the timing chip threshold.
It's good to see Xavier just sort of making sure he's running hard up all these little micro hits, so it's a sign he's motivated as well.
Xavier is just like the consummate sort of stone-faced runner. He never looks like he's suffering too bad, but he also never looks like he's really enjoying himself that much. He's just a professional. He's here on business, so to speak, and obviously it's been wildly successful for him over the last, I guess, 6 or 7 years here, having won all the races at the UTMB, including 3 UTMB full courses.
Wow, does the crowd want Xavier? Oh my gosh, it's so noisy for him.
French hero. Of course, we're in Switzerland here, but I'm sure he's a hero to these folks as well.
Okay, so we actually have the time split now. It's 20 minutes exactly. So he's clawed back. It's a sign, and we were talking about it. It's a sign that he's probably descending slightly faster than Pau. Pau's been climbing probably a little bit faster than Xavier, but 2 minutes can become more quickly if either of these guys don't get their nutrition and their hydration and cooling just nailed in the last 2 climbs.
Yep. And again, let's watch this aid station transition. I think it's really great for our viewers to be able to see the pros, how they operate in these aid stations, what they do, what they're eating, what they're drinking, how they communicate with their crew, and just the energy, the mannerisms, how if they feel rushed, things like that. And of course, like I said, Xavier seems to be always emotionless, and here he is looking cool and composed here in Trient.
One of the things interesting with Xavier, he hasn't sat down at a single one of his major aid stations. As an example, Pau comes in, sort of regroups at each aid station, and Xavier's in and out. So he's a man on a mission. I think that's 3 minutes right there, because it took. He was in and out. I think Pau took 3 minutes at the aid station. That was about 50 seconds.
Yep. And I mean, I feel like a broken record, but that was exactly what I said when Pau came in here. These aid stations are so critical for the professionals, and it's the easiest place to gain or lose time on your competition. Xavier might feel, okay, this is my only opportunity to get some free time back, even if it means sacrificing getting everything that I need here. I need to get out of here quickly in order to have a shot. And, of course, that carries risks. But Xavier looks good here. And, of course, 3-time champ. He knows what's in front of him. Pau's finished this race once as well. So he knows what's in front of him, too. So this is going to be a classic 2-man duel to the finish line. And Xavier's looking good.
I was trying to get some exact numbers on speed. Unfortunately, don't have those right now. So on the last segment, so we'll just have to wait till the next segment to provide that information.
He's moving out. I feel like Xavier's got another set of gears from what we saw kind of climbing up to Mont-Blanc. So it could still be game on here.
So one other motivator for Xavier, I'm sure it's been mentioned on the channel so far this week, but there's 3 men who've won this race 3 times: Xavier, Killian, and Francois. And so if Xavier was able to get his 4th win here this weekend, he would officially be the king of UTMB with the most wins over the course of the history of the event.
I'm sure that's in the back of his mind.
And just to reiterate something we said earlier as well, the last 7 years a Frenchman has won. The last time a Spaniard has won was 2012 with Killian, and now we have a Spaniard out front and a Frenchman behind him.
So I think we're going to get Fred's take on Courtney's transition here with the lead woman once he'll do a translation into English here shortly.
He speaks in English. We'll turn up the volume.
C'est lui qui est crédité d'un temps de 7 minutes 35 secondes. Et ensuite, on a eu les Chinois.
Courtney's over that small bump climbing out of Mont-Blanc and moving well. I think she'll enjoy this transition across. There's a little bit in the woods, and it's a little bit of flatter, slightly uphill.
So just to sort of make an obvious observation here, she got her poles out, and now she's got a 2-mile downhill here. So it's interesting that she didn't take her poles out on that big climb up to Mont-Blanc, but here she's got them out on what will be a gradual downhill for a couple miles.
Yeah, it's an interesting comment there, Debo, and how and when she's using her poles. It seems to be giving her a good set of gears because she's moving pretty well right now.
Elle est repartie. Un élément aussi à prendre en compte, c'est qu'elle est repartie en boitant légèrement. Alors on sait qu'elle a eu un problème à la cheville, donc c'est aussi peut-être un élément à prendre en compte sur la cheville droite. Visiblement, elle a l'air de ne pas avoir une démarche équilibrée. Voilà.
So,
okay, let's listen to what Fred has to say.
11 o'clock. We see the 10 first guys coming in Champais. Xavier Thévenard is always second, just 20 minutes back to Pau-Capelle in Trian. We saw Robert Agenal. He was in good condition. He is. His crew is Jordi Gamito. Jordi Gamito was 3rd last year, and now Robert Agenal is 3rd this year.
So we got a little update there. We've got some updates on our American runners, our male runners that are running just in and out of the top 10. Alex Miller sort of moving down the top 10 ranking.
Andrew Miller.
Sorry, Andrew Miller. And Jason Schlarb, who has really been a diesel engine out there all day, just running his pace. We saw him outside Arnuva with a superb attitude. He wasn't in the race where he wanted to be. He wanted to be farther up the selection, but really happy about it and moved up to 21st.
No, I think that's a great point. Again, going back to the psychology of the event, when we saw excuse me.
From the head station to the next step is Trian. After we just saw Chinese guys, Lou Canoa, Wang Chu Chi, and Joaquim Lopez. Excuse me for my English and for the translation about the name of Chinese guy, but it's not easy. The gap between the first guys and the 10 is approximately 2 hours. We just saw, and we are waiting about the second woman, but we just saw the first one. It's Courtleigh Allwater, who you have seen on the web TV. This girl, she is first, but she gets some problem to eat. She take a lot of time. She drinks, but she have some stomach problems to eat and to get the food. She was going out of the head station, but she gets ankle problem, I think, because she was not walking as normally. We are waiting now for the second woman. It's Mimi Kotka. She is arriving. She is in the climb of Champé, and you saw probably that the Chinese girl Miao Yao dropped in La Folie. So next point, now you can follow the race on the web TV.
So Fred obviously isn't seeing the picture we're seeing, which is the resurrection moment. He was absolutely reporting very accurately what he saw as she left the aid station, but this is classic ultra running. This is a runner, a champion runner that knows how to regroup in low points, and she may be battling stomach issues, but she's turning those stomach issues into calories into her legs, and she's got a great stride going again.
Yeah, she probably welcomes this sort of easy, non-technical downhill grade for a little bit. Keeps her core temperature a little bit lower than when you're burning a little hotter on the climbs. But I want to go back to something you mentioned with Jason Schlarb when we were out on the Grand Col Ferret this morning. His attitude was so great, and I think it really does speak to the importance of the psychological side of the sport as well. You know, we saw other Americans who didn't necessarily have the best attitude, even though they were soldiering on and they had really proud efforts. But Jason was really happy to be out there, and oftentimes that does reflect in being able to move more quickly or negotiate low points, and we see him moving up through the field as a result, almost into the top 20.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is, you know, psychologically getting your head in the space that your body is currently in, and Jason's a great example. I mean, it was like just he was fired up to enjoy that sunrise over the Grand Col Ferret and running well within himself, and now he's moving up.
Yep. So,
all right, it's 17 hours since the start of this race at 6 p.m. Yesterday evening in Chamonix. The time here, the local time, is 11 o'clock in the morning, and this runner is in Switzerland. She's made her way through France, over through the entirety of the length of the course in Italy, now into Switzerland, and headed back to France. This is Courtney Dahlwalter from the United States, and she just came over, as we've been talking about, a rough patch, so to speak, and is headed down to the next climb. This is Randy Gaylord. I'm here with Keith Byrne, Topher Gaylord, and Dylan Bowman. We're going to take a break while we go to the CCC prize giving at the square here in Chamonix.
Great point made here by Keith Byrne regarding Pau's pace over Les Ceps, the top of the second to last climb, which he went over at 11:21. I'm sorry.
Nous avons tous une bonne raison de nous dépasser. Notre motivation peut être évidente, ou pas. Nous avons chacun notre rythme, et chacun notre style. Nous connaissons le prix de l'effort. La performance n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est notre moteur. Et nous ne comptons pas en rester là. Soyons inarrêtables. Iron.fr, le meilleur du running livré gratuitement en 24 heures.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
qui arrive au ravitaillement, plutôt souriant, avec what's going on ahead, in this case behind, and then leave in very good condition. Get back out, like he's ready to go. He knows the race. He knows exactly. This UTMB, and here comes the first. Positionné dans le top 20 actuellement, sachant qu'on attend aussi de très rapidement of moving things around, and like her strategy, or she just didn't eat enough. By no means he said he was going to drop. He's just saying that he's going to like lower his expect towards her husband and just like drive safe. So this shows how confident and in control she is. Nécessaire et qu'il ne faudrait surtout pas emporter avec elle et le remplacer par des gels, des boissons énergétiques, des flasques.
All right, we're back live.
Chaussures.
On descend.
Drinking red wine there, Randy.
You're doing it! Celebrate! Celebrate! You're doing it! I'm so proud of you! Yeah! Good job!
Perfect, perfect. Come on. Keep it done.
So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the UTMB TV live coverage of the UTMB. We are out on the course now. We are with our race leader, so Courtney Dauwalter, having recovered from a tough time in the aid station at Mont-Blanc. She's on her way up to begin the climb up to La Giette. We're still waiting for the second female runner to come into the aid station in Champé, which will be Mimi Kotka from Sweden, who's actually based out here in Chamonix. At the same time, we are absolutely keeping a close eye on this incredible battle between the Spanish athlete Pau Capel and the local hero, the 3 times winner of the UTMB, Xavier Tavenard from France. 20 minutes is the gap, but I think if you're Pau Capel, if there's one person you do not want to be chasing you, that is Xavier Tavenard. So those guys will be coming down into, they've been through Trient, so they'll be coming down to Vallecine just after midday. Midday actually is the closing time for the CCC. Those runners left Courmayeur yesterday morning at 9 a.m. So the guys have been through the night. They are now into day 2 for them, so 24 hours plus, and literally the last hour. So there's a big crew of people down in the sunshine of Chamonix cheering the last heroes in that race. We're going to be getting ready for the winners of the UTMB coming in at 2:45, 3 o'clock. Pau Capel right now is on a sub 20-hour finish, so that's going to be interesting to see if he can maintain that pace. With Xavier behind him, there's a big chance he will, but that's one of the big discussions that Randy Gaylord, Topher Gaylord and Dylan Bowman and myself, we've been kind of talking through this morning. So Toph, welcome back.
Well, right on. I mean, I think this is still just remarkable return for Courtney. I think everyone that was at the aid station there at Champé-Lac will have been giving now Mimi reports that Courtney was really struggling leaving the aid station. We're seeing the contrary. She was struggling leaving the aid station. She had that lollipop in there and sort of reset her mind. Got obviously those calories working in her stomach, and she's making the traverse over to the climb proper of the Bovine. There's still a little bit more traversing. She'll get on a road, and it's just sort of that in-between run hike mode, and you can see now Courtney's just powering up where, even the climb up to Champé-Lac, she was sort of labored on this type of grade. And
it's
she's
almost
just powering
like
up
she's kind of been in the gas station and said, fill her up,
and she's got it going.
Yeah, and the poles, again, I feel like a broken record, but it really, really does help, particularly when you're struggling on these uphill trails and even on the downs and flats sometimes when your legs are 80 miles deep in a very challenging mountain ultramarathon such as the UTMB. It really does make a big difference, and I'm glad to see she brought those out.
So we've got a bit of an update on those of you who are following the U.S. men's race. We've got an update of just the ranking there. Jason Schlarb now has moved into our top ranked American male runner, ahead of Andrew Miller, and then Mark Hammond, Ryan Gelfie, Alex Nichols, and Zach Miller. So that's sort of the lineup of top American runners. At this point, Paul Terranova right in there is the next American male runner behind Zach. So it's interesting when you think about where this race was shaping up in.
It's quite remarkable that with all the talent that the American men brought to this race, that Courtney Dauwalter is the leading American in the field right now. Of course, it's no secret that the American men have had a hard time figuring this race out, and we seem to be getting closer and closer. And then the last 2 years, we've had another tough go. It's not unusual. I mean, this race is very difficult to train for, specifically from the U.S., but another disappointing day for the American men, though we will continue to come back and until we get this thing right.
So whilst we're watching Mimi coming up here, as I saw Hal Corner's post last night, he says, this is the look of a guy who's about to crack open a beer and watch the carnage of the UTMB unfold.
Well, it never disappoints. I mean, this is a race of attrition. every single year. And, there's always about 40 people who can go top 10, and there's only 10 spots, and 30 either fall out for one reason or another, whether it's stomach, whether it's bad legs, whether it's just total and complete fatigue. But, sort of looking here at Mimi rolling along, she's rolling well. I don't know that I would say she's rolling better than Courtney. I actually felt like even Courtney, when she had those lows, was moving downhill a bit better. And it's not to say Mimi's not moving well. It's just I don't know that this is a speed that's making time up on Courtney in any way.
Yeah, she doesn't appear to be moving much faster than Courtney, though you could kind of tell that Courtney was suffering when she was moving through this section. Mimi does look maybe a little bit more comfortable, even if she's not moving a lot faster. And then, again, I think going back to the psychology of the sport, once Mimi gets to the aid station and hears that Courtney was faltering a little bit inside it, she'll get a huge bit of motivation and adrenaline that'll help to propel her towards the finish line, hopefully in an effort to chase down Courtney Dauwalter.
Yeah, it's a great call. I mean, she'll be getting great reports from her crew at Champex-Lac, and that'll be a motivator for her.
Here we're looking at Sylvain Camus, a French runner who has done the many races here at the UTMB over the course of the last several years. His brother Sebastian is also a top runner, and it looks like he's having a bit of a down spell here also in Champex-Lac.
This is where the real kind of efforts of the support crew. Yeah, but Paul Giblin just come in there to the aid station, guys.
And again, going back to something I've mentioned a bunch this week, Champex-Lac is really a crux moment in the UTMB. Given its placement on the course, you've run through the night, it's starting to get warm, and it's the sort of gateway to the hardest part of the course, the last 50K. So it's not uncommon for us to see people struggle at this aid station. Paul looks pretty good, certainly better than Sylvain behind him.
Yeah. He's got thumbs up, and that's what we sort of got at Arnuva as well, as he was climbing up Grand Coffre. He sort of had that same thumbs up attitude.
Yeah, but I think it is important for people who are watching who haven't done this race to understand how difficult of a moment in the race Champex-Lac is. So when we see Courtney faltering there, when we see Sylvain having a hard time, it's not unusual. It's a place where many races meet their demise here at the UTMB.
Yeah, and it's, a lot of people describe Champex-Lac as where the race actually begins, and it's true. If it's close, it's where the elastic is normally broken. Somewhere always between there and Valenciennes. And if it's there's separation, that can be where it just breaks even more.
Look at Mimi here. She's in a little bit of a jogging cadence going uphill. There she breaks into a hike, but she is actually looking pretty strong. I think certainly stronger than Courtney was in this section. So if she's actually feeling strong when she gets to the aid station and hears that there was a bit of weakness displayed on Courtney's part when she was in Champex-Lac, it might give Mimi a big boost of motivation.
Yeah, we'll be kind of looking at that time gap right now. It's still projected to be still at least more than 30 minutes. So it's much bigger than even the gap between Pau and Xavier in the same station.
So is that 30 minutes based on when Courtney came into the aid station or when she left?
I think it's when she left, because they kind of adjust that. So yeah, because that was obviously, there was a bit of time in the aid station recovery.
So again, going back to what we just saw from Xavier at Trient, where he was in and out of the aid station very quickly, we may see a similar strategy from Mimi when she hears that Courtney was there for 10 minutes and was struggling mightily. Yeah. Maybe that's Mimi's cue to, hey, maybe I need to get in and out of this aid station quickly, get that free time that Courtney spent sitting down, and ultimately make up a bit of time or cut into Courtney's lead.
Yeah, I think I think it's a good point, because if you look at Mimi here, she's solid. She's Courtney was suffering. Mimi's I think just moving at a pace that's right for her, and she's probably in a rhythm here.
And this is a difficult moment in the race. I remember this clearly from my 2017 race. I figured when I hit this road, I was at the aid station, and really you have probably, another 5 or 6 minutes and another sort of steep bit of trail before you actually get there. And this late in the race, those little sort of false summits can be especially demoralizing. But here she is breaking into a trot. Courtney walked all of this. So again, I think Mimi's displaying a little bit of extra strength compared to where Courtney was in this section. But we're 75 miles into the race here. So everybody's going to be suffering. It's just a matter to what degree you are suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll it will be a welcome sight for her to come into Champs Lac here.
So we can confirm that Pau's gone through the checkpoint up at Les Eps, so he's kind of now crossed from Switzerland into France. He's on the downhill section all the way down to Vallorcine. There'll be a huge crowd down there, perhaps wanting to cheer Xavier on because we're in France, but they will still give Pau a warm welcome, and then Pau's got one more climb between him and victory in this year's UTMB.
It's very rare I've seen someone roll into Vallorcine first and not hold the lead.
Yeah.
So I think Xavier, unless he really turned on the afterburners on that climb, I think it will be hard if Pau comes in leading at Vallorcine for him to give up that lead.
Yeah. Oh, here's Scotty Hawker here, proud Kiwi, making his countrymen very, very excited, I'm sure, watching this coverage. Scotty,
you had a chance to catch up with him.
I did, yeah. Yeah.
This is claiming Scotty is now third, and so that I'm not sure how reliable that is, because Robert was actually 20 minutes ahead of him. So unless something dramatic has happened to Robert, that might be that Scotty's still in fourth. But we'll go with that.
Man, he looks good.
Yes.
I mean,
to be honest with you, he looked a lot better even than Robert at Arnuva, and he looks even better here. Robert was suffering at, I think, La Folie.
And Scott, same as Powell, we did not expect to see Scott last night so far up the field, and different race strategy for him this time from previous races.
It's interesting. When I spoke to Powell in our pre-race interview, we were talking about the men's field and sort of what we were expecting from certain characters in the field, and he had been training with Scotty a bunch in Tignes in France at high altitude this summer, and he said to me, watch out for Scotty Hawker, and Scotty here looking really, really good, and if he is indeed in third place position and holds it to the finish line, this will undoubtedly be the best performance in his career. So props to Scotty here, looking really, really good late in the race.
I was having some good banter with somebody from New Zealand this morning saying that we're missing a Kiwi presenter in the studio, but then I said we'd have to have some subtitles on the screen. So yeah, that was my joke. So there we go. So yeah, but this is year after Ruth Croft, Scotty's teammate in the OCC. This is another good performance from a Kiwi athlete.
Yeah, we see Paul Gablin on the right there, just trading out shirts, putting his coldest weather kit on, or his warmest, for the hot weather to come for the day. But Scotty looks great running down here, so I think he could solidly keep that third spot if he just keeps rolling.
Right. Yeah, and if Robert is suffering and he did give up that much time to Scotty, chances are his race has gone very sideways. Hope Robert's doing well wherever he is. But Scotty certainly looking like, a little misstep there, but he's moving very quickly, probably just as well as Xavier and Pau through this section.
Even those little cheeky climbs, he was still able to power them. So yeah, this is good. You can see the road there on the other side. That's the road going down to Martigny. Right?
Yep. So he's starting to come around the corner to
Col de la Fourcroix.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out again, Pau is already over the top of the next climb. Xavier is not far behind him. This is truly a race between two men at this point for the victory.
Yep.
And it's not uncommon to have these big gaps. Here's Mimi. Okay, this will be interesting to see her here in the Champ-Lac aid station. Let's see how quickly she can get in and out.
Pounding the liquids as well. I think you can see it's hot.
Répète, je t'ai pas entendu. Oui, moi je suis sur le ravito, je l'ai mis.
I wish we could hear what she's saying here.
Yeah, clearly, my guess is she's getting the updates. The thumbs up is always a good sign. So
Yeah.
I think she's doing well, and obviously drinking well, and eating, and looks pretty relaxed, pretty calm, and totally lucid. So I think she's in good shape.
Yeah, certainly looks better than Courtney did
at this
here.
point.
Yeah, it has been 30 minutes or so since Courtney left the aid station, so that is a big gap with only about 30 miles left to go in the race. But Mimi's energy seems to be a little bit better, and again, if she gets a little boost of energy from hearing reports of Courtney having a problem in there, it could help her move quickly in the next section.
Yeah, and if Courtney keeps moving the way we saw her on that approach to the Bovine, I think it's going to be hard for Mimi. But Courtney also, if you hit a low, the chances are that low could return on you as well. And Mimi will have the course knowledge as well, so she'll know where to push.
What's also interesting, I think, just jumping between the men's and the women's races, so Tom Owens was right with Scotty when they left Champ-Lac, so we're not getting the time checks at the top of La Giette, so we're seeing the guys on the other side, so we've got no idea of finding out what's happened to Robert and also where Tom Owens and Annie Simons are, because they were all super close together. So it's really there could be a really strong fight there for the top, for the third male, and there's 4 guys fighting it out right now.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what that selection is down at the bottom here at Trient.
Oh, so we're getting a feedback that Robert has maybe given up. Tom Owens has also moved ahead of Robert. There we go. It's finally getting some updates now. So Scotty Hawker is in 3rd place, and Tom Owens is at the top of the climb with 7 minutes down on Scotty in 4th place. So Robert's obviously hit some kind of wall. Last year's surprise 2nd place finisher from Romania.
It's not entirely surprising. I mean, he was really running sort of in a little bit of a tunnel vision state when we saw him in Arnuva. So he obviously powered a long way, but it's not surprising to see. He was just running hard, and he wasn't taking. It appeared to be taking the time to sort of regroup. He was just running himself sort of into the ground.
Yeah, he was soaking wet when we saw him in Arnuva earlier this morning, and of the top 5 or 6 men, he was the only one to walk out of the aid station where everybody else was jogging it. So it's unfortunate to see Robert having a tough one today. Again, 2nd place last year, an incredible achievement. And, the sport's hard. You're never guaranteed a good day. He seemed to have had a good 70 miles, but of course, this race is 105, and today, it seems, was not his day.
So Mimi doing her check here, and
So we've got the time check now between Mimi and Courtney leaving the aid station, and it's still heavily in the favor of Courtney. You were kind of talking
49 minutes. Yeah, so that's a big lead.
Yes.
49.
49. Yeah. So at this point, it might take some sort of physical malfunction for Courtney to falter. But again, looking back 2 months at Western States, that stuff can happen in this sport. So Mimi, I'm sure, is not giving up the desire for a potential victory here. And she's looking pretty good, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody's tired, like I said, here at Champ-Lac. But Mimi seems to be calm and composed. She's doing everything right. And she's fully prepared for this brutal last 50K.
Est capable de repousser les limites. Si les concurrents sont préparés pour ce genre.
Yep, here's Scott now coming up to the crowds and the buildings here at the Col de la Forclaz.
And Scotty, who I've known for many years, I saw him in town this week, and he seemed to be in a really, really good headspace.
Yep.
And it's good to see that reflected here on the race course. Oh, there's Ida Nilsson saying hello to her fellow Swedish competitor. Ida has been one of the best in the world over the course of the last few years. I think she was third at the CCC last year, but she's been dealing with injury this year. But she's out there cheering on her compatriot. And fun fact, she and Emily Forsberg and here Mimi Kokta have their own nutrition company that they've started out of Scandinavia. So they're all friends and business partners.
Yeah, and it's good to see her just moving right out of Champ-Lac. I mean, that'll be a motivating factor for her, and just get her legs moving again. And I think she's solidly holding her position. I think we'll get a good indication when we see Courtney come over and catch her on camera coming down to Col de Forclaz.
So just to finish a thought I was about to make with Scotty Hawker, last year he had worked his way up into, I think, 6th or 7th place late in the race. And I think he dropped as late as Valercine. Maybe it was Trion, I can't remember exactly, but Scotty had a big disappointment last year being in the top 10 really late in the race and not being able to close it out. So I'm sure being in 3rd place here, he's going to do everything he can to avoid a similar fate.
Well, he's doing it right now. I mean, he looks super fresh. I mean, there's still a lot of track in front of him, but normally you get to Trient, and if you're feeling good at Trient, you can. I'm not going to say you can smell the barn, but it's getting closer.
So we're about 20 minutes now since Powell came over the top of the second to last climb. So we're just trying to get a time gap on Xavier. At the same time, we will be going live to Valercine quite soon. A partisan French crowd, but I'm sure they'll still give Powell a warm welcome. They're probably not used to seeing Xavier do a race around the Mont-Blanc and actually not be in the lead.
Can't win them all, as they say.
Exactly. So here's Mimi Lakeside in Little Canada, Champ-Lac.
See if any of these guys are catching any fish. It looks like.
Oh, look, she's thinking about getting wet here.
Yeah, she wants more cooling.
So
it's a sign it's hot.
Yep.
And it's also a sign. It's always smart to just take care of your body. These small little micro stops. Some people may look at it as, well, there's 1 minute, there's 30 seconds, but a lot of times it gives you energy back, and you definitely want to keep your core temperature cool if you can. Courtney rolled out, of course, with her full ice pack on the back of her neck, working on that same concept.
Yeah, that was really, really smart. And at most European races, it's difficult to find ice. So
yeah,
I'm not sure exactly what her husband did to secure that valuable resource here for her late in the race. Of course, Courtney, having run Western States many times and other warm races in the U.S., ice is ubiquitous there.
Yeah.
And it's a huge, huge tool for people to keep that core temperature low, which ultimately can lead to not only being able to sustain a much faster pace, but also avoiding things like stomach issues. So cooling off is critical in these 100-mile ultramarathons.
Yeah, and it's good to see Courtney or Mimi's got a great smile on her face. She rolls through Mont-Blanc. These are, if you're feeling good, these are just awesome miles to sort of roll around the lake here.
Yep, and in Mont-Blanc, I think our next runner, so Beth Pascal from the UK, so fourth place previously in UTMB, she should be in the next 20 minutes, and she's been chased down now by Mimi's compatriot, so Kristin Berglund is, let's say, 5 minutes behind, so that's going to be interesting. And Ekaterina Mitayeva, she is in fifth place, so we haven't seen him this morning, but in theory, Dimitri's out there somewhere doing the support crew, having returned the favor, because Ekaterina did the same for him when he came second in the TDS, which feels like it was at least 3 weeks ago, but was actually only 3 days ago now.
Yeah, it is cool, to be able to share this stuff with your partner. And, both Topher and I have been there having our wives, babysit us through these miserable efforts, and to be able to not only run the races, but then to, help the other at the event it's a pretty special thing to share. And it's difficult to really describe it. It's something that needs to be experienced. And actually, in a similar vein, Katie Scheid, an American living here in France, she, I think, is sitting in 7th place now, but her boyfriend, Jermaine Granger, I believe his name is also running UTMB, so they're running it together. And again, it's a cool thing to share.
Yeah, Katie's actually pretty much neck and neck with the Spanish runner Mate Elizondo, so she's finding out 6th and 7th right now.
I think what's also impressive is Rory Bozio moving up the field now in 9th, and she's in top 10, and that's been impressive. We saw her at Notre Dame de la Gorge last night, probably 30th woman. And, in talking with her, she was completely relaxed, just starting that climb up to the Col de Bonhomme, and
so this
happy
is
as could be.
Tom Owens coming into the Col de la Forclaz, so Tom is in 4th place now.
It's a little closer than it's a race for 3rd.
Yeah, definitely. So those two guys passed Robert Heinel from Romania on that section of the course.
And Tom has been such a strong runner over the course of the last 10 years or so, sort of making his name in the fell running scene in the UK, doing a bunch of sky races. Last year he did TDS, the year before he did CCC, and now he's here at the UTMB for his first 100-miler. So it's cool to see Tom Owens 10 years into the game or more, potentially doing his first 100.
Unbelievable.
Where some people do them, right out of the gate. Tom has sort of bided his time. And here he is having an incredible debut at the UTMB on the biggest stage in the world.
Yeah, and for this to be your first 100-miler, I mean, this is just coming to both the world stage and the biggest, toughest beast of a 100-miler that exists out there.
Yeah, and I guess the way to do it then is to ease your way into it with a CCC and a TDS before you take on the big course here at the UTMB. So he was smart with that progression. But yeah, I mean, our friend Paddy O'Leary too, his first 100-miler, and he chose to take a swing at UTMB this year. He's struggling a little bit, but
it looks like he's moving back up through the field, which is great to see. And but boy, he also working through some stomach issues. I think he was fueled by 2 bananas up and over the Grand Col Ferret. That was the only thing he was packing. What we saw leaving Arnuva.
Yeah, he was.
It was sucking diesel, as they would say in his home country, I think. So yeah. So those of you just joining us, this is what everyone has signed themselves up for.
So
and
it's a fast 5 miles down through Les Ouches, up and over the Col de Vos, down into Saint-Gervais. That's a monster descent. You don't want to burn your legs. 10K up the valley to Les Contamines, and then you're hitting the nighttime up through La Gorge, La Baume. This is a big 5,000-foot climb to the Col de Bonhomme. You're in the deep mountains through the dark of the night here to Les Chapeaux, and then you come up and climb to the Col de la Seine and the border with Italy, which is fantastic. The pyramid, you drop down this beautiful valley, pop over the Arête Montfauve down into Col Chacuis, Courmayeur, and then a 2,500-foot climb up to Refuge Bertone. The front runners are through the dark in this section. The mid-packers get a spectacular southern aspect view of the Mont Blanc. The grindy climb over the Col Ferret all the way down, a half marathon down.
Wow.
This long valley, La Folie, all the way down. Finally, a short bump up to Champay-Lac, and then 3 final climbs. The first one, La Guite, a dive down to Trient, and then a climb to Lesseps, and a dive down to Vallorcine. And the sting in the tail is the climb up to Tétavant, La Flagère, and dive back down to Chamonix with a beautiful view of the Mont Blanc.
Topher, that was beautiful,
That
man.
was done,
That
yeah.
was amazing.
170K in 2 minutes, a new course record. So guys, we are now live. Oh no, this is the POW coming down into Trient.
Pow's still looking good here, huh? Oh, is this replay?
Yep, we're on replay right now. But what I can tell you is your POW is almost into Vallorcine, and the time check at the top has gone out. So POW is now 27 minutes ahead of Xavier Thévenard. So that gap is going out. So if POW hears that, that's going to give him a bit more energy on the final climb up the to the Tête au Vent. Here's Courtney with her lollipop heading out of the aid station. There's your summary of our race leaders. Spain, France, New Zealand, UK, Romania, Japan, China, Hong Kong, and Ecuador. That's a fair old lineup in the top 10.
So again, POW is here at Lesseps 26 minutes ahead of the expected pace of the front runner over the top of the second to last climb. That pace for the expected front runner was about 19 hours and 45 minutes, meaning POW is on pace for a low 19-hour race on the true UTMB course. Nobody's ever run it that fast. Really, really incredible day. Xavier is only a couple minutes behind that expected front runner pace, so he's also on pace for a sub 20-hour day. Truly, truly remarkable racing from these two gentlemen.
Qui arrive au ravitaillement plutôt.
Keith Byrne correcting my math. I'm embarrassed. These
No,
guys are...
I fed you first. Come on, I was there. I threw you under the bus on live UTMB TV.
So just to be clear, I was wrong about my math there. These guys are still on remarkable pace, but not low 19 pace. That would be absolutely phenomenal. And on a day like today when it's warm, even more phenomenal, even less likely. But these guys are really out there having a good battle.
Or she just didn't eat enough. By no means he said he was going to drop. He's just saying that he's going to lower his expectations towards her husband and just drive safe. So this shows how confident and in control she is. Nécessaire et qu'il ne faudrait surtout pas emporter avec elle et le remplacer par des gels, des boissons énergétiques, des flasques.
Avec plaisir.
Chaussures.
On descend.
Here we are live again watching Tom Owens.
Fourth place runner coming into Trient, right?
Je suis ressorti de la forêt, le signal doit être bon. J'arrive à Trient. Mon coureur Tom a un peu mal au genou, mais on va y aller. Straight.
Yeah, you're watching live UTMB. This is the full round of the Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc on UTMB TV. We're watching live. This is the
fourth place runner. Fourth place runner. Tom Owens from the UK.
Tom Owens from the UK coming in to the next aid station.
Yeah, we're going to be doing split screen shortly to Vallocine, where we're going to be seeing Pau Capel. So that's coming in the next few minutes.
We've got a big crowd here to give you the minute-by-minute race highlights as provided to us by the great production team here. That's Pau Capel.
Here we go, live.
Oh, he looks
excellent.
Smart.
Yeah, he's kind of
he looks great.
Chipper, yeah.
Chipper is the word.
Wow,
that's impressive.
The later we get in the race, the louder Depa gets to our left here in the studio. He, of course, is a proud Spaniard celebrating the victories of his countrymen, both Pablo Villa in the TDS on Wednesday, Luis Alberto Hernando in the CCC yesterday, and it looks like Pau here is just having an unbelievable UTMB performance as he drops into Vallorcine, the final large aid station of the day where you can see your crew and resupply for the final climb of the day.
And on your left, you see Beth Pascal approaching the Champelac aid station.
Look at him go!
Oh,
this is incredible!
Yeah, he looks like he's running the CCC.
Wow.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh!
There's nothing ginger about this at all.
For those people who don't know Pau Capel, he's the consummate showman. He's an extremely charismatic guy. He's only in his mid to late 20s. He's got plenty of years left here, and showing obviously just an incredible performance on a really tough day. It's a hot morning here in the Alps, and Pau seems to be totally unfazed, living in Barcelona, where I think it can get quite warm. He's in his element here, and he's looking great.
Oh yeah,
showing great balance on the technical descent here.
Tom Owens on your right and Pau Capel on your left.
So Pau started his season this year by winning Trans Gran Canaria for the 3rd time. He then went to a 100-mile race in Patagonia on the Ultra Trail World Tour, won that by 3 hours. He then won the Mozart 100K in Austria in June. So he's got 3 really long races in his legs this season. Some people might expect him to be tired. Oftentimes that can just give you that deep strength that you need actually for the late stages of a 100-mile race like the UTMB, because running these downhills this hard with roughly 90 miles in your legs is really only possible with the ultimate level of strength and fitness, and it looks like Pau has built that up over the entire season, and he's really negotiating this downhill extremely well.
Yeah, this is amazing performance. While we're watching Pau, I can just let you know that Beth Pascal is the 3rd female into Champex-Lac. So Beth is about 90 minutes down on Mimi Kotka. So Beth from the UK, so that's our 3rd woman in there. And also, as we've got 5 language channels running here, so we've got Spanish, French, we've got English, obviously we've got Chinese and Japanese. No Italian coverage, so we've got people like Giorgio Saviani Tofa saying hi, and he's cheering on Pau now, so he's got some great memories of his days at the UTMB.
So on the right, Beth Pascal. Well, we just cut away, but she's taking her time in the aid station there at Champex-Lac.
I expect a huge crowd down in Vallecine now, this kind of time of day. So this is going to give Pau a lot of energy as he does this kind of the false flat all the way up to Col de Monte.
So rewinding back to 2017, there was, I think, 4 of us in this aid station at Vallecine together really, really late in the race, including Pau Capel, Xavier Tavnard, myself, Jim Walmsley, I think, was there at the same time too. So I think Pau will be much happier to have the entire aid station to himself and a little bit less stress between himself and the finish line.
Yeah, all the hikers on the trail are happy to get out of his way and give him yield here to Pau Capel.
This is the
right.
4th place woman. This is Christine Berglund. She's just about to get into the aid station at Champex-Lac as well. So she's kind of chasing Beth Pascal down for that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, she'll only be 3 or 4 minutes behind. Anything can happen. Good amount of distance still to go. A lot of support here for Pau Capel out on the trail from people as they see him go by. Boy, it shows you the heat. What a fortunate year for people to wear singlets in a race in the mountains like this is just fabulous.
So here we are now down right by the river. There's going to be a bridge crossing, and then he's going to head into the ever-growing town of Vallecine, ever since they put in the cable car there that goes up onto the Latour ski area. This could be Seb Chagnot in front. Seb doing his covering the miles this weekend with a camera to stay in front of the runners, so we get this amazing footage for everybody around the world.
Seb stops by the studio at the end of his runs. If we have the chance, we'll invite him in to tell us what it's like to be out there in front of this group. Try to stay ahead of these runners as they're just so brave, fearless coming downhill. Forces him to do the same.
So Champex-Lac on your right, Vallecine on your left. So Switzerland on your right and France on your left.
Okay, these are the barriers. This is the way in to the aid station at Vallecine.
And right on time with our little system algorithm, expecting Pau into this aid station at just before midday.
Yeah, wow, right on time.
So we're going to mark down the time that he comes in here.
Tell you what, the Japanese runner Masatoshi Obara, he's kind of moving up the field. He's now up to 5th at Le Giet. We've not seen a Japanese runner that high up kind of since Kabaraki's heyday. So Kabaraki's out on the course this year. He's celebrating his 50th birthday. So I know you guys probably saw him at some point overnight. Do you see him, Toph and Dylan?
I haven't seen Kabaragi all week, though.
Right.
I've bumped into many of my friends from Japan here in Chamonix, and I've made sure to tell each and every one of them to say hello to Kabaragi for me.
I saw him in this, he was super sharp the other day. I saw him wearing this super sharp suit.
Oh,
so,
of course.
So I guess he was looking Ali Bilouis. Wow, great crowds here at the railway station in Vallorcine for the leader. This is great.
Big crowds here in Vallorcine.
Wow,
I'm sure this is really helping Pau power through what is a hot and extremely difficult event.
That's all just one wash of the face? Oh my gosh.
Now that's a good idea with the sponges in that trough. That's going to be perfect for the runners today.
The word here is that Pau Capel has decided to put his mark on this race today.
And again, Pau is a showman, you know. He's kind of like Zach Miller in that, like, when people are around, he sort of thrives, you know. He thrives with the spotlight on him. And I'm sure he enjoys putting on a show, and he clearly is for the fans of the sport here in Chamonix and watching online. A true champion of the sport, just putting on a clinic today.
So Kristin Berglund from Sweden just about to do her mandatory kit check on the exit to the Champelag aid station.
Now, has Beth Pascal left the aid station here?
Good question. Not sure. I guess that might be why we're focusing on this, because so let's see if we've got any intel on that one. Quite possibly yes, but there's like 3 minutes between the two of them. It was 5, so maybe that explains why Kristin was in and out fairly quickly there. She's trying to keep that gap down to as small as, so 3-minute gap as she leaves to chase down Kristin. Those two, so Beth Pascal 23 minutes down on Mimi, and Mimi is almost 45 minutes behind Courtney Dauwalter.
So just observing Pau here, I mean, he's got life in his eyes. You know, sometimes you can sort of see somebody, if they're sort of staring off into space, looking kind of hollow and totally exhausted. Pau does not look that way. I mean, he still looks calm and composed. He looks like he could do a second lap after he gets to Chamonix.
Well, you know what? I think he's going to be doing a lot of high fives up and down that finish area if he's still there, if he can win this.
Oh, changing his shirt. Yep. Honestly, for those watching at home who've never been in this situation, I can't tell you how wonderful of a feeling it is to change your shirt late in a race. And so Pau is taking off what I'm sure is a quite wet and sweaty and potentially uncomfortable top. Switching it out for a bright yellow, pretty slick looking North Face top here. And looks like he's almost on his way out. Again, his girlfriend Marta, just to shout her out, she is just a consummate pit crew partner, and it can't be overstated how important it is to have somebody like that on your team in these races to get you in and out of the aid stations, give you what they know you need, and just the moral support and the morale boost that you get from seeing them.
The crowds here on
few words exchanged between her and him. Just all business every step of the way. Terrific.
So now we have, I think, like a 2-mile gently climbing sort of wider track up to the Col de Monte, where you then cross the road and begin the proper climb up the Tête Avant. And even though it looks pretty flat, it is one of the most flat sections on the course. It is an uphill trajectory the whole way. And so if your legs are compromised in any way, it's really hard to keep a solid rhythm here. And Pau, again, looking, as fresh as ever.
Pau looks like, he's got the same stride he had rolling down to Les Houches right now, just about. I mean, it's impressive, and this is the pace and stride of a likely champion here.
Yeah.
And, I expect Xavier will come in and he'll be the consummate pro as well. And he's not going to give a single inch. And he's going to ensure that Pau earns this victory today.
Yeah, we're going to see Xavier here into Vallecine in about 20 minutes. And we saw it in Champellac. You watch the volume of the crowd. It will be probably 2 times higher than Pau. And that's no disrespect to Pau. That's just probably more respect to Xavier.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Boris?
And obviously, if you can run it, you can put enormous time on those behind you, or and if you've got people in front of you, usually it's an opportunity to reel them in. So he's doing great here.
Yeah, he looks really good. And again, just a reminder, Pau has run 92, 95 miles at this point. And just the slightest uphill undulations like this here we're seeing live. I mean, it's so easy to just break into a hike there. And Pau just tiptoeing up and clearly still has a lot of life left in his legs. And at this point, you really can start to feel like you're getting close. You still have a huge climb separating you and the ultimate reward of the finish line in Chamonix. But you're really starting to feel like you're getting there. And that momentum helps with your psychology, helps with your morale, and just makes those last miles click off a little easier. In the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be, he's going to be... He's going to be in celebration mode soon. Not yet. He's all in game day mode and focused, and obviously he'll stay focused right to the finish. But there's no chinks in his armor that would tell us that he's got risk of relinquishing this lead. He will find enormous heat sort of on that south flank of that final climb, and so probably that's in terms of like variability, the one last variable that he'll probably have to contend with. I mean, obviously it's a very rocky climb and rocky traverse before sort of a rooty and rocky descent, but nothing he hasn't experienced all day.
Yeah. And again, I think the heat is something that Pau is familiar with, living in Spain, training in Barcelona. So, it's similar to how
11, 12, and we've largely had pretty solid years. That is always fun. The next generation kind of coming in, running a few meters with Pau, champion, and that's something they'll remember forever. It's fun. This morning we were in Arnuva, and there's a young Italian kid there, probably 14 years old, and he's a big American fan. Was waiting for Tim Tollefson, and he's talking to Dylan, and Dylan said, where have you been tonight? He said, well, I've been to Col-de-la-Seine, which is the border of France and Italy. I've been to Courmayeur, and now I'm here at Arnuva, and it's how could I miss it? It's the best week of the year.
And he was planning to go up the Grand Col Ferret with Tim Tollefson, and who knows, maybe he ended up doing it with a different runner during the night. But it was so cool to chat with him and just see the enthusiasm of the next generation, and see somebody living in the Aosta Valley in Courmayeur, somebody of his age, just being so in love with the sport, into following all the athletes, and just thriving in the environment and atmosphere of the UTMB.
Yeah, it's cool. It makes you realize the next generation of ultra running is alive and well, and it's just great to see this next generation so fired up on mountain running, mountain racing.
Yeah.
So those of you joining now, trying to work out who's making all the noise and kind of giving you updates, we've got Dylan Bowman here. So Pau Capel's kind of colleague in Team the North Face. We've got Topher Gaylord, the highest ranked American runner ever to finish the UTMB way back in 2003.
For another year,
for another year.
So you can come back again next year now, Toph.
Okay, well... It's the Americans are. It hasn't been without trying. We brought the most incredible American runners through the 17 years, and we've obviously had enormous success with our women American champions, and it looks like we're on track for likely another American champion, a new likely American champion on the women's side today.
Which would be the fourth in the history of the race. Of course, Chrissy Mail won, Nikki Kimball has won, Rory's won a couple of times. Total, I think, of 5 victories, did you say?
Two for Chrissy, two for Rory, and 1 for Nikki. Mm-hmm. And then if Courtney keeps going, that would be 6 out of 17 editions of the UTMB. If you add in Lizzie's 5, that's 11 from the Brits and the Americans for the women.
So it looks like Pau's taking a little bit of a walk break here. You can't, blame him for that. Again, after 95 miles of very difficult racing, looks like he might be trying to reach for some nutrition or electrolytes or something in his waist belt. But oftentimes, this is all you need here. It's a slight uphill trajectory. You're not going to be losing much time. It helps to just sort of use different muscles for walking than jogging, and just take a quick little break, get your heart rate a little bit lower, and then there he is breaking into a jog again, using the poles for support. And he's looking really untouchable today.
Yep. So on your right-hand side here is kind of like the small town of Le Bouet. And then up here, Pau is going to head left onto the Col de Monte, and then right up onto that right-hand side, onto the shoulder of that the rock you see in front of you. And then that is the beginning of the final climb up to the Tête au Vent, then the rather technical rolling traverse to the ski resort of La Flégère, and then it's downhill. There'll be a big crowd up there today because there's cable car access as well as a good hike up from Chamonix.
Well, actually, the La Flégère is under construction this
right
year.
Now. Yes.
So everyone that goes up there to see Pau and give him a high five, they got to earn it. Yeah. They got to earn it.
We got Yvonne Camps walked into the studio here. Again, the Spaniards are being obnoxious and bragging about their success. Yvonne Camps finished 4th at the CCC yesterday. And Depa and his fellow media personalities here from Spain are quite proud of their countrymen.
It's been a big week for the Spaniards.
Oh, yes.
Enormous.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, we talked a lot about the Americans coming into this year's UTMB. We talked a lot about the Chinese contingent. And I think the Spaniards are running away with this year's edition of the UTMB. Again, winning the TDS on the men's side with Pablo Villa, the CCC on the men's side with Luis Alberto Hernando, and I'm forgetting the name of the second place woman from the OCC who finished behind.
Was it Gemma? Was it Gemma?
Yes, Gemma.
I think it was Alcazar. Yeah, yep. Gemma Alcazar, yeah.
Well, if Pau hangs on to this, and it looks like he will, it will be known as probably the most aggressive UTMB in history. And, he took it out so strong in such a committing way. Most people, some people might even call it reckless. And it's paying huge dividends for him now because he looks also to be on track perhaps on this full course to go under 20 hours.
No, we
21, yeah.
we 21.
Oh,
so
21. Okay.
We kind of got our numbers mixed up.
Okay.
There. We were
Okay.
getting carried away with the moment.
These guys have been in the studio for days and days, so I'm going to blame that for my bad math. But yeah, nonetheless, on the full course to run.
We're at 18 hours of race time now. That was actually pretty much the finishing time of Pablo Gonzalez in the TDS, which was a 146K course with 9,100 meters of climbing on a very technical course. So the UTMB now have created two really, really hard and tough races.
Yeah. And just going back to Topher's point, the style in which Pau is winning the race this year is really phenomenal. I mean, leading to Les Zouches and then having a 20-minute lead over the top of the Bonhomme, or wasn't it something in that neighborhood?
It was already.
Just an incredibly aggressive style. And, you know, they say in endurance sport that the rabbit rarely wins the race, and Pau has been the rabbit all day. And I mean, he is just really putting a clinic on with the rest of the men's field today. And again, you know, UTMB has a small piece of history in every edition of it, but this one will really go down in history, assuming he is able to hang on to the finish line, racing in this style, leading wire to wire, and just looking untouchable the whole time, really showing no vulnerability whatsoever. I'm sure he's dealt with some low points, but they've been not obvious to us.
So yeah, I think we're just going to have a quick break and we'll be back pretty damn soon.
The Chamonix-Mont-Blanc Valley mirrors the nature that surrounds it. Mythical, authentic. Drawn towards the sky by its pinnacles and legendary peaks, Chamonix is the natural birthplace of incredible adventures. From the beginning, it is here that the pioneers embarked to conquer the summits. It is here that mountain history is written. Whether you are looking to challenge yourself or rejuvenate your soul, the Chamonix-Mont-Blanc Valley reinvents itself every day, inviting you to live your very own adventure. Open the way.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
So guys, welcome back here. We're kind of following Pau Capel as he makes his way up to the Col de Monte before the final climb up to the Tête au Vent, and then eventually the descent down to Chamonix. So right now he is looking odds-on favourite to I guess, well, to win the UTMB, but to also win it in a unique, we were just looking on the screen now, Pau has, you're at the beginning, if you remember the start from yesterday, Chi Min went off straight out of the guns. Pau, he then waited for Pau. Pau then took the lead before Les Houches, and Pau, you know, it's the first time that anyone's actually taken the lead from Les Houches all the way through to the finish line.
And for the rest of the race, the numbers for Pau are looking really good. What we're seeing is that Xavier has increased his speed on the downhills in an effort to catch Pau, but Pau has maintained or also created a margin on the uphills, and given the balance of uphill time versus downhill time, we think that favors Pau from here to the finish.
At this point, Randy, I think it really would take a severe injury or a wrong turn for Pau Capel to not make it to the finish line. And he's pretty much going to have fans and supporters all along the trail, all the way into Chamonix. So I wouldn't expect him to get lost, although I don't want to jinx anything. And yeah, he's looked strong and healthy all day. But your point is a good one. I mean, Xavier, I'm sure Pau is still feeling the pressure from him from behind. We should probably expect Xavier into Vallorcine here any minute, because Pau left, I think, roughly 20 or 25 minutes ago, and that's been kind of the gap to Xavier, at least for the last several hours of the race. So assuming Xavier's sort of maintained his pace, we should see him through Vallorcine here pretty soon. And certainly Pau has taken nothing for granted here, and he's not going to slow down a step.
No, it's just what's this kind of excitement makes is the new part of the Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc, the full round. There is no just following along the runners and expecting them to arrive first in Chamonix. We get to watch it unfold live.
But you can
go on. Sorry, Debo.
I was just going to say, you can see the road here to the right, so that probably indicates that we're getting close to the road crossing where Pau will begin the final climb of the race in earnest up to the Tête au Vent. Sorry, Keith.
No, just saying that we're very fortunate as well as cheering on Pau and watching this performance. How many countries are actually on social media right now getting excited about their runners in the top 10? We have the Hong Kong runner in 10th place, so Ho Chung Wong is literally 2 minutes down on the Ecuadorian runner, so Joaquin Lopez, and then also the Chinese runner Lo Canhua. Then we've got Andy Simmons in 7th. We've got the Japanese runner Masatoshi Obara in 6th. Robert still there in 5th. The Romanian Tom Owens. Then we've got Scotty Hawker. So yeah, this is a fantastic mixture, and everyone's getting excited for various different reasons. It's a great mixture.
It is really what makes the UTMB so cool. The best runners from every country descending upon the Chamonix Valley every August, and we get to see these very international top 10s in virtually every race. And yeah, it looks like 9 countries represented here in the top 10 today.
Yeah, and also at the same time, let's not forget Courtney Dauwalter. Courtney right now is 14th scratch overall, so she's about 45 minutes ahead of Mimi Kotka in the women's race, and 14th overall. So out of 2,542 people that left Chamonix last night.
All right, continued support on the trail for Pau Capel. What are they saying out there? What do the Spaniards say? Vamos, vamos, vamos.
Venga, venga, animo, animo.
Ale, ale.
They also say, oh, look, we just won another race.
Yeah, here we are approaching this road crossing here.
Yeah, should be a good crowd up here.
Big crowds, yep.
And the cowbells, Randy, so it's Pau Cowbell, as we've been calling him, or I've been calling him for a big chunk of the race.
Yeah, since that turn, we saw him make a turn up the climb to Col de Vosa, where everybody was putting the big cowbells between their legs and everything, and that became the Pau Cowbell. And then
it's not done him any harm.
Nope.
And we still haven't seen Xavier descend into Valorsine. There we go, taking a little deviation here.
Knows their way around the mountain. All right.
Oh yeah. So I guess there is the old road, and this is the main road, absolutely packed with cars right now.
This
and
must
then,
be the bicycle making his way up.
Powell's going to appear on the left-hand side, a little bit further up here. But wow, this is the tail end of the summer holidays here around the Mont Blanc. And yep, Powell is probably going to appear on our left any second now. Hey Toph, is this going to be another loop of the UTMB course? He did it so well last time. No, maybe we were just catching our breath before we go back to Valorsine.
Maybe they're handing the camera off to whoever's going to take it up the Tête Avant.
All right, looks like we're going to get a little break here. This is the UTMB Ultra Trail Mont Blanc. Stay tuned. We will have a finish in about an hour and a half. No, 2.5 hours. We are back live with a position update on the women's race and a position update on the men's race. We're expecting the second man, Xavier Thévenard from France, to enter Valorsine at any moment now. The predicted time was 12:22. The local time is 12:22. And he should be in sight anytime now. But look at that international group and all those flags. All right, Pau Capel walking along with supporters and friends. Anybody who will walk with them. Oh, he's getting a lot of energy from the crowd here.
There's some positive banter going on with Pau and his entourage, his fans. So this is a good sign.
So just so the spectators understand this is Marta here on his right, his crew chief, his girlfriend. They are allowed to provide, I guess, emotional support here at the road crossing, but they aren't allowed to provide any nutritional or hydration support. So here's Xavier descending into Valorsine. Man, he must be close to a good 30 minutes behind Pau at this point.
I think so, yeah.
And so again, Pau appears to be on his way to his first victory here at the UTMB, while Xavier, still looking strong, negotiating this technical downhill, appears to be on his way to a proud second place finish and another incredible performance here at the UTMB series. Something to be really, really proud of.
So he's across the road now, and here it goes.
2 secondes. 2 secondes parce qu'après je le rattrape pas.
Yeah, there is this section here is actually some kind of protected reserve, so they have to. So I don't know why that guy was kind of stopping the cameraman. So there's some kind of agreement to allow the race to go through this section of the course. So
the cameramen wear a armband to identify them.
So
well, maybe they're not allowed to film for a small section there.
Yeah, because he had a kind of no kind of filming thing. So, but I think that's some kind of agreement with that section of course that they have to have permission to go through.
Here's Xavier checking his watch. I'm sure he knows his split into this aid station to the second. And
well done to our camera guy for negotiating the.
Okay, another goot, another gel, I should say. We don't know what brand he has, but another gel to make this climb. On the left, Xavier Thévenard entering Valorsine.
And look at these young French runners cheering on their French hero, Xavier Thévenard.
They almost have the same gait that he has. It's really interesting.
Well, they are mimicking and looking up to an idol of the sport in their country and in the world. Xavier, of course, 3-time champion here at the UTMB. He won the TDS, he's won the CCC, he's won the OCC. He's won darn near everything in the Chamonix Valley, including the 90K of Mont-Blanc. And he seems to just have this terrain dialed. He must feel so at home here.
Za, droite, za. Za.
Allez, super. Bien, Xavier, c'est bon là. Commence à compter, c'est bien. Bravo.
Xavier, much loved by the UTMB crowd.
On your right, Paul Capel. On your left, Xavier Thevenard. In second place, Paul is in first place on his last climb. Very technical climb, but he's just taking it one step at a time. Terrific.
I think just to put the context of the front two runners, put the performance of these two into context, they're an hour ahead of Scotty Hooker.
Wow.
There or thereabouts. So yeah, so that is how hard those two have been pushing each other.
Yeah.
Keith, have you estimated the rival in Chamonix?
Kind of, but then I've been kind of messing up my numbers. I think my brain's going. I think the forecasted time was 2:45. Pau is running about 15 to 30 minutes, so it's going to be 2:15 there or thereabouts as it stands right now. So that would be a 20 hour plus kind of time, which is in this heat and under this kind of pressure, and also leading from the front for the whole start. That would be an impressive performance.
So if you're out there watching the English channel and you want to be at the finish line to watch this happen live, then we'd welcome you to come down here, and we think 2:15 would be a good time. That's what we're saying right now. And that's a little bit ahead of what you might see printed elsewhere as the estimated time.
Okay, you see Pau here double pulling up what is a steep and technical trail up to the Tête Avant in the heat of the day. Got the sunglasses on his head, but doesn't seem to be bothering him much. So again, just looking really, really strong here. Xavier's got what looks like an ice bandana around his neck, again, helping with heat mitigation, which ultimately will make for a much more comfortable and quicker performance for these athletes when they keep their core temperature down. So
he's ready to go. He wants out.
So Xavier, it looks like, is now about 32 minutes behind Pau Capel out of Valourcine. That's the biggest gap we've seen all day. So again, we've sort of been expecting Pau's lead to deteriorate over the course of the race as the kilometers wore on, as the vertical climbing and descending wore on. Given his aggressive pace early, you'd expect to see him sort of pay for those early efforts with a deterioration of his lead. In fact, he's been able to increase that lead, which again is just wildly, wildly impressive. I think the lead at the previous aid station was about 25 minutes. So Pau managed to gain an extra 8 minutes over Xavier on that section between Triant and Vallorcine. So again, Pau just putting on an absolute dominant performance today and looking incredibly strong here on the final climb.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Pau. He's been told what roughly the gap is, and now he's got a visual all the way back down towards the Col de Monte and then back to Vallorcine. Pau can see now that there is a kind of gap. I just saw some of these kind of support crew up there kind of cheering him on. So this is Xavier now on the section between Vallorcine and Col de Monte.
And Xavier is moving well, so it's not as if
no,
he's not moving well. He's just Pau put all that time in early, and that was the gamble he took, and it's really, they've run it probably if we do the analysis and you look at it, they've run pretty consistent splits all the way to probably Triant.
Yep.
And then he's opened up a little bit more of a gap. So he opened up a gap probably of close to 20 minutes by the top of Col de Bonhomme, and then again a little bit more of a gap. But they've been running pretty consistent all day long, and you see it reflected here. I mean, Xavier is running a super strong race.
He is, and just to go back to something I said earlier, I mean, Xavier is sort of somebody who always looks the same. He always looks steady and even, and in that aid station, you could tell a little bit that the kilometers had worn on him a little bit in the heat of the day, whereas Pau looked really invincible. And, it goes to show, I mean, Xavier's having what would otherwise be a dominant winning performance again here in the Chamonix Valley, only to be upstaged by a really class athlete in Pau Capel. So it's not that Xavier is, hurting or necessarily imploding. He's really been steady all day and will ultimately end up with an incredible time and performance, but Pau is just untouchable.
Yeah, and you see these guys, Pau's climbing this southern flank up to and towards Tête de Vent and then just down into La Flagère, and this is a grinder. It's hot. But you can see the wind blowing there a little bit, so that'll be refreshing for him. And he's hammering. He's all business. And Xavier will be just back behind him, running up that valley, but he won't even be looking back. He knows he's got plenty of gap there.
Yeah, Michel Paletti, the race director, had the idea in 2009. Hey, I think all the runners should get to see the majesty of the Argentière Glacier before they reach Chamonix. So I'm just going to throw in this little extra climb, because previously they used to kind of go down towards Argentière and go rolling in a bit of a kinder way. So this is Michel Paletti's gift to all the runners.
Thank you for the sting in the tail, Michel. All the runners really, really appreciate it. And in about another couple of switchbacks, probably another 5-10 minutes max, Pau will start to get a peekaboo view of the entire Massif on the Chamonix side of the valley. Spectacular.
Topher, would you say this is one of the most technical sections of the entire course?
It really is. I mean, it's in terms of duration. There are other, short hits of technical terrain, but actually this climb itself has got a lot of rhythm breaking sort of rocks and just high steps and rhythm breaking sort of terrain. And then once you actually get up to the top of the climb proper, it's the best I can describe it is it's sort of a cross between a flat talus and scree field that's sort of had a trail carved out in there, but it's a lot of like really rhythm breaking type of footing all the way to La Flagère, and then you're greeted with just rocks and roots down the La Flagère descent. So there's really nothing that is clean, sort of mindless running until you get to La Floria.
La Floria.
And you can see it here. I mean, this is actually, sometimes this type of terrain can be all right if you're feeling fresh, because you place your feet exactly on a solid piece of rock and you don't have any of that slipping and sort of soft dirt, but it's still taxing. But he's making great work of this. I mean, Pau's just got all the energy and knowing he's going to be UTMB champion. And I expect once he makes the lip of this has got a couple of false summits. He's not quite to them yet, but it sort of arcs over, and he's probably got like 10 more minutes maybe of tough climbing, and then the balance of the climbing is still there's a bit more climbing to go, but it just sort of rolls over at the top of this climb. This is a grinder right here.
Yeah, I'm sure Pau is really starting to visualize this finish line here. For those who follow Pau online, they know he's a true professional in the sport. He's always training, always doing the little stuff, always in the gym, always focusing on his rest and his nutrition. And he's a coach as well, so he remains busy outside of being a pure athlete. So that's always something I like to see and admire in my competitors as well. He's an incredibly charismatic, friendly gentleman of an athlete, and it's just great to see him have such a great race here today.
So many times in long 100-mile races, you create this incredible camaraderie and bonding with the runners you're running with, and there's the back and forth. Today, Pau had none of that. Like, Pau ran basically solo.
Yeah.
He had that at the start, and probably a few high fives, there in Chamonix, and then it's been all a solo show on the trail. Of course, with the exception of probably his closest people have been the camera crew he's had with him coming and going, but a totally different experience for him today.
I think it's a really good point, Toph, and something worth emphasizing, just how difficult of a style this is that he's racing in, and how stressful it is to be the race's leader from start to finish, and to constantly be thinking about the competitors behind you and knowing how strong and the level of competitors that are behind you, and to still have the courage to push at the level that Pau has all day. It really takes a specific mindset, something that probably isn't easily coached. It has to be something natural within you that Pau seems to have, and knowing him a little bit as I do, he is somebody who's driven and motivated by greatness. He wants to be recognized as one of the best in the world, and there's no better stage to do that than winning the UTMB, and he's well on his way, and this will of course launch Pau into the next stratosphere in the sport.
No question. And you think about it, he lined up with some of the absolute best 100-mile runners in the world just 18 and a half hours ago, and he had to believe in himself when he went out hard like that, and just never and believe in himself that he could do it. And to your point, you've got so many of these runners that will take any weakness to hunt you down.
Right. And of course, it's just such a risky game that he's been playing. When you're going that hard, the consequence isn't necessarily that I might blow up and not win the race. The consequence is I might blow up and not make the finish line, and I might compromise the rest of my season. I might, injure myself. But when you are driven by greatness, driven by the victory and being one of the best in the world, it takes that mindset to win this race, and it's great to see Pau sort of having that pay off for him.
Yeah, and that's what this edition of the UTMB, in this champion performance will be remembered by. It's just a little flat section, then it kicks again. He's still got a fair amount, probably another 8 minutes more, maybe more, maybe 10 minutes more of like really steep climb in here. And you see these people above him. That's his trail that he's heading up to.
He's making quick work of that vertical, looking back down the valley where he came from.
He is. Here we go. All right. Xavier getting a little trail love. He's not paying any attention. He's just powering ahead there. And here you see now Powell's starting to get those payoff views.
Amazing. And this is one of the things that makes the UTMB just so spectacular. Not only do you have the best athletes in the world circumnavigating an iconic peak, not only do you have just incredibly difficult trails in a world-class course, one of a kind, but you also have fans all along the course.
Yeah.
You have that Tour de France atmosphere. You have people supporting you. And, I think that's just what makes the UTMB so special. And we've been talking a lot over the last couple of days, Toph, about this race. And, we've been here for a week now, just soaking it in. Neither one of us participating this year, but just admiring what the UTMB organization has put together, and this year's iteration is no different. They were blessed with some good weather, which makes it all the more enjoyable for the fans of the sport to be out cheering for these athletes all day and night. But this is the best stage, the biggest stage, and the best race in the world, in my opinion. And props to the organizers for putting it together every year for us.
Yeah, I've been coming here out of the 17 years that the UTMB series of races have been here. I've run now, or I've been here 16 of those 17 years.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
And I've run in 12 editions of 11 UTMBs and 1 TDS, and I still can't get enough. Every year I come back, it's just it's so fantastic. And now I say I come here to snack on the mountains during UTMB week versus the all-you-can-eat buffet at the end of the week, which these guys are getting after with a UTMB effort. I used to have to starve myself of the mountains all week and then just take it in all one giant bite around the mountain. And now I enjoy coming and taking in all the atmosphere. But, there's a part of me that I see these guys running and I just want to be out there and be a part of the race. So
yeah.
I'll have to talk Kim into that for maybe a comeback in the 20th.
Kavaragi did it for his 50th birthday. Why are you so lazy?
All right.
Hey, so guys, we at some point we will be going to split screen again. We're going to be able to see Courtney coming down off La Giette. So we haven't seen Courtney since she came out of the aid station at Champex-Lac, having recovered using the magical lollipop, as it would seem. So it's going to be interesting to see how she's doing and how she's looking, having not seen her for such a long time. I can also tell you that Katie Scheider's been through Champex-Lac, so Katie is 7th, and Beth Pascal we already knew was 3rd, Mimi Koch 2nd, so that's your top 3. But Courtney is roughly a 1 hour gap. It kind of depends on how she's been moving, and that's what we need to find out at the top of La Giette.
Yeah, we've been focused on the men's race here for a little while, obviously with the top 2 runners getting really close to the finish line. But Courtney as well is matching Pau's performance as well in the women's race. And I'm excited to get back over to see how that's going here shortly.
And a little shout out to those people who are tracking Craig Thornley. He's the Western States race director. He had a goal of getting back. There's a UTWT meeting on Sunday morning at 8:30. So it's Saturday at 12:30, and right now he looks like he's on track to make that meeting. He's making good progress. He's at Refuge Bertone, so he's getting that epic south side of the mountain. But he's going to get.
I wonder how much he's going to partake in that meeting. He's just been slumped in the corner.
He's truly getting that all-you-can-eat buffet. He's gorging on the mountains here, and he's going to get plenty of time to enjoy them.
Well, it's great to see that as well. And it's similar with Michel Poletti, who, of course, sort of came up with this concept to have Craig Thornley, the race director of the Western States 100, what is unquestionably the best 100-miler in the U.S., out here running the UTMB, being part of the sport where you make your living, as a race director, actually getting out on the courses and completing the races. It's something I think is really cool and admiring these guys. And I certainly hope to still be out there doing laps around the Mont Blanc, in my more advanced years as well.
Right on. Well, and it's cool too. I think it helps the sport preserve the sort of the integrity and the authenticity of the sport, and it also helps. Craig will learn a lot about the differences between the European style and the U.S. style when he's out there running around the Mont Blanc, and Michel has run Western States as well, and I think that the two are very different events, but they are helping build the trail running community and the ultra running community in a really cool way on two separate continents.
Yeah, being able to learn from each other's events and to see it from a racing perspective, take tidbits and maybe apply it to your own event. I'm sure it's a valuable thing for them as well. Probably much more valuable than sitting around a conference room having a meeting.
You know it. All right, Pau is starting to taste that climb. It's just getting so close to rolling over. It's not over, but it starts to roll over and flatten out, and he can just ease up a little bit on the raw power it takes to sort of grind up the climb there. And Xavier is not quite to the climb proper. He's still on his way up to
that's some serious elevation in a relatively short period of time, which is basically the last climb of this year's UTMB.
Yeah, and you see behind Pau here, you see the Grand Montet, and then off to the left, just out of the screen, is Latour and the Latour Glacier, and so he's getting big payoff views right now.
The big ski area of the Grand Montet, and also the Argentier Glacier. So this is iconic Chamonix Valley.
Yeah, if you come to Chamonix, you want to make sure you visit this specific trail if you're a trail runner, and if you love skiing and in the winter, that mountain in the background is outstanding.
And Pau's running again, so this is, as you said, Toph, it's kind of rolling out a little bit now.
Yeah, it starts to ease up.
Get rid of those 2-3 ugly guys off the TV. There we go.
And that's Latour in the background,
That's
Latour
right.
Glacier.
Yeah.
This is, again, Toph, where we can see Xavier's pedigree as a cross-country skier come into play on these sort of like gentle rolling flat to uphills, where he just looks like he's on a pair of skis just kind of gliding over the terrain.
Yeah, he's a guy just like he's so integrated with his running style in the mountains, sort of using the poles just an extension of his running gait.
Yeah.
And we were in Notre Dame de la Gorge last night, and we saw so many runners, some that are obviously training with poles and some obviously that weren't.
Right.
And it becomes so evident so quickly. And Xavier just when he's using poles, they're like providing him another gear.
Same can be said here for Pau.
Yeah.
Just using those as an extension of his body, taking some of the pressure off the legs, which have covered close to 100 miles at this point. Transfer some of that workload onto the arm muscles. Helps with balancing. Helps with just having a smooth and efficient
Yeah, and just get that extra little edge off of each foot, especially on the climbs. But you really can benefit, on the climbs, on the flats we saw with Courtney, even on the descents.
And it seems Pau is running in a train of fans and spectators here. People just wanting to be present in what will be an unforgettable performance here, and sharing it with the champion for as long as they can. Again, it's sort of like that Tour de France atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to get a few steps with the champion and roll along the trail or along the side of the road with the peloton, with the leaders. It's great. It's what makes racing in Europe so special. You really only get this experience in European racing, and really the UTMB is like nothing else in the world.
It's so true, and in the professional ranks, it's such an important thing, to feel like you are sort of making a difference or motivating fans of the sport, and having them motivate you in return. And it's true, the racing scene here in Europe is unlike anything else, certainly in North America, and that's not taking anything away from the North American scene. It is very distinct and different from the European style. That doesn't make it worse in any way, but having the level of spectator interaction, having fans along the course all day, just makes these 105 miles a little bit more enjoyable, being able to share it with people who are also passionate about the mountains and the trails.
Yes,
so
a crescendo
Keith,
of allez. Sorry, Toph.
Do we have a women's update
on Courtney?
Courtney.
Yeah, we should be. We're waiting for a visual of Courtney at coming off La Giette. She hasn't made it yet. What that does tell me, she's tracking slower than expected, but I think we understand why, having seen how she was in the aid station of Champex. So that is going to be interesting. I did get some really weird info that Beth Pascal was now second, but to be honest, that didn't make any sense to me, so I haven't called it out yet. I would like Live Trail to confirm that. So I think we're gonna wait with bated breath for the next checkpoint for the leading women. What I can say, though, the men's race behind Pau and Xavier is going bonkers. So Scotty Hawker and Tom Owens are together, well, not together, but they're fighting out third and fourth. They're on their way now down to Valacine. They should be there in the next 10 or 15 minutes. But then you have like 10 minutes separating the Chinese runner in 9th through to the Japanese runner in 5th, and now Ho Chung Wong from Hong Kong just keeps creeping up. He's kind of like really hunting down others, and there's obviously that little bit of rivalry between the Chinese and the Hong Kong runners, so he's having a good day out there as well. So there's loads of fun things. In fact, I heard Dylan talking about Jermaine Granger before, so Jermaine is now 11th, so he's kind of been moving up as well. So and Robert Heinal from Romania is just slowly going down. He may well be a runner that's probably going to pull out. That's my prediction.
It looks
right
like he's been at Laguit for hours at this point, so I'd be surprised if he hasn't withdrawn at this point.
Well, and we saw Ho Chung Wong and another Chinese runner actually in Arnuva working together up over the Grand Col Ferret, and it looks like they worked together for quite some time, but now they've separated and he's moved up.
Yeah, and the Chinese runner and the Ecuadorian runners, so Luo Canoir and Joaquin Lopez, they're together, so that's 9th and 8th. So it's a fantastic mixture as we watch Pau kind of almost reach Tête au Vent, which would be the checkpoint up here, and then he'll already get a visual. It's not close by, but he'll get a visual of La Flégère.
And Toph, you're getting some good feedback from the UK right now. So Trevor Pack's kind of like, I just asked Trevor, I just sent him a message, hey Trev, are you getting the bug to run again? And he said, yeah, after a year of illness. Oh yeah. And what you're saying about the integrity of this sport is another reason to want to get back into it.
Well, let's go, Trevor.
Yeah.
Sign up start tomorrow. and training can start the day after.
And it's true. I mean,
wow, the Xavier car entourage, you can hear the horns there now. I only remember this last time when Killian came through here. Kind of like,
look at this.
Yes.
Only in Europe. I mean, this fires up the runners. In every year the crowds come out, and it's so cool to see. See, it's a good win there, and that'll be nice because it's a hot day, and that breeze will just help with evaporative cooling a little bit when these guys start climbing up this.
I tell you what,
beast.
I would love to see this scenes in Chamonix right now. It must be super busy out there. Everyone's getting the spot near the start finish line so that they can cheer in their heroes this afternoon as we come up to 19 hours of racing. Pau Capel about to complete the final brutal climb of this year's UTMB.
Well, we saw Pau sort of sticking his tongue out a little bit, but more playfully and I think happily than fatigued. So he's still moving great, and there's some steep little pops as he gets to the apex of this climb, and he'll have a little bit more to go as it rolls over.
So I was just looking back at the 2016 results from the UTMB, which I think was the last time they ran this full course, including the Col des Pyramids and the Tête Avant here. And that was the year that Ludovic Pommeret won, Frenchman, and he won in basically 22 hours flat. So it'll be interesting to see where Pau is when he reaches the finish line, but I think it's safe to say he'll go much quicker than that in similar conditions.
Yeah. So Zach Miller, we're just being told Zach has bailed at Champex-Lac, and I think he was not looking so chipper when we saw him La Folie, so we're not overly surprised with that. So Zach will be disappointed with that, but that's the UTMB road of dreams for you.
It is. And Zach, of course, is one of the biggest fan favorites in the sport. Somebody who races in the style that Pau did today, where he just puts everything on the line. You can't help but respect and admire him for that. And he's just not been able to get it right here at UTMB. He was dealing with injury earlier in the year. I think he's only raced once coming into this, and it was a 50-kilometer race. So it's difficult to have a lot of confidence in your strength and fitness over the course of 170 Ks when you've been dealing with injury and not been racing as much. But kudos to Zach for putting it all on the line again. Unfortunately, not going to make it to the finish line, but I'm sure eventually he's going to get it right here in Chamonix, and certainly has all the potential to win it someday.
So good news. The live trail was a little bit slow on that, but Courtney's been through La Giette. She went through about 20 minutes ago, so she was kind of on track with the forecasted pace. So that suggests that she is going good. And so
we should pick up the cameras there
exactly.
around
So we're going to have that in a minute. I know we've been on the guys race for a big chunk of the time recently for obvious reasons, but we're going to be picking up Courtney on the camera soon, and we'll definitely be following that race all afternoon until the top three come in. So right now, Courtney, Mimi and Beth.
Toph, are we getting
closer? we got an iRun Far update that Courtney at Laguitte looks determined. Paused briefly to get her poles out, and she's going well. So she's looking good, and it'll be great to see her here. So that low point she had, just that sort of that calorie intake moment, looks to be just that, a moment of lowness that we saw firsthand.
That also suggests that Courtney's using her poles for the descending as opposed to the ascending, which we're seeing Pau do here. So be curious to understand. Maybe there's obviously something going on there that's why, but she's doing it for probably a very deliberate reason. But that's an interesting approach.
Also, an iRun Far update that Jermaine Granger and Javi Dominguez are actually together in 10th place. So we're going to have a little bit of a battle, it looks like, for those top 10 positions.
Oh, yes.
Javi Dominguez, I'm sure the Spaniards to our left, again, are rooting for him heavily. He's been on the podium here in the past. I think he's won Tour de France as well. He's just a consummate long course mountain competitor, and he's a very, very consistent racer.
See, this is where this climb rolls over. So this is Simon Powell still feeling great. You know, there's really no reason he even needs to run this section. But
we got Courtney here to our right here.
All right. So this is Courtney coming right up. Okay, so we
down
didn't.
To
Yeah, this is
Faucon,
basically
yeah.
Col de Faucon. It's right over this rise in 20 yards, and she'll be.
2 more climbs, Courtney. 2 more climbs.
You can see she's feeling it, but she's moving well.
Wow.
Now she's got the poles for out all the time, which is good.
Yeah, it seems the later you go, the more useful they become. Yeah, it's not uncommon, at least in the men's race, to where people are putting their poles away when we're dropping off Col de Boza or Col de Bonhomme, Col de La Seine, but then maybe keeping them out over, Laguite and Tête à Vente and those final descents as well.
So Rory's through Champex-Lac as well. So Rory is through there. She's in 8th position.
Rory, of course, a 2-time champion here in 2013, 2014, and I remember being out here in 2013 and watching her performance that day.
Oh, yes.
Just one of the most incredible performances in UTMB history. Of course, breaking the course record by a couple of hours that day, a course record that everybody thought was incredibly impressive already. She finished 7th overall that year. Just an astounding performance, especially when put in context with the history of the race and the level of athletes who've been here.
Yeah, so Courtney's still 15th in the scratch category. So for those of you kind of not necessarily, so if you just did a non-gender ranking, Courtney is 15th out of the 2,542 runners that crossed the start line last night.
Yeah,
42.
And 42, Randy.
I wouldn't be surprised if she picked up a couple more of those scratch positions between here and the finish line. And I'm just speculating, but I'm sure it's a safe guess to say that that's probably going to be the highest overall position that we've seen if she's able to sustain this to the finish since Rory's performance back in 2013.
I think that's right. And she's just been consistent all day long.
Yep, and this will be the top U.S. athlete in the UTMB this year.
Just amazing.
So do we know Jason Schlarb where he is? Because he was just ahead of her.
We will get that for you right now, Topher Gaylord, he says with great confidence. He's ranked 20th right now. So he's gone through Champex-Lac. We expect him, he should be hitting La Giette quite soon now, so then we'll kind of get an idea as whether he's moved up again. So we're just kind of running with, if you're just joining us because you just want to watch the finish, this is all of the fun you missed in the first kind of 19 hours of UTMB 2019. Ivan. So we're just waiting now, see if we can give you a time check for Pau Capel. Is any minute now, should be hitting the Terre de Vent. 2 more time checks, then there he is, just about to come up to the checkpoint. So we'll get good timing with our camera crews.
And there's some pretty awesome backdrops for photography.
Yeah, this is the first big time payoff view. That's just total panorama. You see it there. The the Grand Monte, he's just getting the first glimpses also of the Mer de Glace ahead of him. And now it's generally a traverse over to Tête de Vent and a little bit more climbing, but it sort of undulates here before he dives over across to La Flégère. And you can see there's just an interspersed of sort of rocky terrain and some scree up ahead, but sort of rhythm breaking, you see. I mean, Pau's been running everything. It's just a little bit rhythm breaking, and he's made quick work of it.
So we're getting news. Alex Nichols has also stopped at Champey with Zach. So we saw Paddy, Zach, and Alex together. So hopefully Paddy escaped from that. So we maybe have a quick look at that one in a second.
Let's check in on Paddy when we have a second. But yeah, those guys had teamed up, Alex Nichols and Zach Miller, and it seems they've made the co-executive decision to limit the damage and save their energy and bodies for another day. But it's too bad to see them come up short here at UTMB. I'm sure they'll be back for a future edition.
This is a tough section because you've got a good visual of where you're going, but you can't really break into as you said, Toph, rhythm breaking terrain.
Yeah, it's rhythm breaking. You see he's sort of crossing this scree field, and it's, and you can see for him, it's like, oh man, it's tough. The good news is no one behind him is moving any quicker.
Yeah, proceed with caution.
Yeah, you can see how they sort of make the stone path across there, but it's difficult terrain on basically what is 100 miles of running to this point.
Is that the Flégère in the distance we can see?
Not quite yet. So it's still a little bit around the corner, and then just a little bit of a bump up to Tête de Vent, and then he'll get a proper view of La Flégère.
Yeah, when I did this race in 2017, they deviated this section of the course lower on the mountain. So I've actually never seen or done this section of the course, but it looks to be more technical than really anything else out on the UTMB, which is especially challenging given the fact that it comes at the very end of the race.
It is a sting in the tail. You know, that in the sun, especially for the front runners, because they're totally sun exposed on that final climb, and then this is just, if you got any issue with your feet, it can really slow you down. And even when this is great footage for us to all see, but when you come down into La Flégère, it's some really technical descending as well that will probably slow him down a little bit.
And just to let you know, Toph and guys, because you will never have experienced this, but this time tomorrow, a lot of runners will still be going through this checkpoint.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So
24 hours from now.
The Col de Monte actually closes as a checkpoint tomorrow lunchtime, and then everyone's got 4 hours to get to the finish line, to get their kind of like recognized finishing time of UTMB. So Randy and I have been here the day after, and this is a pretty brutal last section to have to deal with after being out on the course for 2 nights. So and that's the main group of runners actually.
Yeah, this is if you haven't had character building moments up to this point, you're sure to have this final sting in the tail to be your character defining moment.
And as somebody I worked with ran the race 2 years ago and finished just inside the 46 hours and cannot remember virtually anything from Vallecines to the finish line. So he's back again this year to try and recreate his memories of 2 years ago.
It's a pretty ridiculous sounding sport when you put it that way.
Now he gets his first proper view of the Mont Blanc, and it's all its glory there, right dead ahead of him. Pau's just hammering away at this climb. it sort of rolled over.
We asked Ruth Croft yesterday because Ruth's done the climb up the OCC course that takes you
and
through
then she's
the trails.
Done this one as well.
Yeah, so I was asking her which one is the more brutal. She kind of said this one is, but she also said I hate the other one too.
Yeah. The other one is really, really difficult. That's the direction they sent us in 2017. I've done OCC as well, so my 2 trips through there were very unpleasant. This looks at least like you get better views, so it's great that they were able to keep this section in the course this year. Keith, is it possible to put the profile here on the screen so our viewers can see how high POW is up on the hill?
No, we've got. Let's see if we give it a try.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep, there's the UTMB. So that's showing the women's position right now. It will flip to the men in a second.
Great. So we'll see how close POW is to the true top here before he has the glorious final downhill to the finish.
Incredibile.
I think I heard Seb following him on this section.
Seb Chenot?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it is.
I can hear his voice on the
yeah. Or as
in
a
the background.
The Frenchman I normally call him Philippe. So yes. So there's Seb Chenot following POW.
And I think Seb said he was going to do about a 145K this weekend across the 4 races, and Powell's making him work for it. You know, Seb's a champion of this race as well. Had a spectacular.
Yeah, no, I saw Seb yesterday. He was in good form to be a running cameraman.
Yeah, that's one way to get your training in. Just follow the leaders of every race for 4 days.
Carry a camera and
There we are.
Yeah, we're going to see the Iron Far crew up here at Tête Vent as well. There's Courtney on our right-hand side. She is on her way down into Trion. So we're...
She looks controlled, but not charging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's just fine. I think, you know, she's got a nice cushion, and you know, most important right now for her is just stay in control, keep her stomach solid, keep the calories flowing, and she knows how to get it done even with a lot of pain in those legs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for Courtney, it's all about risk minimization. You know, she's got a pretty healthy margin, close to an hour on the second place runner with roughly 20-25 miles to go here in the UTMB. That should be an insurmountable lead, assuming she makes all the right decisions and can keep her body and mind in one piece. So yeah, it looks like she's running somewhat gingerly down this hill, but there's really no reason for her to be pushing or running any faster at this point.
Yeah, it's a great call, and it'll be interesting to see how she treats this aid station at Triana.
Courtney, you know, it goes without saying, but she's just such an impressive athlete. You know, the only person in the world, at least that I can think of, that races at a world-class level across so many different, you know, distances and disciplines. She's great in shorter distance races. She obviously is great in sort of trail 100-mile races like the Western States 100. She can run track 24-hour races. She can run 200-mile races. And here she is showing up for her first UTMB, and looks like to be well on her way to another victorious performance here.
She's just she's so understated and so humble in her approach, and she shows up to every event with an enormous smile on her face. I don't think it can be underestimated that, you know, she brings fun to her events, and that gives her energy.
I think that's why, you know, people really, really are drawn to her. You know, she's sort of transcended the sport in a lot of ways, being on the Joe Rogan podcast and things like that, and just getting the sport into the lives of people who are unfamiliar with it. And I think, you know, as a woman representing the sport of ultra running, we couldn't ask for a better ambassador than Courtney. She really does have a great attitude, is always personable and willing to take a selfie and sign an autograph for a fan. So here, if she's able to put a UTMB victory on her resume, she will be in truly rare air in the history of the sport, potentially, already being recognized as one of the best ever. And I don't want to jinx anything here, but she's looking strong.
Cool. And this is Dylan, well said, completely well said about Courtney. This is Scotty Hawker. Scotty coming into Valacine now. So
this is our third.
This is our third
man.
runner. So Team Vibram. So Scotty, just the one cheeky climb to go. The one that Pau Capella is about to just finish.
He's also looking great.
God, he looks great. He looks so good. Yeah, when we saw him at Arnuva this morning, he took his time in the aid station, and as soon as he was done, he sort of just took off out of the aid station basically at the same clip. He's got that high cadence running. He just sort of like...
Very efficient.
Yeah, it looks like he's just expending very little effort compared to the pace that he's moving.
There we go.
That feels good.
Yeah, and he's just moving his body with just like purpose and strength. So I think he'll make quick work of it here. We'll have to see how close fourth is behind him, because it was pretty close when we were in back in Trient, I think.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he made some distance
Tom dropped off a little bit on the way up on that climb. It's about 8 minutes down, and Scotty at the top. So and then there's a big gap to the fifth runner. So Scott
this is the
should have a
family
little
cruise station
here. It is,
here.
yeah. And normally you're only allowed one person to support you, but I have a feeling that would not be very popular.
DQ for Scotty Hawker.
So and I think as a young daughter, these guys have been iconic for a couple of years now as a young daughter. So in the past, the baby was attached to the mum, and now the young daughter. So I said, how do you control her in the ace? They said, she's given a certain thing to give to daddy, so she's part of the support crew as well.
Right on. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, it really is great. It's just like, what other sport where you come in and you're with your family, you get to, have a hug and a kiss with your daughter.
And you're competing for the for the podium.
It's just a beautiful thing. It's what makes this sport the best in the world.
Here we go. Here's Courtney coming into the aid station here in Trient. The magic sponges.
So this is, I think, the second to last crew station here. So Courtney will be able to also see her partner get what she needs.
In here and in Valacine, that's right, yeah. And there goes the family out of the aid station.
All right.
Look at him go, man. He's, again, just that high cadence running.
He's
just
fired
very,
up.
very efficient.
That is just so great to see.
so
Gotta
awesome.
love it. Look at Courtney here. She's not sitting down. And she's back to the same nutrition, double fisting it.
Isa pour Nico.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Yeah, this is good to see. This is a great lesson in like grit and determination, and to see her at Champex-Lac and then now here at Trient.
We saw Hilary Allen go through a section like this in the TDS the other day, coming out of the climb from Haute-Toulouse, and but then she kind of gutted it out, and then she was back on it again by the time she got into Les Contamines. So I think these are great examples of what the sport's about. Your body's saying give up, but your mind is like, no, come on, let's keep going. So it's a mental game as much as a physical game.
Yeah, she's mentally one of the toughest in the world. Scotty Hawker looking just
running
great here.
Really, really well, really free. So Pau Capel, we didn't get a visual of that, but Pau is through the Tête au Vent. He is literally less than 20 minutes away from the ski station at La Flégère, and then he's almost home and dry. And we've seen how Pau's dealt with all of the ski slope descent so far, so it's just the last one is coming very, very soon. There's already a lot of excitement building in Chamonix for those Pau Capel fans. I'm getting a few very exciting messages here. Some people who are in Chamonix for the first time to follow UTMB, so they're just like, wow, this is such an amazing race to follow, yeah. And infectious, the amount of people already sat maybe watching this and thinking, maybe I could do this next year.
Well, Courtney's making efficient work of the Trient aid station. She's out there now, and I think she'll enjoy this climb more than the Bovine, in that it's more of a rhythm climb. It's in the woods. It doesn't have too much sun until the top, and then we're back to Scotty Hawker, who's running everything. He's It'll be interesting when we look at the final splits whether he puts time into Xavier. I think Xavier is totally safe here, of course, but it'll be interesting to see. It looks like he's running a really nice, fast split here on this final section.
Yeah, it looks to me like he's moving better than Xavier, and I think that the difference there is, Xavier is chasing Pau all day, motivated by the victory as somebody who's won this race 3 times. Scotty's probably more motivated to just have the best race that he can, probably leading to him having a little bit more energy here in the last 20K of the race. And so he does look a little bit more fresh than Xavier, but Xavier certainly should have enough of a cushion to hold on to that second place finish. Here's Courtney. I think we can well and truly say that her bad patch is well behind her here. So I think this is great for our viewers to see, because that last aid station, as opposed to the one at Champex-Lac where she sat down, of course got sick and stayed for 10 minutes. In this one, she stood up the whole time. She got plenty of fluids and nutrition in, and she was in and out in just a couple of minutes. So again, it's just a testament to the difficulty of the sport and what makes the sport great. You can hit really, really difficult moments of adversity where it feels difficult to move forward, and then if you keep moving forward, eventually things are going to turn around, and it looks like it has. They have
right
for
on.
Courtney
It's
here.
great to see. And now Pau making the descending traverse over to La Flégère. He'll see it right there in the distance, and he's just got that panorama view of the Mont-Blanc, the Aiguille de Midi, the Mer de Glace, and just an enormous panorama there.
Yeah, it's probably difficult to look down at the trail here. I'm sure he'll come back up and enjoy the view at a different time in the future, because today is all about staying upright all the way down to Chamonix.
He's flying down this thing. I mean, this
God,
is
it's
a technical
incredible.
descent.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's something to be said for just the feeling that comes from being the leader of the UTMB. It may give you that extra 5% of energy. It may just sort of heighten your awareness a little bit and help you sort of navigate those more treacherous sections of trail, because the fact that he's running that well after 100 miles through that technical of terrain, I think that's more of a psychological thing than potentially a physical thing.
Yeah, Pau's on for like a 2015, 2020 time at the finish line in Chamonix.
So again, going back to that 2016 race where Ludovic Pommeret won, he ran 22 hours flat, also on a hot day. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how the conditions, how they correlate. But if Pau runs 2015 or 2020, of course, that's an hour and a half plus faster than Ludo in 2016. So it puts his performance in context. Ludo, of course, has also been a great champion of the sport. He was third at TDS on Wednesday, and great French runner over the years. And so, again, Pau's performance today is really one for the record books.
Yeah, impressive to just see, all three of these guys, the top three, have all earned these positions, and you know, when you look at, you know, you're 93, 95 miles into a race, and you're just, you know, in Pau, 102 miles in the race, just hammering still. It's just also a sign of where the sport has evolved.
Yeah. I think it's also worth mentioning sort of what Scotty's been through recently too. I've known Scotty for a few years and have raced against him many times. And I know last year was a year of, you know, adversity for him, having disappointing racing performances, dropping out here at UTMB. And, you know, I spoke to him in Hong Kong earlier in the year where he had a strong race. And, you know, it looks like, you know, he's been able to right the ship this season. He's raced less. He's done some shorter distance races and really put all of his eggs in this UTMB basket. And I think, you know, racing at this level, that's oftentimes what you have to do. You have to really put all your cards on the table at this world-class event in order to have the performance of your life. And for Scotty, that is today. You know, I think if he's able to hang on to this third place podium performance here, that will unquestionably be the best race of his career and will only launch him into future success and give him more confidence.
Yeah, it's just great to see.
And man, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he knows that Tom Owens is somewhat close behind him, but I mean, he's running like he's chasing second, not like he's trying to avoid fourth, you know?
Absolutely.
And now we start to see...
Pau looks like he's chasing history more than anything else.
Yeah.
You're kind of like aching to see around the next corner. Where is La Flégère? And it just feels like it's never, ever going to come.
And you do have a short climb back up to La Flégère.
Yeah, you can see it right here. There's two more pieces. You see one single tracky piece right here that's will be a bump up for him. And then there will be a fire road section that will be a climb as well.
I mean, to me, it feels like the section is drug on a little while. And of course, I haven't run 100 miles leading into it. So for Pau, I'm sure he's just aching to get a sight of the true final high point of the race, where it's pretty much downhill from there.
Yeah, and you know, it's always tough because you leave Valourcine really smelling the barn, and then you get onto that climb proper, and you get onto this, and it just takes longer than you think, and you're pretty hungry and pretty dry because he really hasn't had, you know, any water on board since, because there's no water at Tête Avant. So
right. There's no creeks or anything. It looks
no,
like.
There's nothing. There's no. It's dry. Yeah. So. You know, it'll be interesting. I expect he'll sort of pound a fair amount of water, maybe a Coke or something here at La Flégère, and then just charge down.
No, it's a great point, Telf, and I hadn't even thought about that, because just looking at the clock, I think he went through Valourcine at about 18 hours into the race. So that's already almost 90 minutes ago. Pau went through Valourcine. So when you're only carrying a liter of water, as I think Pau is, that can run dry fairly quickly. So I'm sure he's looking forward to one last little refreshment point before the ultimate refreshment point.
So there you go. We've now got runners at 1, 2, 3, 4 different checkpoints. That's the kind of the spread of the top 10 in the UTMB men's race.
And giving us a little
inspiration.
Epic inspiration. If you haven't been here to Chamonix, come.
He should work for the tourism board here in the Chamonix Valley. That was class camera work there.
Yeah, it was beautiful. You know, if you can come run one of the races, do it. If you can't come catch the energy of the UTMB week and just snack on the mountains all week. It's spectacular.
Sure. The women's race, again, also spread now across 3 different checkpoints. So, you know, this is very different to the other races we had this week. But Courtney Dauwalter is, let's say, around about an hour in the lead in that race right now.
Well, a great lineup of American women racing in the top 10, with Courtney leading that effort, and
Nous avons tous une bonne raison de nous dépasser. Notre motivation peut être évidente, ou pas. Nous avons chacun notre rythme, et chacun notre style. Nous connaissons le prix de l'effort. La performance n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est notre moteur. Et nous ne comptons pas en rester là. Soyons inarrêtables. Iron.fr, le meilleur du running livré gratuitement en 24 heures.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
Feeling we're right where we should be. Where nothing else can reach you. Being part of our own little world. Letting yourself go. And this is our first second. What's yours?
I want to know what my boundaries are.
I want to stop getting dropped.
I want to be in front of the pack.
I just want to finish. Seriously.
I want to do more than finish.
I want to challenge myself.
I want to scare myself.
I do want to be happy. I want to finish every single run that I start.
I want to podium.
I'm going to go further, faster.
I want to create new limits. I want to have an adventure.
I want to be the best version of myself. Wow, I did that. I'm going to do it again.
If you can shift your goals away from not worrying about PRs or what the watch says, the mountains are a playground. You just ask, where can my legs take me today?
So everybody, we've back live now with the leader of this year's UTMB 2019, Pau Capel, as he's amazingly, after 19 and a half hours of running, he's still bouncing over the boulders of this technical section of the course on his way to the ski area at La Flégère, and then the final descent all the way down to Chamonix. So we're expecting Pau now into the finish line within the next hour. So if you're just joining us or if you've been with us since yesterday, stay tuned as we watch a historic performance in the UTMB. Historic in the sense that you never normally see somebody take the lead at the very beginning of the UTMB and remain in front for the whole of the race. Pau has also managed to stay ahead of the the three-time winner of UTMB, Xavier Thévenard. So this is a truly exceptional performance. We've got a few more people in the studio. They've just gone for a quick grab some liquid before we get stuck into the final part of bringing Pau home and celebrating his fantastic performance today. So now I'm trying to work out where we are. I think we all are on the.
I think this is the descent down from the
is it
Col Ferret or the Grand Col Ferret? It's
yes.
Yeah, it looks like La Folie, and on the way down to Champélac. So it's it looks like that descent. We're just getting some nice panoramic views of the mountains around the Mont Blanc.
As you just came back, we were following Pau, and Pau was just showing that one moment he almost fell over on the boulders just coming down because
it's a technical downhill, and he's still charging.
Yes.
He's
and now finally
you can finally see La Flégère in the background. And the Spaniards next door are
volume
just fired up.
UTMB TV Spain is going higher. So exceptional performance here. So, he's minutes away from getting his last checkpoint at the top of the climb, and then it's full speed down through La Floria in the forest, and then into Chamonix, where he is going to go absolutely ballistic at the finish line. As we said, he's a bit of a showman, and after running for, let's say, 20 hours, he's going to be 20 hours and 20 minutes. That's kind of our prediction right now for Pau Capel to come into the finish line.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He's probably 8 to 10 max, 8 maybe to La Flégère, and then it's all downhill for him.
So
and the way he's been descending all day, he's going to make quick work of it. Final piece of this technical single track just around the corner. There's one more rise on this single track, and then he's got a little bit more climbing up to La Flégère.
One of the things that just occurred to me is that with his victory today, Pau will almost certainly secure another Ultra Trail World Tour Championship this season as well, which will be 2 in a row for him. Again, just putting him in the highest echelon of the sport.
Yeah, I mean, he races so often, so hard, and so consistently well.
Yep.
And
is that Corinne Malcolm right there? It's the Adidas kit, white top.
It could be. I don't know if Randy suddenly had some took ownership of the drone.
Of the drones, yeah. Whoever it is looks to be moving pretty well.
Yeah, and we had a visual of where we were just talking about Corinne trying to work out where she was on the course. And we said that where did we say she was?
Somewhere between La Folie and in Champay-Lac, which is where we're locked into.
Yeah. So we're that's right. We're down in the on the Swiss side of the Val Ferret.
So just to give a little peek into the real authentic side of what can happen, for pros in this sport like Corinne, she had a moment of utter desperation out on the course, stopped for a long time, called her colleague and coach, Jason Koop, on the phone, apparently in a pretty bad mood, contemplating quitting the race. She eventually decided to get up and continue to soldier on. And, even though it's not the performance I'm sure that she would want in a race like UTMB, it's so good to see an athlete of her level still continuing on under difficult circumstances. And I think it's something that, the age group ranks in the field also appreciate with the pros.
Yeah, and it's a great example, again, Dylan, of, she was in overall in the scratch category, 133rd at Bonatti. She had an experience, a low, we don't know exactly what it was, that put her at Arnuva at 246th place. So, she lost 115 spots, regrouped, and she's clawed back down to 210. So it's about resetting the mind, and that's probably a great example, like resetting the mind and reorienting yourself on what the race means to you and what a finish means. Yeah. I've never found a time where dropping felt better than finishing.
And it's so true. And Corinne has provided a lot of good commentary here in the studio with you guys this week. So shout out to her. And I hope she can continue to claw those spaces back.
She did predict that we wouldn't see much of her until the very end of the race. So here she is now. Here's Pau literally almost coming into La Flégère. So this is this last sneaky climb for Pau. There should be a good crowd up here now to kind of welcome him. And there's around the Flégère ski station, which is getting a makeover right now with a new ski lift being built.
This is fun.
God, this is so cool. This is
the final climb for him, and you can just see he's still driving hard, with every step. So he's still got a lot of life in his legs, and he can even see the smile coming out with him.
Guys, we have done the whole course, but we've been just sat on our on our butts all the time. It's just so good. So we're almost
when you
on.
See Seb there in the background with him, so he got a good workout today.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is just so great to see champion like Pau working so hard all day to finally come up to the top of the final climb of the race, having conquered 10,000 vertical meters over the course of about 160 Ks so far, and now he's got 10 kilometers downhill to enjoy to the finish. The only thing that separates him from history as a champion of the UTMB. And I can't help but just feel so good for Pau. He's a teammate, he's a friend, he's just a really, really classy guy, and somebody who's incredibly popular in his home country of Spain, somebody who goes out of his way to make other people feel good. At our North Face thing the other night, he was speaking in Spanish and English just so the people in the crowd who came just to see him could hear him speak in his home language, but also speaking English fluently, and for the rest of the fans in the audience, he's just a pro. He's got charisma, he's got charm, he's got class, and he's obviously
he's a showman
got talent
as well.
100%. Looks like he's getting maybe a little intelligence about where Xavier is, but at this point he's got to know that he's safe barring catastrophe, so he can really enjoy it.
Yeah, someone was just reminding me that about a year ago we had a speaker series event in the Dolomites, and Pau and Seb were on stage, and I asked Seb, did he think that Pau could win the UTMB? Seb obviously said yes, and now the great irony is that both Seb and Pau are together on top of La Flégère getting ready for the final descent. This is kind of beautiful.
It's cool too. Yeah. It's almost like a passing of the torch too. Seb is a legend of the sport and somebody who's done great here at the UTMB to sort of, I think, be a mentor to Pau to a certain degree, sort of show him the way in the sport, and now to see Pau achieve something that very few people could ever dream of, being a champion at the UTMB, I'm sure makes Seb and the rest of the North Face family really, really proud.
So many people running behind Pau now. This is great for the fans.
Well, as we said at the outset, this is a race when people of all abilities get to start and run the same course, and people can run along with them even if they're not enrolled in the race, at least for a short bit here. Oh, that is just fabulous to see. It makes it such a big part of the race.
That's a good number now, 10,007 meters. You have done your climbing. It's all over.
Right. Get fueled up here. A little more Coke, a little more water.
So this final section probably takes 45, 50 minutes for them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... It maybe depends how Pau's been going. You know what he's like. So depends how much fun he wants to have on the downhill.
Magnifique. Super.
Yeah, part of the I guess reality of racing in the mountains is that these courses can change year over year, and so it's difficult to compare apples to apples over the course of the year. Over the course of the years, obviously, Francois ran 19 flat basically in 2017. Pau's going to run closer to 20 and a half, but both performances, although on different courses, I mean, you can't really compare them. But I mean, I would put this performance by Pau in that same echelon.
Yeah.
Allez, la última.
So those of you just joining in, obviously we've been following this race since yesterday at 6 p.m. and we've had so Randy and I, let's say hosting, but we've had the divine wisdom of trail running from both Dylan Bowman and Sophie Gaylord this morning. So the four of us are going to guide you now down the descent. I wonder if Seb's going to do this all the way. He's been covering some good miles. I think Seb is. There we go.
Right. Yes.
Next stop, Chamonix for Pau
Okay, put away
Capel.
those poles.
Just putting the poles away.
Yeah. I like how he can do that while he's moving. Constant forward motion, move and act at the same time.
This is the first section is the steepest on this part.
This is actually very, very steep, much steeper than it looks here on video. So I hope Sebi doesn't run too fast, motivating Pau to overextend himself here. But
Seb's got a new job now as a good cameraman.
yeah, he's probably the only person who could put in the number of kilometers and the amount of vertical over the course of 4 days and keep up with the leaders of every race. So he's certainly earned himself a couple rest days after this weekend.
Almost just those last section there. It's done now.
So he's got a waistband to hold those poles?
Yep.
Is it independent from the vest?
It is independent, yep.
Have you experimented with that system with the pouch in front? What do you think of it?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a good point, Randy. I'm glad you brought it up because the pole integration into your pack is sort of one of the more critical things to figure out when you're organizing your UTMB kit. Of course, as I've said a number of times today, I think the poles are one of the most important, if not the most important piece of kit you can have with you during the UTMB. And being able to carry them efficiently makes a really big difference. You've seen a lot of people with the sort of quiver on the back of the pack. Some people have pouches where they can put it along the small of their pack, small of their back, I should say. Pau's carrying them up front, but I think it's just a personal preference thing.
Yeah, we've seen the pouch, the waist pouch forward. We've seen the waist pouch back. We've seen the quiver, and we've seen some integrated into the pack. I imagine there are more choices than that. I'll bet you there are some people that don't ever put them away during the course of the race.
So Pau now running down the service road on the ski area here from the top of La Flégère. You stay on this road for roughly a mile, I can't remember exactly, before you take a hard left turn onto a pretty technical, rooty, forested single track, which then takes you the rest of the way down past the La Floria cafe there perched above Chamonix and eventually down into the streets of Chamonix and the finish line itself.
Yeah, I think the iRun Far crew, they're down at La Floria, the cafe. That's the last 5K from there into the finish line.
Man, I would give a lot to be up there watching Pau come through.
Oh, yes.
Well, we're glad you're here.
No, this
Dylan.
is actually, I'd much prefer to be sitting here chatting with you guys, but we were up there for the OCC leaders on Thursday, and it was really cool to see so many great athletes so close together, still competing to the very end, and we got to enjoy pie and cappuccinos at the same time.
So the women's field goes down all the way now to 13th place in terms of the runners that have reached the Champex checkpoint. The last run in there was Elisabeth Magersdottir from Iceland. So in front of her is Ildiko Vermesha from Hungary, Juliette Blanchet from France, and then in the top 10, Elise Delanoy from France. Further up, Rory's in 8th, Katie Scheid in 7th. We saw Beth Pascal, so Christine Berglund in 4th, Beth Pascal in 3rd, Mimi Kotka in 2nd, and way out in front right now is Courtney Dalwalter.
Looking at that grouping, the closest position perhaps might be who gets 3rd, who gets 4th between Beth Pascal and Kristen Berglund.
That's correct.
Looks like a close race there, leaving or arriving within 3 minutes.
Yeah, Tom Owens as well. So Tom's gone through Vallecine now. So Tom's on his way to the last climb. He's 13 minutes down on Scotty Hawker. Scott Hawker was moving incredibly well there. So and Scott's going forward rather than looking over his shoulder. I think that was the deal. But predicted time at Teto Vos, Scotty would still be 40 minutes down on Xavier. So that's not, I think, so 1, 2 and 3 at the moment is kind of looking locked down. But never say never, especially in a 170-kilometer race.
It's so true. And I mentioned a little while ago sort of comparing Pau's performance on this course to Ludo's performance from 2016 in similar conditions where Ludo ran about 22 hours. I just looked at the results from 2015 to see Xavier's time also in similar conditions, also on the same course. And Xavier ran 21 hours and 9 minutes that year. So again, Pau will be significantly faster than both of those performances. Again, it's difficult to compare apples to apples in this race, but I think that's about as close as we can get. The 2016 and 2015 races, both hot days like it is today, and I think both running the same sections of the course, the Col de Pyramids above Courmayeur, and then the Tête Avant here as the final climb. And so it looks like Pau is going to be significantly faster than both of those winning times from 2015, 2016.
Wow. There you go, Dylan. Some of our colleagues are setting themselves at the finish line now to get some great shots of Pau. That's the view of the where they've managed to find a room with a view to get the photo at the finish line.
Not too bad. Man, I've got goosebumps just looking at that. That would be an incredible viewpoint.
That picture courtesy of Jean-Marc down
Yes.
there.
Oh,
So
great.
He knows all the right people in all the right buildings.
Yes, I'm sure he does. And it looks like our Spanish colleagues here in the studio are getting one last bit of coffee before they absolutely lose their minds in pride over the performances of their entire country this weekend, but more specifically Pau Capel as the third Spaniard to win this weekend. All three of which in very convincing, very impressive fashions.
Yeah.
And so again, just to remind everybody, the last 7 male champions here at UTMB have been Frenchmen, going back to 2012. Of course, it's only 3 men who've taken those 7 victories between Francois Dane, Xavier Thevenard, and Ludovic Pommeret. But 7 years in a row, a Frenchman has won here on their home turf. This is the first time since Kilian Jornet in 2012 that a Spaniard has won. And it looks like, the tides have finally turned in terms of where the trophy ends up.
So 2011 for Kilian. Yep.
Sorry, 2011.
It's all right, Dylan. We kind of we've been dripping in statistics for several days now. It's fully geeking out on UTMB statistics is kind of it's a job in itself during this week.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
And again, just admiring Pau's technique here on the final descent. You can see it's not a particularly smooth trail. It's steeper than it looks. He's run 102, 103 miles at this point, and he still looks fresh as a daisy. He still looks super, super smooth. Again, I think most of that is just understanding what he's achieving. It's just, it carries you. It's a wind at your back, so to speak, and he just has just looked the same all day. We've sort of just been waiting for him to falter, and it just has not happened. And
no, I was so worried at the beginning, as a lot of people were like, but should have kept the faith.
Yep.
So there you go. There's the view we just saw over the left-hand shoulder of Pau. That was the Chamonix. That was downtown Chamonix. Depper and the Spanish team now is getting the let's say the champagne ready for the Spanish victory in this year's UTMB, and I think these
guys are just showing off at this point. They're showing the bottle to the French broadcasting team on the other side of us, just gloating in their dominance this weekend, but it's well earned and well deserved. And I think all you guys in here have earned a glass of champagne after the exhausting work of commentating races all week. It's an effort that should be recognized.
Yeah, we are not done yet. We are going to stay here to talk about some of the mid-packers and the late arrivers.
Top 3 women for sure. We'll be covering them. Yay!
This is what you like about a European tradition.
Yeah, so, instead of having food for lunch, we just have a little bit of Spanish wine.
I also just want to give a little bit of props to, the advancement of this coverage here over race weekend. I remember sitting in here and commentating with you guys back in, I think it was 2015, the last time I was in here chatting with you guys. And I remember at the Flagere, we just sort of sat and looked at a Steadicam that looked out towards Tetavant for 30 minutes waiting for Xavier to come into view that year.
It was much easier in those days, I have to say, Dylan.
and now we get to watch Pau's every step all the way to the finish.
We've done the whole course from, if you think we've been with him since at least Valocine.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just so good for the sport, to be able to watch a champion like Pau when he's in his element. This is a solitary sport, and that's part of the beauty of it, is just being out alone in the mountains, but bringing people into this experience of an all-time great performance here at the UTMB and allowing them in to see Pau, I think will only motivate the next generation and just bring more eyeballs to the sport and give people a better understanding of what these athletes are going through.
Depper.
Grazie.
Hey, well done, guys. Vamos!
Vamos, vamos, vamos.
Yeah, salute to Pau, hey? Pau Capel. Pau Cowbell.
Pau Capel.
So cheers to everybody at home as we just an aid station.
Yes, it's just a legal amount.
Oh boy. Woo. Excellent stuff here. So early celebrations as Pau heads down. So he's going to be coming through La Floria shortly.
Yeah, it looks like he left La Flagere about 15 minutes ago. I would suspect these 10K take maybe 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Pau, of course, has been ahead of schedule all day, so maybe a little bit quicker than that. But we should be seeing Pau descending into the streets of Chamonix, I think, within the next 30, 35 minutes.
And Topher's gone down to the finish line to see Pau,
Yep, he's going to see where he could get.
Good man. So, yep. We're going to bring it home now as it goes through. We're getting lower down. It's getting a bit of water on the trails again. So we're just coming up now. So for those of you who are maybe just going to go out now for an hour run, just to let you know that Pau Capel kind of left Chamonix yesterday at 6 p.m. and as the red clock in the top left hand of the screen tells you, he has been running non-stop for 20 hours.
Yeah, and I guess it is worth reiterating for those who are tuning in just to see Pau finish that Pau has been in the lead of the race from the first mile of the event this year. He's gone through every single checkpoint in first place. He built up an enormous lead very early, running a very aggressive pace, and he's managed to sustain it all the way to the finish line. And as Keith said, we're almost 20 hours in now, and he seems to get better over time.
La última parte, para la Floria.
There it is. There is the finish line, right down there.
Honestly, he looks like he is just going out for a training run.
Yep.
So you know, that quickness to his step, the balance that he has, he is not slogging along at all.
5K to go, pretty much, once he goes through La Floria.
The people who finish later will love to see the highlights of this film and some of these pictures like this. The highlight video will be made very shortly after the finish of the race.
Now, some people have just done the little hike up just to get their souvenir photo of the from a fantastic backdrop of the leader of this year's race.
And deservedly so. This is something that is just a highlight of being in this area, that you get to touch the world leaders.
I just got I think Trevor just sent me a note saying, I could watch this from start to finish and never stop smiling.
Oh, good. We appreciate that we're...
No.
Well,
it's amazing.
It really is great, you know, to witness this type of an effort, this type of a performance, and just like understanding the achievement of it all and seeing an athlete push himself to the absolute limit for an entire day, through the night, up and over countless mountains. It's just the greatest sport in the world, and it's so, so cool to see another great champion descend into the valley.
Y la última parte está el asfalto. Está vertical, ma muy tranquila. 3 kilómetros para...
You know, we've talked a lot about Pau being alone during so much of this run. But we must remember that most trail runners practice alone. And they spend a lot of time quietly running, making the padding sound here. They don't run in big groups like it is on race day here. And so that is a mental challenge that is adapted to through their training.
I was just drawn into a conversation next to me about talking about, obviously, winning the UTMB is a pivotal moment in any athlete's career. We've talked about leading from the front. We've talked about the fact that he's beating Xavier Thévenard. So, arguably, can Pau walk away from here? Would any of the other runners who are not here, we've mentioned them as past winners, would they have been able to kind of keep up with Pau? We can have that conversation. There's no right or wrong answer, but I think the performance today is worthy of having even almost opening that conversation.
No, I think it's a good point, but the thing that this does do is it does... Oh, here we are at La Floria here.
Yeah.
This is great. So we'll see Pau entertain some very happy people having lunch here on the patio of a beautiful mountain refuge.
This is a good spot to cheer in the UTMB.
Amazing.
And he's through.
Oh yeah, Destination Chamonix. It's almost there now.
There's an empty table there. There's our bike. There's the bike off, and the pass off from the runner to the bike.
Yeah, and so this is where the trail gets much more smooth. This section of trail is very popular with less ambitious hikers, shall we say, who just want to go up and have lunch at La Floria. So it's quite a wide path, less technical, and takes you all the way down into the streets of Chamonix. So I would estimate that Pau has only about maybe 2 miles, maybe a little over 2 miles left to the finish. So we should be seeing him finish up here in about 15 minutes. So for a low 20-hour race, that is absolutely phenomenal. But going back to what Keith said in terms of comparing Pau to past champions of this race, I think it's worth saying that, it's really difficult to compare, a Pau's performance to Francois or Kilian or whatever, but this is one of the best performances in UTMB history for sure. And what this does do is it does lift Pau. It lifts Pau into that conversation with Xavier, with Francois, with Kilian, and it lifts the sport of trail running at the same time to have a new champion like that. And somebody at Pau's age too, he's, I think, only 26, 27 years old, so he's got many, many good years of competing ahead of him, and the best is yet to come for him, I think.
So Topher Gaylord is down at the finish line, and you can see and hear on the right-hand screen the crowds. They're getting totally pumped now to cheering Pau. Randy and I, both of us have got friends who have got no inkling about this event, and we both convinced them to just tune in, watch. I'm getting some feedback from people because I can say anything's great, and people and they're like, oh my goodness, non-runners that I know are watching this and going, wow, this is really cool. So as a hook to draw people into trail running, this is the dream advert.
Let's remember, we started 20 hours and 5 minutes ago with 171 kilometers to the finish line, and we are approaching the last 4 or 5 kilometers, and you are just seeing the performance of a lifetime.
Together or not.
You've seen them at aid stations. You've seen them have hard moments. You've seen the runners have good moments. You've seen slow moments, and you've seen how it all wraps together as a package.
I think as well, Debo, you'll see now, Pau, this is the high street of Chamonix heading up to the outskirts right by the river and the Alpina and the sports centre. So Pau's going to come down this through the crowds, and he's going to start lapping it up because he knows he hasn't got somebody breathing down his neck now.
Guys, look at this. I already have goosebumps on my arms thinking about Pau's ultimate victory here. But, again, this is just so incredible that we can be all brought into the last few kilometers of a victorious UTMB. It certainly makes me much more motivated to get out and go for a run and get back to training and racing. And, we can thank Pau and the other courageous athletes in the field today for giving us a really, really great show. So this is actually the last little bit of uphill here. I remember this. It's basically flat under any other circumstances. You would consider it flat, but it definitely has a little bit of uphill to it. And Pau, of course, is just making it look so easy as he has all day.
The latecomers will want to walk this entire distance down, and that's the difference. People who you think are in great shape, who say they're coming to do this, will walk down this entire distance and certainly up this little grade.
So Xavier's come over the Tête au Vent. So Xavier is up high on the mountain. So he's going to be heading across to La Flégère now. So that's a secondary thing, but we're going to be focusing for a long time now on Pau Capel. Pau can. The great thing about this is it does not mean to be a sprint finish. Pau can really breathe in now and start milking it. And on the right hand side, that's the next female athlete coming down into I'm going to say Col de la Forclaz, and so that would be Kristin Berglund.
So is she now in second place?
No, I don't think so.
Have we seen anybody but Courtney?
No, it's just trying to work out. That's I think that is Kristin Berglund. Now, Kristin, because Courtney's, it's a good question. We haven't got any time updates. Second woman. Wow. So, wow. Big changes.
We'd seen a notice about that about an hour ago, and there was quite some uncertainty as to whether or not it was correct. So here we have it. Good work by our camera crew and great information back here to the home base in Chamonix.
So,
wow.
Just going back to something Keith just said, that Xavier has gone over the Tete Avant, I guess, roughly 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I think that's going to probably give Pau ultimately an hour, maybe an hour plus victory, I would guess, here today.
It's fairly significant
indeed,
yes.
Really, really significant. And that just makes it all the more impressive. And of course, Xavier has in 2015, he also won by an hour that year in what was a jaw-dropping performance. So Pau, again, just lifting himself into the highest echelon of the sport, establishing himself truly as one of the best in the world, here closing out victory at the UTMB, securing himself the Ultra Trail World Tour Championship for the second year in a row, and just proving himself to everybody, proving himself to himself, and we couldn't ask for a better champion in the sport.
Merci les copains là-haut, merci.
And Ludo is down at the finish line. Ludo is one of the live wires at the start-finish line, getting the crowd informed and getting the crowd completely fired up now to celebrate Pau's victory. So yeah, probably 3K max to go now, less than 3K for Pau Capel. So yeah, so big changes going on there. So Christine Bergland at La Giette had gone past Mimi Kotka, and so Beth Pascal now down in fourth, but that does suggest that Mimi is struggling with something. So maybe Beth, it's only a matter of time before Beth can haul that one back. So there you go. So we have Christine Bergland on the right-hand screen. She is on her way down to the Col de la Forclaz, and then finally down into Trion. So Sweden, Courtney Dalwata, she is Courtney is over an hour ahead of Kristen. So that is so we've got the first man and first woman are probably holding our leads right now.
And we've been talking a lot about, the nationalities of these athletes, and I think it's worth mentioning as well the level that, all the Scandinavian countries have sort of risen to over the last several years in the sport, obviously with champions like Emily Forsberg, Ida Nilsson, Mimi Kotka, who's out there today, here Kristen Berglund. Stian won OCC on Thursday.
He did.
And
the result was very close at Legeet.
So it looks like Kristen just passed Mimi up at the top.
Passed Mimi.
Yeah, so she's got the benefit of the camera now, and maybe that's a strategic choice. We just don't know. All right,
here we go. The last steps on dirt onto the asphalt.
Pavement. Yeah. Oh yes. Oh, it feels so good.
Okay, I think we've got less than a mile here to the finish line.
Look at the kids. Oh, this is so great.
So great.
So good. And Guy Fabrice is just kind of picking us up here in there. So Fabrice is happy. He's got all of you guys around the world cheering these athletes and following amazing coverage since the beginning. So one more scaffolding bridge to negotiate.
All right. I hope you're waking up on the East Coast of the United States. If you're not, you're missing something. If you're in the middle of this country, then you should be tuning in. If you're in the East Coast, West Coast, time to get up. I know it's kind of early, but you're going to wish you had.
Fantastic now.
Okay, the bike takes a little different route.
Yep, under the scaffolding. Alongside the car park, heading towards the sports centre where all the runners were registering, and they'll be picking up their drop bags after the race. And the crowds will start kind of kicking in on the way down to Riverside, by the Alpina, down the High Street.
Let the runner get ahead. They'll catch up with him. Or let the runner...
We probably should be on split screen shortly, so we can follow both the front of the women's and the front of the men's race.
Here's the second place woman.
So Christine Berglund, I see that she's based out of Austria, and so she's kind of got some good mountain terrain there to kind of be prepared for this kind of course.
Yeah, it looks like she got 5th place at the Transvolcania Ultramarathon this year, one of the best races in Europe, about a 50-mile distance race. And then she won the Stubai Ultra Trail in Austria in June.
Here we go, Pau,
All right,
over the river.
The kids with their packs, they're going to keep up with him. Oh, they have their hat back just like he does. Whatever it takes.
The final K coming along now.
Those kids look so natural as the way they run.
There's a lot of vamos going on behind us now, the Spanish station. But yeah, Pau Capel is coming in for victory. And there you go, Pau now kind of adjusting everything.
Make sure
Bib
the kit
to the front.
looks good.
Look good. I'm taking a picture right now. I want to make sure I capture this too.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Pau Capel, one of the most heroic races I can ever remember watching as a huge, huge fan of the sport. Leading from wire to wire in just the most amazing, heroic fashion.
Oh, yeah.
And just put it all out there, and to nail it the way that he did, it's just, it goes against all common sense in endurance sport. It goes against, everything that you would expect given the level of athletes that are in the field. And here we are, Pau Capel, victorious in the 2019 UTMB.
So Spain's domination of this year's race in the men's category for sure.
And how about this finish here? You're running along the river, you got a beautiful view of the Mont-Blanc, and you've got thousands of fans out to admire your achievement. It's just a wonderful, beautiful thing. This is the greatest event in the world.
He closed down so many doubters from the very beginning. When you see somebody go out first, there's always doubters first, and here's the exception right here, and that is what makes this performance so stunning.
I think it also speaks to the evolution of the sport these days. It really does take risk to be a champion in a race of this level. It really does require an athlete to put themselves on the line, and Pau, of course, he nailed it. There was no.
Yes!
He's a long way from the center.
Come on, guys. Cheer me.
That is so great. He's not even close to the center yet.
Left-hand turn.
And look, his tongue's out. He's like, I'm going to enjoy this now.
Somebody give him a Spanish flag.
He deserves it. The town is electric. Absolutely electric.
Yes! See the showman!
Close in.
Yes!
Yes! So good.
Look at all those phones out.
Just like one of the climbs of the Tour de France.
Yes, exactly.
That's what he wanted.
I'd love to see the footage from the roller skate cam.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
That's what he wanted. He has lots of time.
Yes!
Party time! Yeah! Outstanding.
He's doing the dance.
Yeah!
What a spirit.
He's had 20 hours to think about this. Wow.
Yeah.
So good.
Now he's inside the barriers. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Pow, pow, pow.
Pow, pow, pow. Pow, pow, pow.
Pow, pow, pow. That's the chant, the new chant of this year's race.
I can see him. He's actually asking everyone to cheer him.
Pow, pow, pow. The new chant of the 2019 UTMB full round. 171 kilometers finishing in your eyes right here. 20 hours, 18 minutes.
Brilliant. Goosebumps
and it's
galore.
It's good to see him truly enjoying it and soaking all this in. This is once in a lifetime experience potentially, and man, what a feeling that must be.
Finish arch is there. All right.
Brilliant. They're going to bring in Pau in. Wow. Outstanding.
Yes.
Well done, Pau.
Couldn't be better.
So I want to see now his girlfriend. She's going to be at the finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pau Capel. 20 hours and 19 minutes. Whoa, Deppa, high five.
Deppa.
Yeah. Whoa. Straight into the support crew. Yes. What a team. The dream team. Go, Pau Capel.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Wow.
What a feeling this must be for Pau.
Someone suggesting he should get a logo raise, should get a pay rise for that logo reveal.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Go, Pau. Nicely done.
Pau, Pau, Pau.
Pau, Pau, Pau. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Pau, Pau, Pau.
Brilliant. So good. So good. Pau, Pau, Pau. Brilliant. So good. Wow. Ah, yeah, sorry, Katrine.
Yeah. Now you get the kiss.
And there's the mayor, Eric Fournier from Chamonix. He's down there at the finish line.
Incredible physical.
There's Michel Paletti. Yeah.
First, from the very first checkpoint, ran all through the night on his own.
Wow.
Being hunted down by Xavier.
C'est ça qu'on aime, cette Il va saluer Stéphane.
There's really no words, man. It's just such an incredible achievement. It's just sometimes you have to just sit back and admire it and let the achievement speak for itself. It's just unbelievable.
King campion gran da capa all'alta.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Yeah, Dylan, you kind of called it way earlier on the trail. You said this guy's a showman, and he just kind of proved that. But you know what? Everyone's loving that on the channel. Everyone's loving that in Chamonix. Wow. Wow. Well, he's got plenty of time. We're also hearing Mimi Kotka is injured on the course, and the camera crew are looking after her. So that's why we saw the new second place, Kristin Berglund. And so Beth Pascal still in third place right now.
Okay, let's hear from the champion.
Estamos aquí con nuestro nuevo campeón, el campeón del UTMB 2019. Pau, vaya emoción, vaya felicidad. Nos faltan palabras. Hay muchas lágrimas de felicidad, mucha emoción, mucha alegría. Cuéntanos tú.
A mí también me faltan palabras ahora, ha sido un día increíble. La carrera muy dura. Todo el rato he ido solo, pero me he sentido súper acompañado hoy. Ha sido espectacular. Toda la gente animando, dándome ánimos. Nada, solo os puedo agradecer a todos de corazón, de verdad, muchas gracias, porque no he hecho nada por vosotros y en cambio vosotros lo habéis dado todo por mí, así que muchas gracias.
Voilà, on n'arrive pas à trouver les mots. Elle dit, bah, moi non plus, j'arrive pas à trouver les mots. Ça a été une course très très dure, tout seul devant, mais en même temps, ça a été extraordinaire. Et puis, tout le monde autour, tout le public, il dit, moi, en fait, j'ai rien fait pour vous, et vous m'avez tout donné.
Pablo, ha sido un año 10. Empezaste el año ganando en la Transgran Canaria, luego el Mozart 100, el Tenerife Blue Trail, Patagonia, campeón del Ultra Trail World Tour. Yo creo que tú eres un superhéroe, un Superman. ¿Es verdad?
Los superhéroes no existen. Como superhéroes mis padres, como mucho, porque me lo dan todo.
Oh, so his parents are here. Brilliant.
Ellos, pues puedo correr cuando me faltan fuerzas, a mi pareja, a mi hermana, a mis amigos que están. Pero de verdad que el año ha sido muy bueno. Pero bueno, eso va a años, igual este año ha ido muy bien, el año que viene va muy mal y lo importante es que siempre toques con los pies en el suelo, porque si no, las cosas no funcionan. Pero muy contento hoy. Este era un sueño cuando empecé a correr hace 7 años. Desde el ordenador de mi casa recuerdo que miraba el UTMB, los grandes corredores que la corrían, y hoy pues puedo decir que lo he ganado.
Voilà, tu as eu une année 10 sur 10, tu as gagné absolument tout. Tu es un vrai super-héros. Enfin, on dit que les super-héros n'existent pas, peut-être mes parents, et puis tous les gens qui sont autour de moi. Et puis les années sont différentes. Il dit, c'est vrai que cette année, ça a super marché. J'ai tout
saying something along the lines of, he's not a superhero, but if one did exist, it would be his parents.
En tout cas, je me souviens, quand j'ai commencé, l'UTMB, c'était juste un rêve pour moi. Et puis aujourd'hui, je suis ici, et ça, c'est extraordinaire.
Un control total de la carrera desde los primeros kilómetros. Pau, ¿cuándo empezaste a creer que sí?
It's the classic question they ask, when did you believe that you first was going to win the race?
Si le preguntáis a Sebastián Señó, hasta que no llegué al pueblo no me lo creía. Pero sí que es verdad que todo ha ido muy bien. Hoy salió todo bien, hicimos los tiempos que creía que podía hacer y los iba clavando más o menos durante la carrera. Y al final, pues mira, salió bien la prueba, pero también va días, Hay días que acierto y hay días que no.
Tu as mené la course de bout en bout. À quel moment tu t'es dit, ça y est, cette fois c'est bon, c'est fait? Il dit, en fait, ça, il faudrait demander à Sébastien, mais c'est vrai que tant que tu rentres pas dans le village, tu gardes quand même le doute. Ceci dit, j'ai bien respecté les temps qu'on avait planifiés, et voilà, ça s'est bien passé. Et voilà, je suis là, on est arrivé au bout.
Pau, ahora a disfrutar de esa gran victoria, a disfrutar el día con toda tu familia. Enhorabuena, nuestra campeón, Pau Capel. Un aplauso grande.
So, Dylan, thanks for joining us in the studio. I know it was not a difficult ask, and I know that Randy and I we're kind of passionate. We do a lot of enthusiasm, but to get some professional insight from a runner's perspective coming into the finish for the last few hours has been fantastic for everybody that's kind of listening on the UTMB TV.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, this has been really, really fun for me. And gosh, what an incredible, incredible event, and what an incredible iteration of the UTMB. And I'm just so proud of Pau, and now super motivated to get out there myself and give this race a go again here, hopefully next year.
Yeah. So
we're obviously, I guess you're going to go and maybe find Harmony now. Is she out and about somewhere?
I've got to go find her and maybe get some rest myself. I hope you guys can
maybe
too.
Maybe you can go and track down Pow at the finish line now, because he's probably going to be waiting for Xavier and also for our third place finishers. So
I'm sure he'll be hanging around.
Yeah, huge thanks. And I think Hillary Allen was talking about coming to join us to kind of talk in for the Courtney later on. So we're going to see if we can track Hillary down. But
I just want to add, Dylan, thanks for being here today. And also thanks for all the effort you put out on the trail. We really appreciated your updates and photos and images that provided feedback to us, or information back to us that we were able to share with the viewers.
It's a pleasure, guys. Well, thanks so much for having me, and enjoy the rest of this awesome edition of the UTMB.
All right, stay tuned, because guess what? This was the first finisher. There are more to come. More finishers, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and on. And we will be here and not take a break until the third woman has finished. Stay tuned.
Pour la France, il y a Devenard, deuxième. Germain Granzier, il est 10e. Première femme, 15e scratch.
Énorme ce qu'elle est en train de faire de hauteur. Elle est en train de montrer à ses homologues garçons américains que rien ne sert de partir trop vite pour pouvoir finir l'UTMB. Chapeau ce qu'elle est en train de faire. Chapeau, chapeau, chapeau.
En ce qui concerne l'épreuve féminine, l'américaine Courtney Dornwald, il a passé l'ETSEP à 14h09. Cela fait qu'il y a environ 3h30 d'écart entre Pau Capel et la première féminine. Pau qui a terminé à 14h quelques minutes. On aurait, je pense, vers 17h30 la première féminine à l'arrivée. C'est une projection, mais je dirais 17h30 pour l'arrivée de la première femme de l'UTMB. Deuxième place pour Kristin Berglund, troisième Mimi Kotka, deux Suédoises sur le podium.
Voilà, non, superbe course, et c'est pas fini pour les émotions. Parce que là, 2, 3, 4, ça se rapproche. On sait que tout simplement Xavier est maintenant en train de se battre contre lui-même pour finir, pour arriver. Il est passé à la flégère, on est très heureux. Il est dans la descente maintenant, mais on lui fera une ovation. Ça, c'est sûr. Pour l'instant, c'est compliqué pour lui et c'est admirable. Il aura été au combat. À chaque fois qu'il est remonté sur Pau, Pau a remis un petit coup pour reprendre un écart suffisant. Ça a été du grand Pau Capel. Et derrière, faut pas se tromper, hein, c'est des courses de mutants derrière, en train de continuer à se battre pour la deuxième, la troisième, la quatrième, la cinquième, et ainsi de suite. On récompense les 10 au scratch. Et dans les 10 au scratch, on a bien sûr l'Espagne qui auront placé quand même un premier sur la TDS, un premier sur la CCC, un premier sur l'UTMB. Il leur a manqué, heureusement qu'on avait Stian, notre Norvégien, qui remporte l'OCC, et puis César Costa, le Suisse, qui remporte la MCC.
And everybody, you've got about 40 minutes to go and get a bite to eat, go and get a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, a little bit of chocolate maybe, to keep you going, because at about 3:10, we're going to have our second runner cross the finish line. The defending champion, Xavier Thévenard, is due into Chamonix at about 3:09. So don't go too far, guys. The party continues here into 2019 UTMB.
Putain.
Non, non, oh non, non, il est 10, 15, il a craqué. 4, c'est Tom Owen, mais vraiment, c'est loin les deux. Non. Non, non. C'est un nick. Je suis pas sûr.
Il est arrivé là.
Je pense, hein, il avait 40-45 je crois. Ouais, c'est clair. C'est pas photo, il a fait que relancer. Ouais, il s'est vraiment arraché.
Moi j'étais abonné sur 21h10.
Ouais.
Je vais arriver à 21h10.
Eh bah écoute.
Tu peux abonné sur les temps de 2015, c'était à peu près le même parcours.
Ouais.
Peut-être le vent et les pyramides. Et il fait 21h15.
Ah putain.
Là, 21h10.
Non, non, c'est clair, tu peux le dire. Non, mais c'est énorme. Puis, toi, tu peux être que satisfait aussi, hein, vu ce que tu fais, chapeau, hein, parce qu'il fallait s'accrocher. Hein. Putain, t'as tout donné pour revenir.
À la fin, tu peux voir en budget 30.
I kind of pissed him. I'm going so close. But let's finish it. It's getting hot here. Yeah. Your computer's down below. Yeah. Okay. Just next section you talk to. Yeah. Everything okay in the water. Yeah, I'll see you guys soon too. Yeah. Well, we just got how's Tim doing? You got that? Yeah, but he's a good spirit now. Okay. Yeah. He's fun, obviously. And Hayden. Casey got that.
Who did?
Casey.
Casey did?
Yeah, she I'm going really hard.
Oh fuck.
I think I'm dark. She's gonna lose you.
Well, I was almost going to keep passing the stand. Oh, he likes it. Evidence sucks.
Alright, see you back soon. Alright. Welcome to fuel. Cheers.
Catastrophe. Et merde, bon bah tant pis, je vais pas savoir. Soult. le suivez pas de trop près parce que il y a des commissaires et ils risqueraient de dire des choses après. Donc soyez prudents par rapport à ça, s'il vous plaît.
Run 2, j'arrive à Trian avec la troisième fille. Je la suis dans le ravito. Run 2, j'arrive au ravito de Trian avec la troisième fille. Est-ce que je la suis dans le ravito?
Très très bien. Faut être concentré, c'est bon. Allez.
Hey guys, welcome back to live coverage of UTMB. We're just following Beth Pascal, who's third place in the women's race, into the next aid station here, down at
looks like she's at
Vallorcine. Yes, to Vallorcine. So Beth has one more climb. The climb we've just been following Pau Capel and Xavier Thévenard on. So Beth is just behind Kristin Eglund. They're at least over an hour now behind Courtney Dauwalter. So really, really fascinating women's race that we will be following all the way through to Chamonix. Xavier Thévenard, three-time winner of UTMB, on his way down now, almost down to La Floria, so the 5K from home. So Xavier, true champion, giving it everything through to the finish, and very, very popular in these parts. So he is going to get, we've just been downtown just to grab some liquid after such an epic non-stop coverage from 7 a.m. this morning with Pau. So we just went out, and the energy outside, such the feel-good factor around the sunshine is great. And trail running is definitely a happy place right now as Xavier Thévenard comes into the cafe at La Floria.
We've been following a variety of different runners. We caught a glimpse of Paddy O'Leary in the background when the cameras were in the aid station at Triant. So we're happy to report that the Irish runner, Paddy O'Leary, is, we don't have to ask what the crack. We can just say he's motoring on, and he's doing a great job at that. So well done, Paddy. Keep on moving. We're getting good word about your progress, and keep moving up like you're doing. That's really great.
So just kind of give you an update on the women's race to give you some solid time gaps here. So it's 9 minutes between Kristin Berglund in second place and Beth Pascal in third. You can see Beth wolfing down food in the aid station, which is a very good sign, and B, incredibly smart as she gets ready for that last gruesome climb. gruesome climb up to the Tête au Vent, La Flégère, and then down as we see right now on the screen. So what we do have is that Courtney Dawalta. Courtney is on her way now. Yeah, it's very confusing, the live trail at the minute in terms of, so we're just waiting for that to update to give you some sensible timings here. Excuse me. So yeah, so I'm unable to give you some times on that, so I'm going to keep an eye on that till we get a refresh on live trail as we're watching Xavier coming down the hill here.
The big crowds have stayed for the local favorite, Xavier. And as we've noticed, the noise increases also as Xavier arrives. We just can't wait to watch him come into Chamonix. There'll be a great deal of intensity around Xavier's finish here. A lot of hopes for Xavier to win this race. It didn't happen, but there's nothing wrong with what he's showing right here in this finish.
So, as a consequence of today's result, we have 3 athletes locked on 3 UTMB wins. So Francois Den, Kilian Jornet, and Xavier Thévenard. So that will be a very good question. Can we get all 3 guys back next year for who can take the 4th win? That would be an exciting duel if we could make that happen, but we'll see if we can convince Catherine and Michelle and also the runners to facilitate that, to make that happen, because I think the fans would absolutely love that. And we could just throw Pau Capel into the mix just to see how he would go. But Pau now is kind of doing the full media circus that comes with that, but he's absolutely lapping it up as we follow Xavier down.
Yeah, Pau Capel showed himself to be a real sportsman. Very humble, yet very interested in showing people a good time, and why not?
Yeah, so Scotty Hawker about 30 minutes behind Xavier. Scotty Hawker now is he's gone through the Tête au Vent we saw with Pau, so he's kind of cruising along that rolling technical section to La Flégère. So Scotty will be at La Flégère at 3, so before 4 o'clock. So Scott Hawker will be back down. So that is going to be an amazing performance for him. Such a dramatic improvement. All of that training's paid off. So Scott Hawker from New Zealand currently in 3rd place. Tom Owens is kind of he's consolidated 4th place. He's 4th place. He's gone through Valacine. He is 35 minutes ahead from Andy Simons. So the Brits 4th and 5th right now. Joaquin Lopez from Ecuador, he's 6 minutes down on Andy Simons, and more importantly, Joaquin Lopez, Masatoshi Obara from Japan, Luo Kanhua from China, and then Ho Chung Wong, 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 runners together into Valacine. So those guys are absolutely pushing it, and they're only 6 minutes behind Andy Simons, don't forget. So those guys are probably not given up on top 5 position, and completing the top 10 we have Jermaine Granger.
So we really don't know how that's going to end up at all. No telling at this point in time. Stay tuned. You're going to love to watch that group come down here. Hopefully we'll get a camera up there to follow them, although we're also committed to following the first 3 women.
Here we go. Excuse me. This is our 5th place runner, the Spanish runner, Maite Mayora Elizondo. So she is coming in here. In fact, it should be very close between her and Ekaterina Mitaev from Russia. Those 2 were together on the top of the climb before they got into the top of the climb before descending to Trient. So they're in Trient now. 2 more climbs to go for this athlete. She's 49th overall, by the way. So 49 out of 2,500 runners. Xavier, a little bit like the Pied Piper here, as he's kind of like picking up a lot of kind of fans following him down to the finish line just to say that they kind of went for a run with Xavier Thévenard. So yeah, super interesting stuff there. So what I can tell you is Rory Bosio 8th, Katie Scheider is 7th. So those two are on the way up to La Giette before they descend to Trion. Looking down there, so just outside the so 10th, Ildiko Vermesha from Hungary, 11th Elizabeth Marger Dottir from Iceland, and then we got our first Finnish runner. So there you go. There's Ekaterina. So super close between the Spanish and the Russians, and actually in this aid station, if our intel is correct, Dimitri should be in there, the second place runner, her husband, the second place runner from the TDS. And there he is. So yeah, he's returning the favor. She did the support crew for him during TDS, and now he's returning the favor. See, we had Corinne Malcolm. Corinne had stayed with them a few weeks ago, and she said that they are so methodical in everything that they do. So they would have planned this aid station transition and everything that's needed to make it work as well as possible. So what I can tell you is that Christine Berglund has kind of started to move away from Beth Pascal. So Beth, yeah, this no, I need to update the live trail. It's because I think we've seen the runners down already in Valocine. So yeah, so this is not. So I can't give you a live update from the live trail, rather. So at the moment, the updates I'm giving you, the best updates are the visual updates that you see on your TV screen. As soon as we do get some updates, we'll kind of let you know. In fact, I've just thought of another source of information, just so bear with me as I can go scratching around for updates as we follow Xavier Thévenard into the finish of the UTMB.
Here we are, the finish of the full round race around all of the Mont-Blanc. I'm Randy Gaylord. I'm here with Keith Byrne in the United Kingdom. On the right-hand screen, we're watching the aid station in Triant, and we're watching the runner at Scarina, I believe it's the way you say her name.
This is the Spanish runner. So this is Maite Mayora Elizondo. So Maite and Ekaterina, sorry, are almost close together. So this is Maite first. She's out. And she should be chased any minute now by Ekaterina.
Ekaterina made it a short stop, and she wants no extra time to develop due to the aid station stop.
Sure. So what I can tell you is that Christine Berglund was 77 minutes behind Courtney in Trion, and that Beth Pascal in Trion was 90 minutes behind Courtney. Yep, and she dunked a complete head into the water trough. So I think the temperatures outside now are starting to get to some of the runners. The heat out there is pretty strong.
Yeah, it's local time here is 3 o'clock. It's mid-afternoon. It's the next 2 hours are going to be the hottest time of the day. There's a slight breeze in the area, but not much.
Levez les bras, vous êtes vus dans le monde entier. Levez bien les bras, voilà, du côté de la statue, n'hésitez pas. Faites des coucous au monde entier. C'est près de 10 millions de personnes sur la web TV.
Oh, there we go. Something that we always see here at the finish line with Zevi Cummins. The Jura flags are flying, so their hero is coming in now. What I can tell you is that Ushwe Frail from Team Vibram and Sylvain Camos, both of those runners have now dropped from this year's UTMB.
Qui nous gère de 22 mètres ici la place du Triangle.
There we go, Randy. This is Ekaterina. She's just leaving Trion now, chasing down the Spanish athlete.
Well, we have the good fortune of following the women's race here as Xavier makes his way to Chamonix. We'll pick him up when he reaches Chamonix. And this looks like the finish line, and people anxiously awaiting. There's familiar face, Brian Powell from I Run Far, who's checking out some stats and comparing them with somebody else. Here is the run-in to Chamonix, former site of the Expo. The Expo has been packed up and put away. It was a tremendous success this year. Lots of vendors, lots of people picking up on last-minute items, everything from food to socks.
And we've just got an update, guys, from our control center. Xavier is absolutely bombing it down. And we expect him to be here in Chamonix at roughly 3:10. In about 8 minutes' time, he's getting closer and closer. Our champion from last year, he's getting stronger and stronger as the race goes on. It's a wonderful sight to behold. Xavier,
Okay, grazie Martin.
approaching Chamonix, approaching the finish line of this year's edition of the 2019 UTMB.
Alors qu'on aperçoit Nathalie Mauclair, notre grande de l'ultra, et qui a donné de son temps avec l'équipe médicale et qui est présente, qui est radieuse, qu'on a eu mais tellement de bonheur à accueillir ici à la première place. Que c'était beau, ça fait partie de notre histoire à tous. Merci Nat d'être avec nous. Génial. Et on aime ces coureurs qui...
So coming now in to, this looks like Mimi Kotka. So we'd heard that Mimi was injured and she is walking, she's moving gingerly, but...
She's got a Band-Aid on her left shin.
Yeah, so Mimi's moved down. She was 6th for a long time. She's moved down to, she was 2nd for such a long time. But oh, look at that, even just stepping up.
That's going to make it tough to finish this race.
But yeah, she's gutsing it out there.
Puede con las piernas, puede con el cuerpo. Lo vamos a recibir como el héroe, el campeón que es. Preparados, está en el último kilómetro. El hombre que ha ganado aquí todas las distancias. Xavier Thévenin, preparado para el Principito de los Alpes.
So yeah, so coming down alongside the river any second, we should have Xavier Thévenin.
Le plus gros palmarès ici sur les courses de l'UTMB. Il a tout remporté. Et peut-être un jour on le retrouvera sur la MCC. Juste pour connaître tout.
Oh, there's the music. It's goosebumps time.
Sur l'UTMB.
That music is there for the start and for the finish of the front runners.
So well done to Mimi for dragging her injured body into Trion already today. This is it's all about slugging it out and digging deep.
Aujourd'hui, ça sera une deuxième place.
When
on a souvent dit Antoine Guyon, c'est notre métronome français, mais aussi notre Pépino.
Here he is in Chamonix. Xavier Thévenin.
Il va venir nous rejoindre après avoir, comme tous ces coureurs, pris un gros coup de bambou. Il était là pour vous. Allez jusqu'au bout, rencontrer Catherine, lui faire la bise et prendre une salve d'applaudissements.
Quel finish, quel physico, quel mental, quel carrera.
So Xavier not got the usual trademark smile, but I kind of I can get that. He's so used to winning every race he does the UTMB. He's won the OCC, he's won the CCC, he's won the TDS, and he's won the UTMB 3 times. And yeah, today was just not his day. He pretty much, well, he gave everything he possibly could.
No, he's run a valiant race. He had tough competition. Not every year's the same. And this year it was another person Pau Capel. But this is Xavier's moment. This is his chance to love being here. Look, second place is just fabulous.
Xavier très très émoussé qui reste concentré sur sa ligne d'arrivée.
He's still a hero to everyone. Don't forget, this is the second person across the finish line out of 2,500 runners.
And the French love him. And there he is inside the barriers now, coming by the shops.
Une ovation à ce grand monsieur de l'Ultra, Monsieur Pépino.
And
around by the statues.
For sure, Pau Capel's going to be hanging around at the finish line now, wanting to probably greet somebody that's probably one of Pau's heroes. I think that's the great irony of this result.
Everybody just trying to get a glimpse up on shoulders, cameras up high.
On veut vous voir taper dans les mains. Xavier, 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 Xavier.
Big shout out and chant for Xavier. Xavier Thevenard from France.
Madre mía, quel bain de foule!
Allez, c'est à vous, même s'il nous vient du Jura, que les Alpes lui sont belles, que les Alpes lui réussissent.
Put his glasses up.
He's almost kind of putting his arms up in an apologetic way that he's sorry he couldn't win for everybody.
Yes, he's taking a bow.
Xavier, Xavier, Xavier.
Very humble guy.
Xavier, Xavier, Xavier.
Chapeau.
Il prend une magnifique deuxième place derrière Pau Capel, Monsieur Xavier
Thevenard.
Time winner, second here today, incredible running.
Recordamos una vez más, vencedor de todas las distancias aquí.
So Scott Hawker is over the top of La Flégère now. He's on his way down to Chamonix. Scott Hawker is going to be in the finish line in the next 40 minutes. So another good podium result for New Zealand coming up.
What joy, what emotion.
Going back.
We have tears in the eyes.
High-fiving everybody.
An incredible physical achievement.
Yes, there's the smile.
171 kilometers.
So right now we're having fun with the live trail, trying to work out timings for Courtney Dauwalter, our women's leader. So Courtney should be soon arriving in... Oh, that's right, why I've been struggling with. So yeah, so Courtney's over the top of the climb. She's on her way down to Valocine, and she should be down there in about the next 10 minutes. So we're going to have the camera crew there. Courtney's lead is something in the region of an hour and a half now.
Wow.
So Courtney is absolute. You know, we saw Courtney have a tough time in Champex. She's ranked 16th overall in the total race, so she's the 16th fastest runner on the course, and also she is the first American athlete in terms of position on the course as well.
So Xavier Thevenard finished, it looks like about 50 minutes behind first place runner Pau Capel, 48 minutes, and it'll probably be about the same spread to the third place runner,
Scott Hawker.
Yeah. Because as you may remember, Xavier was crossing the La Flégère about the same time that Pau Capel was finishing, and so Scott Hawker is back there right now. There he is. The winner stays here to congratulate those that follow. They're all very humble. Part of the camaraderie of the sport.
Xavier has broken his own record by 2 minutes. His best ever run on the course.
Goes to show you, you just heard that he had broke his record by 2 minutes. And so Last time he finished at this pace, he was in first position. This time he's in second. That shows you the depth of the competition and the energy that gets put into this race by so many different people from so many different countries.
À des moments sur les ravitaux pour qu'ils continuent, pour qu'ils viennent là et qu'ils prennent ce.
Hard to compare one year to the next, though, because of the effects of weather, heat, and so on. Let's listen to what they have to say.
Tout le monde t'aime, Xavier. Voilà, tu entends Xavier. Xavier, c'est des parcours que tu connais par cœur. Tu les as vécus tellement de fois. 4e, puis aussi 3 fois 1er, 2e aujourd'hui. Et c'est à chaque fois différent. On sait que toi, tu te focalises d'abord sur ta course et tu ne regardes pas les autres. Mais voilà, encore une grosse bataille aujourd'hui.
Ouais, c'était... Je suis bien content que ça s'arrête là. Mais ouais, au niveau aujourd'hui, je pense que surtout le long du parcours, au niveau applaudissement, j'étais largement mieux coté que les autres. J'ai eu plein d'encouragement avec mon prénom, c'était incroyable, je reviens pas. Tout du long là, c'était génial. Je sentais qu'il y avait un super engouement, une effervescence, et puis voilà, je suis super content de franchir cette ligne d'arrivée. J'avais estimé un temps en 21h10 parce qu'on faisait comme en 2015 avec les pyramides calcaires à la tête au vent, puis je fais 21h07. Donc j'étais pas trop mal dans l'estimation. Voilà, mais Pau, vraiment costaud. Je lui tire mon chapeau parce que là, il a fait vraiment une sacrée perf. Les écarts étaient constants à partir du col de la Seigne, et puis après, je pense que voilà, j'étais sur un bon tempo. Un coup, je prenais 2 minutes, après, je les reperdais. Puis après, la tête au vent, c'était le juge de paix. J'en ai tellement chié, et puis j'ai vu qu'il était tellement facile que voilà, j'ai laissé tomber. Et puis, je suis bien content de ce temps-là, et puis de cette place. Et puis, je suis bien content pour Pau aussi. Une victoire ici, c'est juste incroyable. Donc, je pense qu'il va pouvoir en profiter. Ouais, vraiment une grosse perf. Je tire mon chapeau, ma casquette.
Ça a encore été une expérience extraordinaire, un engouement, une effervescence tout au long de ce parcours. Et puis, question temps, on avait tablé sur 2:10, je fais 2:07, donc content avec ce temps, avec cette position. Et puis bien sûr, félicitations également à Pau. Je suis en français.
Ouais, t'es en français.
Sorry. My fault. So, a great race today, especially all on all the track with the public. It's been such a support. It's been so great. We were based on a time of 2:10, and in the end we finished in 07. So happy with the time and with the position. What to say about Pau? He's been doing a great race today. I've seen the gap moving 10 minutes closer, 10 minutes farther. And when I reached the tête au vent, I knew he was out of reach, and I want to congratulate him because he's doing a very, very great performance today, untouchable. But really happy with the race and with the position.
Et avant de te laisser tranquille, moi qui te connais bien, je sens énormément d'émotion cette année.
So good news, we have the visual now on the right-hand screen of Courtney Daualta. So Courtney is on her way down now to Valocine. Courtney has an unassailable lead. She's obviously been able to recover from the challenges she had in Champex-Lac. So this is great to see. And as kind of we heard earlier on, Courtney is one of the few elite athletes that hasn't been training on the course at all. Courtney arrived on Tuesday, and so with the jet lag, it's a totally different approach to the others, but the risky strategy has been paying off so far.
Pouvoir contempler cet univers-là, et je pense qu'il faut vraiment essayer de le préserver. Ce qui nous a unis aujourd'hui ici, c'est vraiment tout cet univers de la montagne. Puis il faudrait en prendre soin pour que nos générations en profitent, et je pense que c'est très important que on change un petit peu nos habitudes, être un peu moins dans le confort, faire des choses plus simplement. justement pour préserver ça, parce que ça vaut de l'or, quoi, et ce serait dommage que nos plus jeunes n'en profitent pas. Donc voilà, on a une sacrée chance d'avoir ça devant nous, quoi.
We can see a lot of emotion on this finish line. Yes, it's true. It's great to be back here on the UTMB on a great year with Mont Fuji here on the UTMB again, and under such a fantastic weather, and with this smashing surrounding environment we have to take care of. It's so exceptional. It's something we have to take care about. That would be a shame if the coming generation couldn't enjoy it. So yes, it's great. One more time.
Deuxième place pour Xavier Thévenard.
Bravo, Xavier.
Second position.
And bravo to Courtney. So, yeah, it's going to be good to see Courtney in the aid station here, engaging with her support team.
Vamos a ese aplauso enorme.
Xavier Thévenard, a tough competitor, and he's stuck it out.
So we're keeping an eye now for Tom Owens. Tom, well, he should be getting to the Tête au Vent soon. Just depends how he's feeling.
There's Courtney Dahlwater on the left, Xavier on the right. Courtney is approaching the Valorous Scene aid station. Of course, the first woman always gets a great welcome. He's ranked 17th overall right now.
Because in just over 30 minutes' time, we expect Scott Hawker from New Zealand, our third place finisher, to get to the
So hopefully our director can hear us and is going to give us the visual back to Courtney in Valorous. Thank you. So I like it when they do that. So if you could bring some beers in as well, that would be really good. But here comes Courtney, and it's hot out there. So the sponges are actually going down well today. Wow, this is a supreme effort from Courtney. 16th, did you say, Randy? 16th overall, 17th?
What I have is at the
17th.
last
Yeah,
stop.
no, that's good. 17th. Sorry, that was all I needed. That's all I needed. Yeah. 17th fastest runner on the course right now, and our first female athlete. She stood upright.
Yeah, she stayed steady at 17.
Yeah, the water bottle been emptied, and yeah, I think it's good. Looks like she's taking on a lot of liquid, and that even just like a wet wipe, just to get rid of all that grime and salt off the faces and the hands, is like it's almost like helping you get back to feeling vaguely human once more.
Don't know what's in these little containers she has, but she seems to like it. Needs to be taken with a little water to make it go down well. She polishes off the old container when she's in the aid station.
So update, no surprises really. Our friend Robert Tanyal from Romania, he has dropped now in Trient, so he'd been moving slow for so long. So he's gone now from the men's race. Last year's second place finisher. There we go, Courtney doing some eye drops. So yeah, so a big crowd here at the aid station, and Courtney did get a huge ovation as she arrived, as is always reserved for the first female athlete. 17K to go for Courtney.
17 difficult kilometers. At least really good climb ahead. But we'll be here to watch this climb, enjoy the rest of the afternoon. It's probably 2 hours plus away from finishing. So we'll try to bring you highlights and the continuation of finishers here in Chamonix. These are the front runners. They're far and few between.
Yeah, so we got the energy and the music is pumping here in Vallecines. So don't forget, this aid station is going to be open for a severe amount of time. This aid station doesn't close till tomorrow morning at 11:15, and it's going to be processing, let's say, around about 1,600 runners of the 2,500 that started. Not everybody's going to make it. We've already seen, obviously, a colossal, some big names out overnight. So the less bigger names will start to drop, in certain parts of the course. There we go, Corny, back out on it. The tunes are on, and yep, she has the time now to kind of regroup, and then decide if she's ready to run or to hike.
For those who have trained before, perhaps sometimes to music, sometimes not, one thing you know is that if you can change things up, it feels you can adjust how you feel. And so, who knows, maybe a new song is just tapping into her mind and able to make her jog ahead. Another dark horse runner that we've been following is Corinne Malcolm. Bib number 124. She's currently 200th overall and ranked 26th among all women and 18th in her highly competitive young women's classification. She's on her way to Mont-Blanc. She's been about 2 hours that she's been underway since she left La Folie. So we're expecting her at Mont-Blanc in about 45 minutes. So we'll keep an eye out for Corinne in case the cameras go back that way. All right, here are the rankings presently for the UTMB, with Paul Capel in first place, Xavier Thavenard in second place, the Spaniard in first, Xavier in second. All right, we're going to take a break. This is UTMB Live with Randy Gaylord and Keith Byrne. Part of the Festival of Races for UTMB Mont Blanc presented by Columbia. Stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6 par Garmin.
Music Line.
I breathe. I dream. Can you feel me? No? So ride, dance, jump, taste, find your pace, reach your peak. Can you feel me now? I am the Alps. I am the Mont Blanc. I am Italy. I am Courmayeur. Italy at its peak.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6 par Garmin.
Music Line.
I breathe. I dream. Can you feel me? No? So ride, dance, jump, taste, find your pace, reach your peak. Can you feel me now? I am the Alps. I am the Mont Blanc. I am Italy. I am Courmayeur. Italy at its peak.
All right. We're back live watching UTMB TV. As you can see in the top left corner of the screen, this is the red race, the UTMB race, the one that goes all the way around the mountain. It starts and finishes in Chamonix. It started last night in Chamonix, and they've been through Italy and into Switzerland, out of Switzerland, back to France, and are headed back to the start-finish line in Chamonix. You are looking at Courtney Dauwalter from the United States, who is in first place among the women, 17th place overall, and is just tapping it out, going up here to the Col de Montet. It's a, well, I guess you'd say it's a not so steep climb. As you can see, it goes along a road, and she's able to run. Most people could run if it's a short run, but to put this in after you've already covered about 90 miles is just an impressive feat that you're seeing right here on the screen. The race has been underway for 21 hours and 33 minutes. It started at 6 p.m. last night. It went through the darkness. We pulled out lights. We saw them this morning when they were putting those lights away. They've had aid stations and check-ins, and Courtney's had some difficult moments, we know. We witnessed some of those on camera when she had some stomach distress and some difficulty holding food down, but she recovered from that, and she got back at it. She's been able to continue to consume food and stay in the front of the race. So these races for people who are front runners or even back at the back of the race, just consuming food, consuming liquids are like putting oil and gas into an automobile, and if you can just keep them moving, it's just remarkable what the human body can do. Courtney's out here testing herself. She hasn't been around this course before, as is the case with many other of the runners, and notwithstanding that, she was able to she has the talent, she has the willpower to be at the front of the race. Others are back there are going to test their capability, their limits, and see where their limits are in terms of fighting fatigue, keeping food down, eating smart, drinking well, and enjoying the scenery at the same time. For many people, a trip around the Mont-Blanc is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For others, they might do it on a regular basis. But it doesn't matter. All these people show up at the start line at the same time with the same hope. And that hope is that they don't get injured, that they can stay ahead of the cutoffs and get here. Cutoffs are a big part of the race. Somebody like Courtney doesn't even know what a cutoff is because she's so far away from them, but at the back end it assures that the race ends on time, that volunteers have their hours limited, and that everyone else is safe, and that they are pulled from the race if they aren't able to complete the race at a certain pace. So we hope you've been learning a lot about ultra trail running. The ultra is a race that is over or a distance longer than the marathon. The marathon is 42 kilometers, so ultras tend to start at a distance of about 50 kilometers and go from there. They're worldwide now, become extremely popular, and so popular that this broadcast is being done in 5 languages: English, French, Spanish, Chinese, and Japanese. So all people from around the world are here. Over 100 countries are represented in the festival of races known as the Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc, and they are out to try to test their mettle at the distances they think are appropriate. Younger people often start out at the shorter distances, but some of them have shown the ability to keep going at the longer distances too. So this is Courtney, And Courtney is just tapping it out here as she's climbing up this way. There will be a bigger crowd up ahead, but being alone on a trail is nothing new to most athletes who do the ultra. It's just part of the training that you go out for long periods of time, part of the training that you go when you have the opportunity to go, and not when it's necessarily convenient to a big group of people. In fact, the number of participants makes this race unique among ultra races in general. All right, on our right, I think we're looking at Scott Hawker, the third place runner. Scott Hawker's from New Zealand. He runs for Team Vibram.
And still moving so well. We've said that all along with Scotty, this different race training this year, and it's paying off. He still looks super strong. He comes down the final descent now, so this is great stuff for top 3 finish for New Zealand.
Yeah, for Scott Hawker to say, well, I'll be right behind Paul Capel and Xavier Thévenard. I think that would be a proud thing to say. So he's pleased to be coming in at this position. And it looks like, of course, that he will not be threatened by the 4th place finisher. He can easily cruise into a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, within 40 minutes of Xavier Thévenard is no bad thing. And as we heard, Xavier has done his fastest time. So this is a huge podium for Scott and the family.
A lot of lonely running for Scott as well, just like there was for Xavier and Paul Capel. A lot of time where he had to run his own race at his own pace, and hope that he was either going to keep those behind him from nipping at his heels, and hopefully try to gain on those in front. As we've seen, let's see how he's done over the course of the race in terms of moving up. He was in 5th position back at the halfway point at Refuge Breton, and he was at 4th position at the Refuge Venati a short time thereafter, and then moved into 3rd position after Champelac. So that's the way the race goes. He's well ahead of Courtney Walter, who's on the right side of your screen. So here you have the 1st place woman on your right, 3rd place man on your left. So he's projected to arrive in Chamonix very soon. He's getting to the tail end, the bottom end of this descent from La Flégère.
Yeah, so Courtney is still moving towards the Col de Monté. I don't think she's there yet, Randy, is that right?
No, I don't think she's there yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
she's at that little in-between place where you don't see the road. And first you see the road, and then you go with this in-between area, and then you get
that's
back
right. Yeah, Le Bouet is on her right-hand side, the small village on the right-hand side. So, yeah. But here's Scotty now down. He's going to cross the trail. So, he's going to...
Yeah, he's popping out on the road here just in a few minutes. I think these folks here...
And
this is
there
the spot.
You go. No
onto the
more
paved.
Oh, wow. His legs... Oh, yeah, he's fist fist in the air. He's
Don't forget
loving
to
this.
turn left here.
Wow.
Well done.
No, I think he's going to be so happy with this. This is like, wow. Probably his best ever result, he would probably say.
Yeah, let's look at that, by the way. I'm looking at something where he's done that is at this distance. For example, last year he finished 19th at the Lavaredo Ultra Trail at 120 kilometers, but this is longer than that. So, he was 11th at UTMB in 2017 in the same race. So here he's moved up from 11th to 4th. That is very impressive. Okay, here's the women's update. The women's call, you can see we have Americans in positions 1, 7, and 8. That's Courtney Dahlwalter, Katie Scheide, and Rory Basio. And we have...
Let's not forget
Britain.
Beth Pascal there in there from the UK.
Great Britain.
We've also got two Swedes, so Kristin Begland and Mimi Kotka. Mimi Kotka is kind of slugging out. And from Russia, Ekaterina Mitaeva, she's up in 5th place. And Elise Delanoy from France. And then Ildiko Vemesha from Hungary. That's your top 10 in the women's race.
So the women's in the UTMB have hung in there for the strong American finish in the top 10, and an American in the first position.
Hey Randy, I've got some really bad news for you. Somebody just sent me a note saying that they've been enjoying my bad jokes, so that means I need to carry them off. keep delivering them on here. So there we go. As Scotty Hawker reaches the final kilometre of his UTMB, and he is so pumped. And he's kind of looking forward to seeing his wife and his daughter. They've been by his side all the way through. They've been his support crew at all of the aid stations.
He seems to have heard the message, do not leave anything out on the trail. He's just pounding it now. Scotty Hawker sees the Alpina Lodge ahead. The glaciers of the Mont Blanc, the clouds that give this all such great interest, and the crowd that's pumping him up. Holy smokes. Yes, Scotty, they love you. They want you to get in there. They can't believe you're in 3rd place. Well, maybe they can, but they're so pleased to see you finish this race so well. Scotty Walker's from Christchurch, New Zealand. But he spent a lot of time racing over here in Europe. So
there's a good view of our e-bikers kind of doing their thing, which they've been doing incredibly well. So left hand on the bike, right hand on the camera mount that's on top of the handlebar. So that is quite a skill.
Yeah, so they're able to ride next to the runner and not just right on top of them. There you are. See how he's able to do that? That is just terrific. And the pass off has been made to the rollerblader.
Scott Hawker pour la Nouvelle-Zélande, 3e place et les applaudissements de toutes et tous.
He's had an incredible race. He went through the first checkpoint in 4th.
Down the high street.
Down to the mid-30s.
Yeah, don't forget, Scotty was right with Pau Capel at the beginning, and then he had to dive off into the bushes for a pee.
Take the podium.
And that's the last he saw, Paul.
Come on, Scott.
Pasaba cuarto en el primer punto de control, ha conseguido meterse en la tercera posición. Cariñosamente llamados kiwi, los de Nueva Zelanda, los van a aplaudir. Scott Hawker.
Scott Hawker
Huge crowd still here in Chamonix, France.
Yeah.
People aren't leaving just because it's third place. No.
Scott Hooker! Scott Hooker!
Jonathan Wyatt!
Oh, he's got his daughter with him. Oh, brilliant.
She can run well.
Wow,
Nicely
she's
done.
looking around. Oh, that is...
He's doing well.
He's probably dreamed about this moment with his daughter and soon to be with his wife. But yeah, well done, Scotty.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Team Vibram,
Yeah.
Scott Hawker from New Zealand.
He is happy to be in third place.
UTMB! Joined by Xavier and Pau at the finish line. An emotional, wonderful, happy moment.
Momentos de emoción, emotion on the line.
That's the team.
Way to
Team
go,
Scott Hawker.
Yeah. Husband, wife, child. Okay, we can get it done. Nicely done, Scott. All that training time. Oh, that is so... It was so worth it.
Tears of joy and happiness. An incredible, tough race for Scott. He went through the first checkpoint in fourth. He fell back down to the 30s, but it's an incredible comeback.
La grande famille de l'Ultra. Regardons cet état d'esprit.
Este sentido abrazo desde el corazón entre primero, tercero, segundo, tercero.
Il terzo posto di Scott Hawker, Noord-Zelanda.
He was 11th last year, 2 years ago, and he's now third this year. It's the race of his life. Scott Hawker, everybody. Well done, Scott. Just listen to that public. Enjoy every moment. Let's hear it for Scott Hawker from New Zealand.
La grosse accolade avec Capel dans les premiers kilomètres de cette UTMB. Il est parti avec les 3 premiers. Et puis d'un seul coup, il a vu qu'il partait trop vite. Il n'avait plus de jambes. Il s'est retrouvé à la 34e place. Puis arrivé à Courmayeur, il était 15e. Et après, c'était la remontada.
First major climb of the event over the Col de Bonhomme was problematic for Scott Hawker. But he recovered from that, as the announcer said, and then just took off. Well done, Scott. Just goes to show you how much perseverance can make a difference in this race.
Jérôme qui, sa team récupère toujours des coureurs de cœur, pas forcément les premiers sur les cotations, mais ils nous surprennent chaque année. Allez, on va laisser Scott avec Xavier et Pau. Xavier, maintenant qui a besoin d'aller récupérer, on va faire le protocole et puis les laisser tranquilles. Ce n'est pas des machines, même s'ils vont très vite. C'est des êtres humains exceptionnels, tout simplement. Ah, c'est dur.
Here we have positions 1, 2, and 3 at the start-finish line.
Allez, on applaudit, ça s'entend toujours sur les photos.
Le podium de 2019, Pau Capel, Xavier Tevenard, Scott Hawker.
Well, raise your arms, guys.
Our champions today.
Martin's down at the finish line.
Il portait le maillot jaune.
Who is? Martin, that was his voice.
Oh, yeah.
Put your hands together for the 3 champions of UTMB.
Des champions, des champions.
Yeah. So,
magnifico podio.
Now it's time to complete the top 10 podium of UTMB for the men, and then bring home the top ladies in UTMB. So we are far from finished, and let's not forget, in fact, it is coming up to 4 p.m. So you know what that means, Randy? There are still 24 hours for the runners to complete the UTMB.
All right. Perhaps some of you know somebody who's, some of you listeners know somebody who's out there.
Cool. So I think Martin's going to do an interview now with Scotty
that would be a
Hawker,
good one.
and that's it'll be a good one, and it will be kind of in English with Scotty. Okay, sorry to you, Kiwis.
Scotty Hawker from New Zealand, third place finishing of 2019 UTMB. Can you believe that?
No, it's a dream come true. I thought maybe one day, but it was just a dream, and now it's real.
Donc voilà, donc on lui dit troisième de l'UTMB 2019. Est-ce que tu y crois? Il me dit non, j'ai jamais cru. Ça a toujours été un rêve. Aujourd'hui, c'est réalité. J'arrive encore pas à réaliser. Scotty, I saw you at the start, and you say, yeah, I'm ready. I'm willing to give it a go. You trained in Ting the whole summer, altitude, mountains. Looked like it paid off. But we saw you go out pretty damn fast. What did you have in mind at this point?
Yeah, the start was, it might have looked fast, but honestly, it was slower than previous years. I was talking with Pal, and we were saying, it's crazy because there were two of us or three of us in the front, and then maybe 200 meters behind was the rest of the guys, and it just didn't seem right to slow down because we really weren't running that fast. But yeah, I said I wanted to give it a go this year, and I just about, I just about pulled the pin at Les Chapiaux. I walked about half of the descent, and then a couple of mates, Jason Schlab and Harry Jones, they just arrived at the right time, and they just told me that, you're better than this and there's still a long way to go. And when you've got, two really good mates like that giving you advice, it just felt wrong to just stop there. So I just thought I'll give it a go to Courmayeur and we'll see what happens. And yeah, this is what happened.
Yeah. Nicely said.
Vraiment une situation, un scénario de course incroyable, hein, le Néo-Zélandais dès le début, troisième avec Pao Capel et un autre coureur chinois. Ils étaient tous les trois en tête et ils se regardaient, et finalement nous sur les images on avait l'impression qu'ils étaient extrêmement rapides, mais ils se regardaient et ils se sont dit mais en fait qu'est-ce qu'on fout là, parce que c'était beaucoup plus lent que les départs de l'année dernière par exemple. Et puis malgré tout il s'est retrouvé dans la montagne pendant la nuit à avoir beaucoup de difficultés. Il nous l'avoue, à être prêt à l'abandon tout simplement. Il l'a envisagé beaucoup, puis il s'est fait rattraper par des coureurs, des amis, notamment Jason Schlab, qui lui ont dit mec, tu vaux mieux que ça, tu peux le faire, l'abandonne pas. Et à ce moment-là, il s'est dit bon allez, si des gars comme ça, des amis m'encouragent, je peux pas abandonner, allez j'essaye, je vais aller jusqu'à Courmayeur et puis je verrai bien comment ça se passe. Et puis finalement à Courmayeur, il revient, il est dans le top 10. On a vu Lise qui était là, qui lui faisait l'assistance, qui dit ouais c'est bon, il est en train de revenir, il se sent super bien. Et puis on a vu sur les images un retour phénoménal pour venir prendre.
Just to let you know, Tom Owens is on his way down.
I mean, this
Tom
is a dream come true, as you said.
Should be in the next less than the next 10 minutes.
Zealand watching you saw on social media. What do you have to say to these guys?
Oh, I'm just so proud that the whole of the Arch descent, I was just thinking of my mum and dad back home. It's probably after midnight, and I know they'd just be glued to the laptop, and I knew I just couldn't stop. I couldn't stop. And with Liz and Sienna here as well, I just gave it everything. That last climb and descent up to Lavant and then down from Flagère, it just felt like it went on for a lifetime. Amazing to arrive with a couple of K to go and realize that I had it done.
Oui, voilà, donc effectivement, il a encore une fois gardé en tête tous ceux qui le suivaient sur Internet, sur les réseaux sociaux, à partir de leur téléphone, de leurs ordinateurs. Il pense à toute sa famille en Australie. Et en tout cas, il a dit que c'était très difficile, mais en pensant à eux, il a continué à avancer. Il a dit que depuis la tête au vent jusqu'à la flégère, ça lui a paru une éternité. Et il s'autorisait encore pas à y croire. Et puis finalement, quand sur la descente sur Chamonix, il a commencé à réaliser et aller au bout. So there was Arthur Lydiard, then Jonathan Wyatt, Ruth Croft. Now you've pinned your name on the top of the New Zealand runners. Congratulations, and wish you all the best for the future that we hope will be bright for you. Congratulations again.
Awesome, thanks so much. Thanks again.
Bravo Scott Hawker, 3e de l'UTMB 2019, mesdames et messieurs.
Yep, as we expected, this was just an extraordinary race for Scott.
Yeah, we've got, there we go. So Courtney has begun the final climb, the one that Scotty was talking about that said it went on for a lifetime. I'm sure it's going to feel the same now for Courtney, but she is one step closer to Chamonix. And here comes Tom Owens. So Tom is coming in now. So 4th place is in the bag. So Tom Owens is, yep, here we go. He's like less than 5 minutes to go. He's almost in. So well done, Tom. Tom from Glasgow for the Glaswegian on his way in now. CCC 5th place in 2017. So this is going to be probably feel even better than that one, I would sense. So yeah, so well done to Tom for digging in there and keeping it going. So, and he can enjoy this bit because the next guy is Andy Simmons, is on his way up to Flégère still. He's finding it out now with Joaquin Lopez from Ecuador, Ho Chung Wong from Hong Kong, and Masatoshi Obara from Japan. Those 4 are proper fighting out, but Tom's going to take the 4th spot, and then there's a big fight for 5th place.
All right, cruising in.
Yes. Oh, smooth. Yeah. Thank you. The best moment. The last highway. Well done. Oh, Fatana. Yeah. No, it's not so flat.
And you good?
Yeah.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
You ran the TDS?
TDS, OCC, CCC, and UTMB. I'll make some picture.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool with all the kids chasing Tom down into town. He looks pretty pleased with himself now. It's a Tom Team Salomon. So Tom's already had some pretty good results this year. So 6th place in the Eiger Ultra Trail. He was 4th over this part of the world at the Trail des Aiguilles Rouges, and so he's also up at the Salomon Skyline race in Scotland, so he's already competed that. But yeah, TDS in last year, 20th place, but now 4th. Yep.
Yeah.
A good, true Glaswegian. He's already thinking about his first beer. So in Les Houches, when Tom got to Les Houches, he was in 34th position. When he got to Saint-Gervais, he was 28th. Then by the time he got to Col de la Balme, he was up to 14th. And then he just started picking people off one by one. And then La Folie was 5th, Champé 5th. Then at La Giette, that's when he got into 4th spot.
Estamos preparándonos a recibir a Tom Owens.
Tom's best run was 5th in the 2017 UTMB. He was 20th last year in the TDS. So this really is a fantastic achievement for Tom.
It certainly is.
Here he comes. We can see him on the big screen. Let's get ready for Tom Owens from Glasgow in Scotland. Here he comes, the Great Britain runner. Look at the joy and happiness on his face. That's it, Tom. You're nearly there.
Prepararos a hacer mucho ruido para este hombre también, que va a conseguir su mejor posición en su propia historia aquí en la UTMB. El año pasado estuvo en la TDS. Vuelve a la distancia UTMB este año para colocarse 4º.
Ouais, peut-être même un peu comme avant 18h.
Here he comes. He's about 500 meters away. Chamonix, let's hear you. Let's get ready to bring home Tom Owens. We've got the Scottish corner right down there. Let's hear you, Scotland. Tom Owens from Great Britain.
I did see a lot of Scottish flags up on the backdrop as they were going out of the start up at the top. So,
all right.
In his face. Here he comes.
Well, here's the first Scottish winner and the
first Brit. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the first Brit.
Oui, excuse-moi, Vicky, mais c'est un plaisir de retrouver Tom Owens à ce niveau de compétition. Lui qui était parti sur le skyrunning, qui se battait contre Kiki et qui a eu après des problèmes de pied. Il est de retour sur l'ultra avec une superbe 4e place. Monsieur Tom Owens.
Well done, Tom. Yeah, go
Well
Tom
done.
Owens. Woohoo.
Happy to be in here. Happy for this finish.
Enjoy your moment, Tom. Look at those Scottish flags flying.
Magnifica la quarta piazza di Tom Owens.
Ahí los aplausos del público para Tom Owens.
So Beth Pascal, she's about 15 minutes behind Kristin Berglund at the top of the climb before she descends down to Vallocine.
C'était plus dirigé sur le skyrunning et des formats courts. On a eu la chance ici de la voir bien sûr du côté du marathon du Mont-Blanc pendant des années. C'était l'épouvantail à Kiki, c'est celui qui était
Katie Scheid in 7th place and Rory Bosio in 8th position. Ekaterina Mitaev in 5th. Mima Kotka in 6th place. And Mimi is kind of like still hanging in there despite that injury to her leg.
UTMB, je pense que ça va lui faire grandement plaisir.
Ah, c'est un vrai bonheur hein, quand on revient de blessures avec toute l'incertitude, toute la frustration que ça suppose. Ça demande aussi énormément de courage quand on a été à très haut niveau de repartir.
So the next runner into the finish line for this year is going to be Andy Simons, and he should be in about the next 20 minutes or so. So Andy is on his way down now from La Flégère, so he's going to be super happy with his 5th place, and that means that he started 3 UTMBs now and he's finished 2 of them.
C'était des efforts pour Xavier de prendre la photo à 3 parce que maintenant ça relâche. Il n'y a que Pau qui est juste incroyable. Il fait un temps, il améliore 50 minutes. Il est là.
And then the next 4 runners are super close heading, so 6th to 9th, fighting it out.
Regarde, il a tout sourire.
All right. It is dang steep up there, isn't it, Courtney?
Si, si.
Et on a perdu Tom Owens, ça y est, il est reparti à l'envers. Il nous fait un BMTU, ça s'appelle. Un BMTU, voilà, toi c'est l'UTMB à l'envers.
Un BMTU.
Voilà, et il repart, un bon BMTU. Allez.
Voilà, et en tout cas, il reçoit une ovation bien méritée de tout le public.
Come on down, Tom. Do it again. Why not enjoy your moment, Tom? It's been a long journey over the last 2 years for Tom. He's suffered with injuries, which makes today even more sweeter. Well done, Tom. That really is a great run today. Tom,
Allez Tom, tendez les bras et les accolades.
he once thought that he'd never do ultras, but boy has he done it.
These are some PTL finishes, Randy. I was trying to work out what was going on here. These are not Andy Simons.
You're right.
And they've got huge backpacks. These guys have been out since Monday. These are PTL finishes. These guys have done 300 kilometers, 26,000 meters of elevation. So, exactly.
Nos aventuriers.
Il y a eu de la Suisse, les deux.
Spain, France, New Zealand, and the UK. Well done, guys.
Suisse et britannique. Voilà. Pour cette
Et là, quel
Team
plaisir
PTL.
d'accueillir Tom Owens. Magic.
Well done, Tom. As you can see, you've got the Scottish corner down there. A sight for sore eyes.
Wow.
Here we go. This is a bit of cheeky drone footage, and this is up at La Giette. Wow, cool. First time we get this kind of footage up there. So La Giette, so we are now picking off some of our, let's say La Giette, that's kind of further down the field actually. So let me kind of do a little bit of a expected arrivals, UTMB, and we are at La Giette. So I can tell you who we're going to see there. So we've got, I tell you what, Juliette Blanchette is going to be up here soon. She is in our top 10 of women. That's Liang Jing from China. Mario Ortiz Fabregas. So just having a look through here. Charlie Butcher is going to be up at La Giette quite soon. So, but yeah, so this is where the drone. This is the climb after leaving Champex-Lac, and then now you begin the descent down to Trion, down to the Col de la Forclaz. So yeah, this is areas of the course, Randy, where we would never normally, where the viewers would never normally get to see. So we've seen so many new parts of the course that we wouldn't normally see on UTMB TV, all for the benefit of you lovely people watching on UTMB TV.
If I were to guess, that team that was coming in from PTL was Alpino Canario, team number 20080, that left Laflégère at 3:17. And they just worked their way right back down. That's Julio Quintana.
Okay, here's Courtney. Here's our race leader, Courtney Dawalta from the United States. She is working it on this final climb. Courtney now is coming up to 22 hours. So she is, where are we? So she's still a long way. She's still got another 30 minutes of climbing on this, which is hard at the best of time. But when you've given as much as Courtney has so far, this is, as Scotty Hooker just said, this is going to feel like a lifetime.
Home stretch. You got this. Thank you.
She scooped off a little thank you to this. Look at that. When you have to bend over to pull your knee up, that is tough. Ah.
Is that what she had to do?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she had to, put her, to keep her position.
That does mean that probably the descent down to Chamonix is going to be quite painful as well. But Courtney is not going to give up, and she has a significant time gap to Christine Begland at the moment. Christine is yet to reach Valocine. So the gap is over an hour to the leader.
Yeah, so long as there's not a catastrophe, she will do fine.
Beth Pascal is about 15 minutes behind Kristin. We're expecting Beth into Vallecine 4:30, 4:40 Chamonix time. She is probably at least now 20 minutes ahead of the chasing pack. At the moment, Beth Pascal, depending how she's going, is looking in a good place to secure a third place in this year's UTMB.
Quoi, mes vannes elles marchent pas? C'est tout le monde quoi?
Mon frère, elle marche pas tes vannes.
J'ai été élu meilleur divertissement de la semaine.
Sur la première ligne. La semaine dernière.
Oui, bon, ça m'a pris.
So, Courtney's heading towards La Flégère as well. So, I just heard from Debbie and Dane up at La Flégère. So, they're sat at La Flégère thinking about doing next year's UTMB. So, go Dane. You can do it, buddy. And you stay up there to cheer the leading ladies.
I'm sure after watching this, a lot of people are thinking that this is something that they can do. And since the race allows everyone to start as long as they have their points, qualification points, and you can get in on the lottery, then go for it.
Yeah, the left-hand image. The left-hand image is still up at La Giette. So somewhere between above the descent down to La Faucla and to Trillon. Courtesy of the drone cam. And Courtney's images are being brought to you courtesy of one of our runner cams. So there's cams everywhere.
Non, plus sérieusement, Pierrot, oui, je n'ai pas le droit de parler. Par rapport à la caméra, on n'a pas le droit de t'entendre. Voilà.
Ça nous fera des vacances.
Bien reçu, je vous laisse en congé.
Putain, vas-y, pas parler. On va plus sur un chapeau, il a mon équipe.
You know, you've heard us talk about the race all day. Perhaps if you've just tuned in, you haven't. But for those who have been listening, you've heard us talking about Courmayeur, Italy, the Bonatti Refugio, the Col Ferret, Champex-Lac, La Folie. And I'm looking at the distribution of where the runners are located right now. And most of the runners in this race are now climbing the Col Ferret or before the Grand Col Ferret. And so that's how far back the bulk of the race is. There are a good number of people who have advanced to La Folie and to Champex.
Nous avons tous une bonne raison de nous dépasser. Notre motivation peut être évidente, ou pas. Nous avons chacun notre rythme, et chacun notre style. Nous connaissons le prix de l'effort. La performance n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est notre moteur. Et nous ne comptons pas en rester là. Soyons inarrêtables. Iron.fr, le meilleur du running livré gratuitement en 24 heures.
Being an original is never easy. Escaping the known. To run the path less traveled. It's what we've been doing for 25 years. And we'll keep doing it as long as you keep inspiring us. Looking for the next challenge. Pushing yourself. Exploring and respecting nature. Chasing fun and comfort. Going even further, higher, but feeling protected. Just like the originals do. Inspired by you, the original reborn.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
Pour papa, fini la corvée des Pâques. Avec SodaStream, ma maman est magicienne. Elle transforme l'eau du robinet en eau gazeuse et fait disparaître les bouteilles en plastique.
SodaStream Cristal, élu produit de l'année. SodaStream, bon pour nous, meilleur pour la planète.
Thank you. Go girl. Well done, you're amazing. That's great.
Ça va?
Ça va et toi?
Ouais.
Cool. Je me mets derrière la caméra. C'est bon.
Allez, bravo!
Super! Bravo!
La dernière montée! La dernière montée! Allez, super! Sérieux! Courtney, come on! Last climb, last one!
Ouais, voilà.
Ça va, ouais.
Allez! Bravo! La première! The first!
Allez!
20 minutes and the liberty!
Yeah, 20 minutes up after. It's okay. Just down. Well done. You go, girl. Amazing, amazing. You go. Bye, Clem.
Ciao.
Étienne a tranché, vous restez un peu, vous attendez qu'il y ait plus de monde. Est-ce que Denis peut essayer d'envoyer le drone vers Bovine? Moi je sais pas, mais Denis il doit savoir. en avançant, en allant à leur rencontre sur le parcours.
D'accord. Ils sont dans la forêt, après, je sais pas si on les verra, mais on peut essayer, ouais.
C'est dans la forêt? De l'autre côté de la forêt. Étienne, il dit de l'autre côté de la forêt. Oh, sinon, la crête qui est au-dessus de vous, pour faire de la beauty. Mais s'ils se sentent d'aller essayer de voir s'il y a du monde de l'autre côté de la forêt, c'est cool.
On va essayer de voir s'il y a du monde et sinon je dirais de faire la crête.
Ok, ça roule.
De la deuxième fille, c'est ça? Devrait arriver maintenant.
On the left-hand side of your screen, we got the drone cam kind of tracking the runners coming off the top of La Giette on their way down to Col de la Forclaz, and we have on the right-hand side now we have Courtney Daualta working. Yeah, the credits are the wrong way around. So La Giette is the left screen, and Courtney Daualta, our race leader in the women's race, is on the right-hand screen. Courtney's legs obviously stiffening up now, but she's just gutsing it out on this relentless final climb.
All right, I'm Randy Gaylord. I'm here with Keith Byrne, and this is the live edition of the English Channel on UTMB TV. We're 22 hours, 26 minutes into the race that started yesterday at 6 p.m., and this person in front of us, Courtney Dauwalter, an American, has been on her feet the entire time. And she is just on her last few steps on the uphill. A very difficult path, as you've been seeing. Times she's had to just reach down to the rock and help pull herself up. And yeah, it's steep. The views up here are fantastic. But I think what she has in mind is not the fantastic views, which you'd come back to see tomorrow, but rather just get her off the top and down to Fléchier and on to Chamonix. So on the front of the screen there are two more people coming down the path, walking down, because they've covered 300 kilometers.
So that looked like, to PTL, and we're also waiting for Andy Simons to come down here and complete his spot as well in 5th place in this year's UTMB. So Andy's going to be coming down any second now.
Sure, and the gentleman on the left there in the blue outfit, you've been catching his shoulder from moment to moment all for the last 3 days, and he's done a great job. He's wearing that armband, and he is our photographer. Okay, here comes the runner.
Andy Simons coming in now. So the second Brit and the second Brit in the top 5. Oh, yeah. Andy Simons based out of France. So Seb's having a time off this time. It's the other running photographer.
Lagnes, France is the town that he says he's living in now.
Excuse me?
Is it Lagnes?
Yes, so Land, it could be Lan, I think probably more like that, Lan in French.
Lan.
That's my guess.
Lan, France.
I'm sure somebody will have
where he's living.
Hey, and there's Christine Berglund. She is our second female athlete, just coming in now to the aid station at Vallorcine. So, yeah, and obviously she's looking a lot more energetic than our race leader, Courtney Dauwalter. But that I think that gap is too significant right now, and Courtney's just gutting it out in front.
Well, and we've seen Courtney going uphill. Courtney looked pretty good coming into this aid station as well. This is a chance to refuel for Christian Berglund from Sweden. Here she has arrived Vallorcine, and she's thinking, okay, get fueled, go one more big climb. Let's get this done. I can do this. Very positive attitude, very good approach.
Hey Randy, we're going to have the crew from Strava coming in soon, and unbeknown to everybody, they've been running a competition for the fastest athletes at the Grand Col Ferret. So obviously with Strava, there's always the Strava segments. So they're going to be coming in to kind of talk about who scored the record on that during the race. So I'm going to be super interested to see that.
Well, that's great.
And here they come. So we're going to kind of, I think this is Larissa.
Yes, hi Larissa.
So my memory is still working, thank goodness for that. So Larissa, let's just create some space for you to jump in here as we watch our second.
The drill, Larissa, you remember, is to put on those headphones and grab the mic. And when you're ready to talk, push that button up. Okay, great to have Larissa back in the studio with us. Larissa, and if we could get a little showing of who Larissa is. Yeah, there we go.
Hi.
Everybody knows who we are by now, but Larissa, say hi to the audience.
Hi, I'm Larissa Rivers. I work at Strava, one of the partners of the UTMB.
Yeah, hey Larissa, here we are. We've got on screen now Courtney. She's kind of fighting her body and dragging it up the last climb. Have you been up there? I don't know if you've had time to go up there.
I actually just ran from there.
It's
amazing. It's hard.
Yeah, when you've done 100 miles, it's pretty gruesome. So there's first and second. So Kristin Begland is a long way away from probably less than an hour or something like that, but still significantly. I mean, Courtney is just moving very slowly, but she is getting closer and closer to the top. Have you been enjoying UTMB?
Oh, it's awesome to watch. It's so inspiring. It's one of those things where you even like explore a fraction of what they're doing, and you can't believe they do this all in one go.
No. I think
it's crazy.
And I think I have a lot of friends who they're totally not into running, and I told them that this is what I'm kind of commentating on. So they've been watching, going, "Wow, this is so cool! I want to get into running." So no, it's yeah. I mean, obviously, it's easy to say that while you sat on the sofa watching it at home. But I mean, I might
when
follow.
You're watching elite athletes,
I might
tap it out.
follow up their commitment after this race, and then maybe get them signed up to Strava. So, first question, Randy, have you downloaded the Strava app yet? Larissa, we still got some work to do there.
I know. I told Kim that you were doing it, and she was like, "There's no way." So you have a bet now.
I told you, I just got the watch. One thing at a time. Okay.
So Larissa, you're back in the studio, so that means you're not in here because the weather's amazing outside. So
it's pretty gorgeous.
What are you doing back in the UTMB TV studio?
Well, we wanted to give people a little bit of flavor of what Strava does by way of segments, and looking at mountain running is such a perfect way to do that. One of my personal favorite segments on the course is the Grand Col Ferret.
Exactly.
It's the highest point in the course, and the course record was just taken by Steph Violette last night in the CCC. She beat Ruth Croft's time by about 5 minutes. So she...
Who was that again? Sorry?
Steph Violette.
Okay. So Stephanie Howe Violet.
Yeah,
sorry.
Howe. We think of her Stephanie Howe because that is
the maiden name.
She's Stephanie Howe Violette. Yeah.
Yes. But she took it last night within 6 minutes of the men's time, which is Jim Walmsley's 41 minutes that he did last year.
Wow. So so she
close.
got the QOM on the Strava segment from the Arnuva up to. Do you know what the time was?
47 minutes and 11 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, really fast.
Yes.
The average time for women is about an hour and 35 minutes. For men, it's about an hour and 29. It's 2.6 miles, but the views up there are just stunning. And then you go from Italy into Switzerland.
Yeah, and that's where the lead guys this morning, that's where they were taking the sunrise. So it was it was a good spot. So, cool. So Stephanie has
where does the segment start?
It starts in Arnuva, so the very, very base of the climb.
Okay, yeah.
Right when you're about to start climbing.
The bridge are there. Okay, and it finishes at the point.
At the very top. I think technically you're probably supposed to touch that post at the top. But I don't know if that's exactly where the segment ends to make sure that you're doing it correctly.
So Andy Simon's crossing the line here. So Andy, the second Brit in the top 5. Well done.
Well done, Andy.
That's his second UTMB finish, so 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Andy Simons, do you know whether he is a member or participates with Strava?
If he's from the UK, probably is.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Yeah, they're not like Big Brother. Yeah, they're kind of like, so don't dive that deep. Or maybe they are. They just keep it a bit covert. So
Pow is on Strava, apparently.
Randy's getting. I can see Randy's going to use this as an excuse for data protection.
No. Don't worry. I work for government, remember. Everything's an open book.
Yes.
Could even do a few more kilometers. Well done. Really, really great run.
Qué aceleración en el final.
So, as you're partnering UTMB and everything else, is Stephanie winning something for this? Other than
bragging rights.
Okay. Yeah. No,
That's all our leaderboards are about.
No. I thought just because Strava's here and activating, and I've already seen a lot of people. We found your place last night. Because we were absolutely dying.
We found your hotel and the burger bar.
Oh, yes. Did you get a burger?
Well, we arrived about 15 minutes too late.
No, 10:15, and we were flagging for food. Do you have food? The answer was no, so we left.
Sorry.
But hey, that was fine. That was our fault for staying here too long and talking about running.
Well, it's good that you guys are doing this, though.
Oh, yeah. No. I think
people appreciate it.
The
but
feedback
we do think we found
amazing.
one place open in Chamonix that's open after 10.
You found one?
Yes, we did. Real nearby.
Well, over that part of town, there's places down here by the finish line that are definitely open.
As they should be.
Yeah. So, are you still, just for people listening in, are you still offering burgers for those people that have finished the races? Is that still ongoing now?
Yep. Anyone who finishes the races and is a Summit member at Strava gets a free burger at the Bighorn, which is right in Chamonix City Center.
Yeah, you need to get there before 10 o'clock. So Randy and I,
Before 10 o'clock.
we discovered that one. That's the only caveat. So, how long are you guys offering burgers? Is that happening tomorrow as well?
Through Sunday night.
Right.
We're going to have a big party with Like the Wind on Sunday night, but we'll be activating at the Bighorn all weekend.
Brilliant. Yeah, so the last of the runners will be coming in. So they've still literally got 24 hours till the last runners come in across the finish line tomorrow, so which is epic in its own right. So they can also shuffle down for a burger. They're probably
on your right side, another scene here, if you haven't caught this yet, these are the PTL run walkers that have covered 300 kilometers since Monday, and now they're running.
They've probably not picked up too many Strava segments in terms of KOMs. They were more out for the long run, but you never know.
But they're going to have the biggest activity.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. No, and the calorie burn on this activity is going to be significant. Yes.
Yes.
So well done to these three gentlemen.
Bueno, en la lucha detrás de.
That is it's a good effort from those three guys. Amazing to think that they have been out since Monday morning. They've done 300k, 26,000 meters of climbing, and therefore pretty much 26,000 meters of descending.
I saw the numbers as 2008, I believe.
De Canarias, sí, Canarios.
These guys are from, that's why we had our guys from the Transgran Canaria before Randy sat on the next table, because these guys are representing the Gran Canaria.
Is that right? Okay.
That's right. So, the Transgran Canaria, the normally the first ultra of the season in Europe, because obviously the weather's more pleasant down there. They don't get any snow, so while the rest of Europe is still snowbound. So the beginning of first week of March, normally the Transgran Canaria kicks off the ultra season in Europe. So the race organizer, the race director of the Transgran Canaria was sat next door talking to Deppa, so they're probably down at the finish line now. There he is there in the grey t-shirt.
Aquí está vuestra meta. 300 kilómetros en esas patitas.
Yeah. Did you see the finish of Pau Capel before Larissa?
We saw him come down past La Floria because we were running down from the Col de Monte, and we weren't going to make it in time.
Right.
I know.
But we did see him about a mile and a half from the finish line, which is really cool.
The good thing is that social media now is absolutely going wild with the edited footage of that finish, which was good.
Yeah, it's pretty
Pau
amazing.
is a showman for sure.
He deserves it.
Yeah, well done to these guys coming in now.
Là, plutôt, ils savourent. Hein.
Ah là, ils prennent du bonheur. Ils disent, c'est notre arrivée, on va profiter jusqu'au bout.
Ils ont fait 195 km sur le monde, sur les sommets. Après, ils redescendent, ils ont 5 km où ils retrouvent l'humanité, le public, la foule. Et là, ils en profitent.
Te digo una cosa, tienen cara de canarios, es increíble, de verdad, Tienen este aire canario tan bonito. Mira.
I think one of the funniest moments, because obviously everyone who's been working in the event all week is kind of going a bit mad now. So when Xavier finished, they were doing an interview with him and he answered his question in French first, and then the woman translated his answer in French. And we were all like going, she's speaking in French. And then at the end, I think that's kind of shows how fatigued both the volunteers, the workers, and the runners are now. But and also happy. So it's a good kind of cocktail.
It's so interesting how international this race is.
Oh yeah.
That you have to translate every person who's finishing the race in their native language.
Oh yeah, no. I think Randy and I slaughter at least 50% of the people's names.
If people are listening to us, they hopefully they're not listening to us, and people just understand that we're describing the names of another person. And look how big these packs are. This is not insignificant. They had to carry helmets this time because of the difficulty of the route, and that there's some climbing segments, some rope and climbing segments this year on the TDS.
Wow.
There are times when they go through the kind of fixed wire rope ladders and so on, but this is even more. So that started with the UTMB in Oman. They put a rope segment into it where they have people there to haul, to provide the safety. But it's necessary for and they provide a harness, but it's necessary for the...
Hey, Larissa, loving the socks, by the way.
Oh, good. Oh, you have them on. Amazing.
Of course, it was like, it worked with my outfit today. It was like, brilliant, I'm going to wear these.
Yeah, because they match the UTMB colors.
Exactly.
That was the intent.
Very, very clever. Yeah,
and I guess people can come by and get socks at the Bighorn too.
I guess you guys are like, because you'd be like, man, we're making Strava socks and they're not orange. That was probably a tough gig for you guys.
Still works though.
Yeah, no, they're good. They're keeping us alert. Yes.
We've
Only
been
they were
listening
coffee
to speakers
socks.
from China. Is Strava popular in China?
I don't know. Because we're an app and a website, the firewall protection in China is a lot different.
Yes.
So people use it, but there's a lot of potential companies that mimic what we do and even use our name. We don't have a lot of protection around IP. So,
all right.
While we would love to do a lot more in China, there's a lot of just like red tape you have to get around.
I see.
Yeah, but we're popular in a lot of other countries, especially Japan more recently.
On the left, we're watching
so this
the next women's runner arrive in Valerosin.
That looks like let's say the fourth place runner, unless Maite has passed Beth Pascal. But number 22, I think that's the Spanish lady.
It is. Mete Miora.
She is now up to third. So Beth Pascal is obviously having a bit of a tough time in this section of the course. So she is full of energy and up to third place. And shortly after her will be the Ekaterina Mitayev from Russia. She should be in any second now. And there's Dmitry, her husband, in the background. He already finished second the other day in the TDS, and she supported him. So now it's the role reversal. So those guys are, Yeah, these two have been racing each other and actually been moving up. They've been the hunters in this top 10.
Yeah, she reeled in. Beth Pascal, no question about it, from Great Britain. Sorry about that, Beth, but there's still a big climb ahead, so you have a chance to redeem that position if you have the opportunity. She passed a few men along the way in that last segment. She's moved up from overall from 46th position to 42nd position. Had a screaming pace, I must say, on that.
She feels good. Looks great.
So right now, the Hong Kong athlete, he's kind of winning the fight of the next four heading to Chamonix. So Ho Chung Wong is currently 6th. He's expected into Chamonix in the next 5 minutes as our third place woman leaves Valerosin. Ho Chung Wong is actually head-to-head with Joaquin Lopez from Ecuador. And then we've got Masatoshi Obara from Japan. So he's about 10 minutes down. And then Javier Dominguez Ledo from Spain.
The third place woman just put a light on her head. And what does that tell you? It tells you that she thinks it might take her 3 hours to get here.
It's a good call.
And so 8 o'clock is, if you're coming down in the trees, safer to have the light.
Yes,
and
I would agree.
Safety first, and that's a good, she doesn't have to worry about that later on or make that choice. She just rides with it around her head and she's fine. So that's first person we've seen with a light on.
So she's heading down now, Courtney.
No. She's still on the. She's kind of got to the top of the, almost to the top now of the Tête au Vent. So not quite at the top. It's kind of just. It's a never-ending climb, especially when you're not feeling as good as you did earlier on. But I think she's out of the worst part in terms of steepness. What she will find, though, with the stiffness she's going through is that the next segment between here and La Flégère is kind of still it's not very runnable. It breaks up your rhythm very quickly. And if she's feeling a little bit sore now, this is going to just be harder and harder.
She's happy to be walking. She's happy to be just moving. And constant forward motion carries you to the finish line. So that's what she knows. She'll be doing it.
I mean, the reality is that she's still... So here we go. These guys have obviously decided to run in together, so they've been kind of together for so long now. So the Hong Kong and the Colombian athletes... Ecuador athletes. I didn't really say that. So Ho Chung Wong and Joaquin Lopez. Well done, guys. So that's a great position finish for both Hong Kong and Ecuador. It's not often that we welcome them onto the podium at UTMB. So well done. He's super happy with that. And those guys have been charging. They've probably been pushing each other as well.
That's Joaquin Lopez and Hong Chung Wong.
Well done, guys. That is our 6th and 7th runners in. So the Japanese runners coming in next. So we're starting to fill up our top 10 podium in the men's race. And we're getting closer to finishing, to start to fill the women's podium. Courtney has still got an hour and a half. So it kind of just shows how strong Courtney was in the first part of the race. So Courtney's still got a projected lead of almost an hour and a half. It's probably come down slightly, but still. So, Tête au Vent, so 5. I think we're looking about 7 p.m. for the first woman coming into the finish line, and that's probably my best guesstimate right now. So 7 o'clock, 8 and 8:39. Randy Gaylord, the top 3 women should be in. I know that's something. So based on that, you could still get your Strava burger.
You have some time.
No, I have to finish something first.
Here we go. Beth Pascal. Here we go. She's coming into the aid station now. You can see the difference between Beth and the two, both Christine and Maite in front of her.
No question. Beth Pascal, there's something going on. With the eyeglasses on, we can't look at the eyes too well, but the motion shows caution.
Well then, guys.
That's what I read. And she's not going to like the idea of this hike.
So, and the Russian athlete's probably not so far behind her now. So, the sponge is proving a very positive addition to the UTMB today.
It's so hot outside.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the Ecuador and Hong Kong athlete tried to arrive at the exact same moment, and in fact, they were 1 second apart. And so they have to give each of them a number. So one is 6, one is 7th, but they arrived simultaneously and intended to arrive together. So that's what we see there. The next up in the men's race is a Japanese athlete. But for the time, let's watch what's happening in the aid station with Beth Pascal. This could be a good...
Hey, so Randy, Katie Scheider's up to 6th place right now. So Katie's kind of creeping up. Rory, Mimi Kotka, because Mimi we know has the injury, so Mimi's still slugging it out, but she's definitely slowed down. Rory Bozio is getting closer to Mimi, so Rory's currently 8th. Elise Delanoy from France is 9th, and then completing the top 10 we have Ildiko Verdemesha from Hungary.
So, Katie, let's see, I'm just trying to see if Katie has a chance to move up another slot. Possible.
So we've got 3 more places to fill in the men's UTMB rankings for 2019. So we've already welcomed in the first 7, and it's been a very memorable and historic win for Pau Capel in the way that he led from the front, from virtually the start right the way through to the finish, and with a rather exceptional time just to, in this tremendous heat, to go with it.
I think Beth looks okay.
Yeah, just and the fact that she's eating is a good sign.
Yeah.
Yep. Courtney, I wonder if she's enjoying the views.
I hope
if nothing else, yes. Yeah.
It's just so technical.
Yeah.
If you're even a little bit tired, it's just mentally exhausting, even just to put your foot down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we've had the pleasure of watching the first and second men come through this area as well, and it's a great contrast to Courtney's style.
Imagine they were running.
Yeah, they were running. They were kind of bouncing as well. They were still
bouncing. The balance was great. They could make the turns and lean into them, and all those kind of subtle aspects that show great core strength and great ability to move on out. So, we've been talking about whether this is going to slow her down so much that someone might catch her. We don't think so yet.
I don't think so.
We'll have to wait and see how she moves on the downhill.
Yep.
Because I suspect the second place woman is going to climb at a equally difficult pace.
So there's a great view there of the Argentière Glacier, the ski area of the Grand Montée, and so that's on the other side. And this.
Okay, next.
So Beth's had a bit of food, and off she goes on what will be her final climb of this year's UTMB.
Yeah, she looks actually better leaving than she did when she got out. That was a good break.
Yes.
Okay, we're looking at Beth Pascal from Great Britain. She's fueled up. Gummy bears.
And she's still got a sense of humor, which is the ultimate barometer of someone's still in a good place. So there we go. There's first on your left, and currently fourth on your right-hand side. And we're probably, maybe Ekaterina from Russia is going to be coming into that aid station soon as well.
Okay, I think she is up to the very top here. We just walked past a couple of rock piles, which are characteristic of the high point.
The low point. So here we go. Here's Ekaterina is now into the aid station right behind Beth Pascal. So so great role reversals since the other day. So Dimitri's doing all of the work now, while Ekaterina tries to kind of wolf down a bit more food.
All right. There you see somebody who's moving well.
Yes.
In this terrain, and not that any of the other women are not necessarily going to move better than her. That's just what we have.
Yep.
So that's.
I wonder how much the heat is affecting them too.
Yeah.
Because that section's so exposed.
So where have you been hiking around?
Mostly on the course, just trying to see people. We woke up early this morning and went to the Grand Col Ferret, but from the La Folie side, from the Swiss side. So I got to see
This
the
was
sunrise there.
yeah.
Yes, and we saw Pau come through, which was really cool. And then hiked down, and then we did the Col de Monte and saw Pau come down.
How cold was it out there?
It's freezing. It was probably like 30 degrees, or even if it was 40 degrees, the wind was blowing so hard that unless you were behind something,
so you couldn't wait easily. Did you bring you probably brought
I brought
a lot of clothes.
A lot of clothes. But even then, I mean, we were just like, we were running up and down the mountain until Pau came through, until the sun came up, because we were just trying to keep ourselves warm.
Were there many other people up there, spectators?
There were probably, I'd say like around 20 people up there.
So you left in the dark, and you came up from...
We came up from Leffley in the dark.
Leffley in the dark.
Left after the sunrise.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing.
Good for you.
Yeah. Like I said, it's my favorite Strava segment.
So...
Yeah, very good. Dunno, which gets us back to what we were talking about originally. So very good, Larissa. Yeah, you should work for Strava. Oh, yes.
My main goal of this whole entire week is to try and get Randy on. So if I can do that, I feel like I've accomplished something.
Randy, just give her your phone. Come on in.
Just download the app. I don't even...
There we go.
Kim Gaylord, are you listening? This is...
The problem is there's probably a charge.
No.
There's
charge?
no charge. It's free to,
See,
it's free to do.
Randy, all this you ticked off all the resistance yesterday.
There might be a Wi-Fi issue.
I don't think so.
No. Oh yeah, sorry, Randy. Phones before 1932 you can't download the Strava app. But yeah, Kim Gaylord, I hope she sat down now, because I think Randy's about to download the Strava
app. Looks like someone else is coming in.
Yeah, so that I know that the Japanese channel now, they're very excited. It's been a while since since Kabaraki was in the top 10, so it's great that they have a seventh. This is seventh place. So Masatoshi Obara from Japan is going to come in 8th place. So he's in the top 10. So yeah,
so he placed 4th in the Ultra Trail Mount Fuji. Full course, about the same distance.
Yeah, so from Machida, close to Tokyo. So well done to him as Ekaterina heads out. Having a little talk to herself. Sometimes you need to do that.
Le voilà. Avec le trail au Japon qui est très très populaire, à l'image du marathon chez eux, parce que les marathoniens sont des dieux vivants. Et puis depuis une dizaine d'années maintenant avec Kaburaki, ils ont.
Well, she's running, so that's a good sign.
Et c'est devenu quelque chose d'énorme.
Randy, I think we've got another PTL team coming in here.
Yes, a women's team.
Those guys look like they've been having some fun. You going to call them out, Randy?
Notre baboche.
I need their number to...
Well, could you not look at the next arrivals for... I'll do it. I've got it. As our brains start to freeze up after so many days. Let me do... I've got it,
my
Randy.
screen doesn't make that a clear image.
Oh, no. I don't have PTL on here either. We can't do that.
There we go.
That's a bit like why you can't download Strava, I guess, Randy. You're just full of excuses.
Okay, please. Just find a number and we'll be all set.
So, come on, Randy. This is it. This is like your finisher vest. We give you a Strava app.
I can download a game or a comic or something. Here we go. We're going to get some help right now.
Brilliant.
All right, let's talk about the Japanese runner who is so happy to arrive here today in Chamonix.
Well done.
A big hug.
I did mention Kabaraki, former top 10 finisher. So Kabaraki's out on the course right now, running to celebrate his 50th birthday. He's about 127th the last time I looked, so he's still out there, alive and kicking, as our PTL team come into the finish line. Almost saw the number then, Randy. And there's
056 maybe.
20.
Here we go. We're going to get the back
let's see.
on it.
Nope, that's not it.
Was it like 5-6 the last two digits?
5-6 or 5-8.
0-0-5-6. We'll see who's there.
No, 5-8. Superwoman. We like that. And another PTL team coming in. So, yeah, these guys are coming in. Today's Saturday, right?
Yes.
So, guys, I know that sounds like a stupid question, but yeah.
It doesn't. Being out here, you kind of just don't know what day it is.
So, yeah, Saturday's a traditional day where we get to see quite a few PTL runners coming in. We did actually have 2 on Thursday. We had a couple yesterday.
Is that the soonest you usually see them come through?
No,
Thursday?
we would never seen PTL on a Thursday.
Oh,
Never
really?
before, yes.
Wow.
Phenomenal.
So those guys were amazing.
Oh, 20560.
All right. Thank you so much.
I think that was a Belgian flag on their bibs.
Les Games Celeste.
Yes, Belgian.
Couriers Celeste. Stephanie Bloch and Anne Golden from Hamburg, Belgium. You are right. Good eye there, Keith.
Les applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing. 129 hours. They've been a long time.
Let's see. Race time at La Flégère was 129 hours. They're still going to get 120. They just finished at 129. So yeah, 129 hours should be there, and they're 16th.
So our second Spanish finisher. Our second Spanish finisher. After Pau Capel's coming in soon.
C'est eux.
Oh, look at these women. I've seen these men out on the trail. They're cheering them on.
They've probably been kind of hanging out together.
That's
I would
what I'm
sense. It's
thinking
kind of
too.
like having too much fun.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
I'll find the name of this group as well.
20970.
More Belgians. So that's right. They're kind of definitely well done. So one of the more interesting that one of the more flatter countries in Europe is kind of encouraging these people to go and do some of the craziest distance adventure challenges in the PTL.
Okay, je me disais là.
So this team made up of William Lacrosse, Victor Van Hoy, and Christophe Ratti from Belgium. And they say that their city is Suman, Belgium.
So there we go. Courtney still chipping away. The dream is to get to, first of all, Terre-de-Vent, La Flégère, and then finally to the crowds who will be cheering her into Chamonix. So, yeah,
Okay.
Still got a little bit to go. That looks still like La Giette. So our guys with the drones are over there. So they're kind of picking up, let's say, the runners that are probably in the top 200, around about that. So, so this is the checkpoint up there, having come up from Champélac before they go down to the Col de la Forclaz and to Trion. So there we go. So
She's running. No, maybe not.
Moving
better.
You saw Courtney take off running?
A little bit.
She's moving fast.
Moving a lot better.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so it looks
I
like
think she was
she's
waiting for the camera to get out. You're off camera now. Okay, now I'm going to run.
Over the top.
Yeah, that's La Giette. Here we go. This is our second place woman about to begin the climb up to the top. So she is full of beans. This is Kristin Berglund from Sweden.
And it looks like we're going to get a camera with her, I hope. Or if this might be the bicycle that gets stopped here.
So Kristin is looking super fresh, a lot of energy. And she was 1 hour and 10 minutes behind Courtney at Vallorcine. So, so she's been, obviously, she saved something in the tank for the end of this race. She's kind of been moving up the field. In fact, I can give you that in terms of places. So, so in her rank, she kind of was 126, has worked her way through, and now she's 32nd overall. So, so 32nd overall from scratch, and she is second in the women's event. So, Randy, are you now the proud owner of a Strava app?
I think you just have to touch it or something.
Brilliant. You have to go around and individually convince people to join Strava like this all around the world, Larissa.
That's why I've been there for so long. Showing people how to download apps.
Brilliant. Well done, Randy. Now you need to go out and do some running to download some.
Well, I'm just hoping it'll download my workouts on my watch.
It will.
Which watch do you have?
Coros.
Coros. Ask Dylan. He knows how to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
So these are the runners having come through the checkpoint at La Giette. In fact, I know what we can do here, just for a bit of fun. We'll look at the next arrivals at La Giette in the UTMB. So if you're watching and you're trying to follow somebody and you think they might be in this area, and I'll tell you who's coming up next from La Giette.
But while we're talking about watches, we should mention Garmin, and Garmin does work with the Strava app.
All watches work with the Garmin app, the Strava app.
Yes, I know, but Garmin is a
partner of UTMB. Well done, Randy. That was very politically correct. So Charlie Butcher from the UK. So Charlie is due to go through this checkpoint that we're watching right now at La Giette. Edouard Godineau from France. Then we've got Till Winkler. What a great name, from Germany. Xiang Fuzhou from China. Nuno Santos from the UK, just about to. And Kabaraki, we were just talking about Kabaraki. So Kabaraki, Mark Maffei, I know you were complaining that we weren't focusing on one individual random runner in the old 2,500 runners of the UTMB. So right now, Kabaraki is going to be at La Giette he should be there or thereabouts right now. So he's not gone through yet, but he'll be there soon. So Kabaraki, former top 10 finisher in UTMB in times gone by. Sam Hewitt and Matthew Chataway from the UK, they're also close to the top here and there. Howard Norton from Australia. So those are some of the next runners that are going to be coming in up to La Giette here. So Jacek Swiderek from Poland. And there you can see Courtney having to haul a kind of like ever-stiffening knee, it would seem, getting over this horribly technical section of the Tête au Vent. But every step, as painful as it is, he's getting her closer to the win here at UTMB. And it now descends a little bit, which is a false hope, because it descends with technical steps, and if you're not feeling full of beans, then it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, many will tell you that the poles are useful also
for the downhill
to guard against excessive pressure on the knee on the descents. So she's choosing not to use those.
No, Courtney seems to have the poles for Courtney as a general rule, they have been used by her on the downhill, but I think she's having none of it on this section.
Yep. So I expect her to break out into a nice run once you get those poles.
I thought you were going to say into a sweat.
She's probably already sweating. That's my guess.
No, we don't. We understand she can smell good and can smell the finish, things like that. But I'm not going to talk about whether she's sweating or not, unless she's showing it. So I just wanted to point out here that we talked about being at the Grand Col Ferret to see the first runner at daybreak today. And according to the stats that we have, about 1,000 runners are located below the summit of the Grand Col Ferret right now. 1,000 of the 2,542 runners who started are located below the summit of the Grand Col Ferret right now.
Crazy.
So that just gives you an idea about where people are and what their pace is to get through here. So they've got until tomorrow at 4:30 to arrive here in Chamonix. We're not going to be following every one of them. But we do like to mention that for many of those runners, this will be a lifetime experience. And some of them are going to have Strava and a Garmin watch, I can guarantee you.
I'm sure they will.
So just looking at Kristen is on the beginning of the climb from the Col de Monte. So if the fastest runners are taking 2 hours, from the Col de Monte to the finish. They're taking 1 hour from the Tête au Vent to the finish. So let's call it half and half, just for the simplification of my brain at this late stage of the event. So Kristen is currently 1 hour behind Courtney. And Courtney is moving incredibly slowly. Kristen is definitely moving faster. Obviously, to kind of drive a little bit of suspense for our viewers, it's Randy is, Kristen, I don't know if she's got some kind of motivation to keep going, because Courtney is, but I think Courtney's probably, once she breaks through this super technical section, hopefully she's going to be able to start moving. But I think the gap by the end is going to be much, much closer than it is right now. So we're just going to keep an eye on this.
No question
just
about
to see
that.
How it goes.
The rate of climb and the rate of descent by Kristen is going to be much faster than Courtney's, and so Courtney just has to count on the gap.
It will be interesting to see if Courtney is able to run the descent or not. That could be the difference.
Will she do double time? She's not doing it yet, but it's not clear yet either.
It probably doesn't feel so much like you're in a race right now, as you just kind of more of attrition and just keep pushing yourself forward.
It's probably hard for her to know how close Kristen actually is.
Oh, yeah.
So knowing that you're being chased is probably a good motivator, whether you know they're an hour behind you or
I think so. Yeah.
5 minutes.
And actually, normally, I think if you tell a runner that someone's an hour behiund you, you normally don't believe whoever's told you that. So that's
She's
also
running. She's running. She's going to run.
I think so. She's. I think she's kind of like, she's doing what she can. I think it's going to become more runnable. I think that's the good news for Courtney, and as she works her way towards. So she's gone through Tête au Vent, by the way. That was the key thing. So I can give you, the gap is an hour as it stands right now between Kristen and Courtney at that top. So the gap has come down like 20-25 minutes in the last 2 hours. But I still think if the race was probably 200k, that would be a bit of a change. It would be more of a stretch than for Courtney to stay ahead.
She's moving.
For
though.
those of you that are watching this race, I hope those of you in the United States who are paying attention, this is the first American runner in this race. It's a woman, Courtney Dauwalter. And we've been talking about her as she's climbed up, and now she's come across the pass and is on her way down. Here she is on the right side. That's the American. And so we're going to keep an eye on her. We want her to stay up there. She will be the first American to finish in this race, man or woman.
Which isn't untypical of her beating most of the men.
No.
In races. I mean, it's kind of classic Courtney.
Well, it's also classic first female at UTMB these days. So
in the top 20?
Yes. Right, did we get the... oh, yes, so she's still holding her own there. She dropped a few places, but still 18th. Because she was, in terms of ranking... Yeah, so at one point she was 14th overall when she was in Champay. Champay was where she had her tough time. We actually did see her puking on camera.
Oh, lovely.
So,
that was,
It was fine. The camera was polite to take the camera away once he realized what was happening.
Here you go, Larissa. This is quite impressive when you look at Pau Capel's rank throughout the race. He's...
That's amazing.
It is like, that is not something you've ever seen before in UTMB.
Ever.
If somebody leads, they always bail. They do not take the lead from checkpoint number 1 right the way to the finish line. It is quite an amazing imagery, and I'm actually going to take a picture of that because I haven't geeked out on this one yet today.
And he was flying through La Floria. I mean, 2 miles to go.
Oh, yeah.
Are you in?
Here we go. So another Team Vibram athlete finishing in the top 10. So here he comes now. So Javier Dominguez Ledo from Spain. Team Vibram coming in to finish in... and he looks like he's coming in with... these guys are coming in together. So Jermaine Grangier from Spain, from France. Sorry. So that is it. That is our top 10 men at this year's UTMB. Congratulations to every single one of you for achieving that. So you've all done it within the 24 hours. The final finishing time there of the number 10th one is 23 hours and 15 minutes. That is your top 10 for UTMB 2019 for the guys. And we're just about to begin our top 10 for the female athletes, or Courtney will, once she's reached La Flégère and begins the descent down to Chamonix.
We will continue to announce the finishers of the men and women as they come across the finish line, and we get some info about them. The room here where we are just suddenly exploded with information, and why? Because Javier is Spanish, and the Spanish announcer just took off.
Spain are dominating this year. So are you going off air for a short while now, and are you going to do some downloading onto the Strava app?
No.
Okay, just checking. Yeah.
No, I'll just let you talk and fill in a little bit here and there.
No, I think I'm just going to go and have a quick break as well, and then we're going to be cheering Courtney all the way down to the finish line.
All right, so my name's Randy Gaylord. I'm here with Keith Byrne, and we're going to take...
And Larissa from
Strava.
Yes.
And we'll take a break. All right, and and you'll continue to watch the first American as she makes her way down to La Flégère.
Thanks, Larissa. Have fun for the rest of the weekend.
We will.
Great to have you here, Larissa.
Il est là ils sont là notre traducteur.
Il descend vers la VOC, Martin Kern, Guillaume veut aussi se le dépenser aussi. Il s'approche de Chamonix.
Allez, alors on va voir qui. D'abord la PTL ou notre ami qui nous vient de Chine. Mais peut-être pas.
Ultimo chilometro per il cinese, poi due francesi. C'è anche una squadra Petel verso il traguardo. La prima donna sta salendo verso la Flégère. Première femme qui monte vers Flégère.
Allez, est-ce que c'est la PTL qui va arriver?
Voilà l'équipe dans l'image, Petel.
Voilà l'image. Voilà, après les plus jeunes de la team belge, les juniors célestes.
Que du belge sur la Petel. Fantastique épreuve pour les belges féminins ou masculins avec ce duo, les jeunes qui arrivent dans Petel, 300 km.
Allez, vous êtes en train de regarder là-haut, le voilà. Le voilà pour l'instant, il est juste derrière. Donc du côté de la PTL, on devrait pouvoir les accueillir juste avant.
Non, il y a le vélo qui prend le relais. Ah ouais. Je pense après le ravito, je pense.
Ah, ok.
Je sais pas où est-ce qu'il a pu monter exactement.
Il va prendre le relais à vélo là.
Ah, il va prendre un petit peu une partie de la descente, ouais. Ok.
Magnifique, magnifique.
Magnifique, l'athlète chinois, Luo Changhua.
Superbe, avec une belle 11e place et un temps de 23h21. Vous pouvez lui faire une ovation.
Énorme applauso.
Alors attention, ça va arroser. Poussez-vous, on se protège. Parce que si elle a été secouée à la vitesse où sont arrivés, ça devrait faire mal. Mathieu, attention, hein, mets la veste. Et les voilà, les juniors célestes, la 3e équipe belge. Les gamins, vous pouvez les applaudir.
Voilà.
Attention, on va laisser la photo pour notre ami. Attention, hein, messieurs, dames, nos amis belges. On finit la photo juste avec pour notre ami chinois, s'il vous plaît. Et puis voilà, après, les applaudissements.
Voilà, on a eu l'équipe féminine, l'équipe masculine. Et alors là, on a les genoux. Dis donc, est-ce que vous l'avez donné à manger à vos genoux? Ils sont plus grands que vous. C'est les plus grands. Voilà la Belgique, Belge. Les 3 teams célestes.
Monte le sommet de Flégère. D'ici quelques minutes, on aura le plaisir d'accueillir sur le sommet de Flégère la première dame du UTMB 2019.
Ouais.
Ici, run 2 en direct de la montée de la tête au vent avec la 2e féminine, la norvégienne Kristin Berglund, qui livre une très très bonne impression pour cette fin de course de l'UTMB, malgré la distance qui la sépare de la tête de course. Elle se bat la norvégienne jusqu'au bout, et c'est peut-être là les plus belles valeurs du sport et du trail. Bon, c'était de l'humour, mais en tout cas, elle livre quand même une bonne impression de facilité et c'est très beau à voir de derrière. Et si tu me transmets en phonétique un message d'encouragement, pas trop obscène, je serai avec grand plaisir de le transmettre. So the third woman should be 10 minutes down below. Sorry?
And the fourth?
The fourth is a bit also 10 minutes behind the third. But you look great. And
The Chamonix-Mont-Blanc Valley mirrors the nature that surrounds it. Mythical, authentic. Drawn towards the sky by its pinnacles and legendary peaks, Chamonix is the natural birthplace of incredible adventures. From the beginning, it is here that the pioneers embarked to conquer the summits. It is here that mountain history is written. Whether you are looking to challenge yourself or rejuvenate your soul, the Chamonix-Mont-Blanc Valley reinvents itself every day, inviting you to live your very own adventure. Open the way.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
I breathe. I dream. Can you feel me? No? So ride, dance, jump, taste, find your pace, reach your peak. Can you feel me now? I am the Alps. I am the Mont Blanc. I am Italy. I am Courmayeur. Italy at its peak.
Nous avons tous une bonne raison de nous dépasser. Notre motivation peut être évidente, ou pas. Nous avons chacun notre rythme, et chacun notre style. Nous connaissons le prix de l'effort. La performance n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est notre moteur. Et nous ne comptons pas en rester là. Soyons inarrêtables. Iron.fr, le meilleur du running livré gratuitement en 24 heures.
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6. Par Garmin.
Feeling we're right where we should be. Where nothing else can reach you. Being part of our own little world. Letting yourself go. And this is our first second. What's yours?
if you can shift your goals away from not worrying about PRs or what the watch says, the mountains are a playground. You just ask, where can my legs take me today?
Yeah, no, she's got. I mean, the second woman is flying. So is the third one. So that's good news for us who don't have to do anything after the third woman. Sorry, man. How do I know when I should be speaking? Right? Yes. Hopefully I can hear you, but yeah.
Moins de bornes que vous dans les jambes.
¿Te pido? No, vamos a coger. Por lo menos en este terreno subimos rápido. Mejor que el col de Mont-Blanc.
La première en chemin, en tout cas.
Ouais. Excusez-moi, je peux vous demander un peu d'eau aussi, s'il vous plaît.
Mais certainement.
C'est gentil.
Ça va bien?
Ouais, ça va, ouais.
Excusez-nous, hein, on n'a eu que des yeux que pour madame. Hein,
c'est normal.
Ben, c'est normal, vous n'êtes pas jaloux?
Pas du tout.
D'accord.
Pas du tout. Moi, mon métier, c'est pour que les autres aient des yeux que pour elle. Voilà. Donc, il n'y a pas de souci.
Vous la suivez depuis longtemps?
Valorcine.
Allez, bravo, hein? Bravo, bravo.
So everybody, welcome back. We've been keeping a close eye on the women's race. So Courtney definitely was, was struggling across that really technical terrain. But the good news is you can see that she's now moving much faster and smooth. And she's literally downhill to Chamonix. So Courtney Dauwalter, I think, has got it in the bag now, but the exciting race is happening directly behind her with Kristin Berglund from Sweden and then Mate Elizondo from Spain. those two are they're 14 minutes behind each other, and they're going incredibly well. So Maite is ranked 35th right now overall in the whole race, and Courtney, having gone through La Flégère, she's still in the top 20. So she's the first female, but she's actually the 19th runner on the course. So she is currently she's currently on track to finish 19th overall. So it's even though she's been carrying this injury for the last few hours, she's still incredibly doing a great job, an amazing job. So the good news is, Chamonix, we are about 45 minutes away from celebrating this year's first female athlete, the first American athlete to cross the finish line. So really exciting stuff as we Maite and she is right behind. But yeah, look at this. Courtney now is absolutely flying on the downhill.
Yeah, this is what she needed to do.
Yeah.
And this is what we were hoping to see. It was, it was painful to watch her on the climb. I was particularly watching the second place person here. You see her struggle a bit on this moment, but it's understandable. And these are just tough steps to take up. I'm telling you, if you just started at Col Monte and you went up this climb, you would say, wow, I can't believe they're doing this after 90 miles. So Courtney has just about 4 miles to go. We'll get a better number for you.
It's 5 miles, spot on 5 miles, Randy. 8 kilometers. Spot on the downhill now from La Flégère.
Yeah, so this is the kind of terrain, it's runnable, and she's doing double time. She should make it here into Chamonix within about 45 minutes. So she's 23 hours and 48 minutes underway. She'll finish just over 24 hours. She started yesterday at 6 p.m. from the square in Chamonix, and she'll return to that same location for the finish, and she will have the privilege of saying, I made it all the way around the Mont-Blanc Massif non-stop in just over 24 hours.
Now, this is a huge effort from Courtney, and she's dug deep. And yeah, we even seen her kind of almost lifting her legs over some of the boulders on that awful section of the course. But yep, now this is almost a different person. It's very impressive. And then our cameraman on the right following Mate in third place. Beth Pascal, by the way, because in case Beth Pascal is currently in fourth position. She's probably fighting off the attack from the Russian athlete Ekaterina Mitaeva, who is just 5 minutes behind her into Valacine. So it's going to be interesting for the top 5 places. Also just outside the top 5 places, Katie Scheider in 6th. Rory Bosio now. Rory is continuing her trick of moving through the field. She's up to 7th position now. Elise Delanoy from France in 8th. Mimi Kotka. So Mimi has been struggling with an injury, but amazingly she is still soldiering on. So Mimi Kotka right now at 9th. And then the Hungarian Ildiko Vermesha from Hungary. That's your top 10. Just outside the top 10, we have the Icelandic lady, Elizabeth Margerdottir. And then we also, if I look down a little bit, we have from Finland, we have Maija Oravarmäki. So there we go. That is your top 15 in the women's race right now.
Yes, and I think that the second American finisher and second American woman to finish should be Katie Scheider in position number 6th in the women's race. We'll try to get her overall rank. Her overall rank will be number 58. There may be Jason Sharp may come in ahead of her. We'll figure out what Jason's doing here in just a minute.
Ahead of who?
Katie Scheider.
Ah, right, okay.
So for the second American finisher.
Sure. So, yeah, he's going to be the first male across the finish line from the United States, I guess, Randy?
Jason Schlarb, yes. Jason Schlarb from Durango. is currently in position number.
Hey, that Kim Gaylord's been a bit active again now, Randy. So she's just letting us know that Paddy's still fighting away. So he's out on this last climb as well now. So he's just going up the Col de Monte.
Yeah.
So
he's motoring along. He's having a tough go. Or I mean, it's actually, this is a good place to be. He'll finish almost in daylight or daylight. So Jason is 21st overall, ranked third in his age category, which is the first veterans category, V1H. He's expected in Chamonix at 18:31. That would put him in at about 6:30. But he has yet to find La Flégère. Let's just see what happens here.
That was my day.
She's doing well. And yeah, she's been slowly moving. Maite's been slowly moving up the field. So yeah, this is a strong performance now. And it,
Run 2, Etienne, oui, je te reçois, dis-moi.
oh, look, she's Spanish. So yeah, the Spanish runners have had a fantastic UTMB.
Go, go, go.
Je peux au moins faire le sommet de la tête au vent, là, je suis tout proche.
Il y a des chamois juste en haut.
C'est elle, les chamois pour Bravo, bravo.
Si, c'était le temps que je déverrouille mon portable. Je te propose que j'aille au sommet de la tête au vent qui est tout proche. Ensuite, je redescends et puis je fais quelques centaines de mètres avec chaque fille que je croise.
Yep, this is the wall, the final wall of the 2019 UTMB for all of the athletes.
Bien reçu. Comment?
Tu sais combien il y a de dénivelé à peu près ou pas là?
Pour sortir?
Pour la tête au vent, ouais.
On n'est pas loin. Hein.
Ouais.
Une petite crête, je me rappelle après là, mais on a fait le plus gros. No.
We've had 13 finishers into Chamonix now. Our next finisher is expected at 6:04 from Spain. Yeah, Jason Schlarb is expected in. He's just shortly behind Courtney Dauwalter, and he may make it in before her. We'll just have to wait and see.
Ouais.
That will be a close call at this point in time.
Mais tu vois, j'en sais pas plus qu'un
For those, it looks like Courtney left La Flégère 7 minutes ahead of Jason. So Jason Schlarb may be the first.
Oh wow! Okay.
Male finisher, American male finisher.
And American finisher.
American finisher. So that's what we're looking at right now. Actually, what we're watching on screen is in the women's race, the third place finisher. Somebody will be watching until the very end. and her name is Miaurora Ilanzando from Spain. She's cranking it out. You can see how steep it is. She feels comfortable putting her hands down on the rock in order to steady herself. This is a steep mother. All right. We'll just take our time and watch her come up.
Venga, venga. Bien. Hemos terminado la partida con mucho pendiente. Más fácil ya.
Pour la première féminine, elle descend vers l'arrivée. La deuxième et la troisième, ils sont presque vers le sommet de la montée qui va vers la Flécheur. Ils montent quand même vers Flécheur.
Voilà, on attend encore du beau monde. Le voilà.
Ouais, c'est un peu plus cool qu'au départ.
La même. Il a déjà un look d'enfer.
Robert qui te sonne les cloches.
Somebody still got a sense of humor after 171 kilometers. Good job, well done.
Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien.
Je rappelle qu'il est la première femme, il a passé le point de contrôle de la Flécheur à 17,43.
Sí.
Muy importante, no sabes qué ver el Mont-Blanc.
Courtney, all the best.
Allez, ça arrive, ça arrive. Superbe. Ah oui, il arrive, il arrive, il arrive.
All right, this is Harry Jones
Yeah,
from Cardiff, Great Britain.
Another Brit finishing in this year's and in the top 20. So yeah, Harry's going to come in 15th, I think. Team Hoka One One. So well done. So he was 8th in the CCC last year. So this is a pretty good day out. Literally just gone over the 24-hour mark since the start of the race. Which does feel like it was even longer than 24 hours ago for some of us. But yeah, well done to Harry Jones coming into the finish line. So looking down here, so yeah, Jason Schlab, he is on his way into Chamonix. He should be expected at 6:39. So that is the question. Is it going to be on Jason or Courtney to come across the finish line first for the American athletes?
Very nice. Good running to the bitter end here. Well done, Harry Jones. He's happy.
À l'arrivée, c'est Moïse.
Big smile on his face.
So yeah, it's party vibe right now down at the finish line here in Chamonix.
Harry's a very experienced trail runner.
Ouais.
He is. Whoops.
Sur la ligne, c'est le plus important puisqu'il n'a pas été détecté ni au 100 mètres ni au dernier kilomètre. C'est pas grave, en tout cas on l'a. Et vous allez lui faire une fois les applaudissements pour la Grande-Bretagne.
Well done and congratulations from our hard-working support team. The next runner coming in, Moises Jimenez from Venezuela. Then it's going to be Sylvain Court, Matthias Kra from Germany, Francisco Freitas from Portugal, Courtney Dawalter, René Rovera from France, Jason Schlab, Renaud Rouanet from France, and then Vicente Para Hernandez from Spain. Those are going to be your next runners coming in.
Je rappelle, la première féminine a passé Flégère, c'était 17:43.
On l'attend dans 20 minutes à peu près, hein, c'est ça?
C'est ça.
Exactly.
20 minutes.
Courtney's due in, that's right, Randy. What are you telling me? Oh. And Jason's behind her, so that's right. We're waiting to see which one comes in first. Yep, so the current prediction, so Randy and I just looking at the live trail. So right now they're predicting Courtney in at 6:34 and Jason at 6:39. So, but algorithms don't take into account human beings and how their bodies are going. So that's, but there's a little bit of excitement for us. Who is going to be carrying the American flag across the finish line first?
À la mémoire de nos frères dont les sanglots si longs faisaient couler la cède.
And the second and third female athletes right now, they are still fighting their way up the brutal last climb of the Tête au Vent. And then they're going to head across to La Flégère. So Courtney has more than enough breathing space, and we saw Courtney suddenly another lease of life as she came down off the ski area of La Flégère.
Yeah, no question the uphill was harder than the downhill for her on that segment, but as we've been talking about all day, that's part of the ultra. Ultra event tests you against your limits, and sometimes the limit going uphill is going to arrive at a different time than the limit going downhill.
Here we go. So out on the course now. This is our third female athlete, and she's still kind of chasing down. So this is Maite from Spain. She's still chasing down the Swedish athlete. So in second place. So that is still an outside chance for a second instead of third. And here we go. This is just especially for Topher Gaylord, who's like, hey, where's the cameras for Courtney? Well, Toph, here you go. Your wish is our command. So we kind of got Courtney now, and we're going to follow probably Courtney now all the way down through La Floria into the finish. And maybe we'll see Jason Schlab as well.
Okay, this is our bike cam, having a difficult time there on the
and there's Maite. So yeah, that's first and third in the women's race on the course.
Maite, you'll recognize by the outfit and by the fact that she's carrying a lamp just in case. Especially conservative, I'd say, given the position that she's in right now and the fact that it's not quite dark yet. All right. Oh boy, those technical descents with large drops are difficult when you're this tired.
But well done to Maite. So that's kind of broken the back of that section of the course. So that means also that our second athlete would have done the same. So those ladies are making light work of that section of the course. They are getting, in fact, yes, so Christine Berglund has gone through Tête au Vent, and she's on her way across to La Flégère. So we expect Christine, my best guess now is that Christine's going to be in about 7:15 this evening, and I think Maite is going to be pretty close as well. So yeah, we're going to have top three women separated by about 45 minutes at the very end of the whole thing.
Well, Keith, that's I think a good and accurate prediction.
Especially if the two of them are pushing each other, which they will be. So Maite has probably got a visual on Christine, because that section of the course now, there's a good visual ahead if she's aware that Christine's not that far away.
And there's a good visual image of not only the runner, but also the panorama behind them, the balcony walk that gives the panorama of the Mont Blanc.
Yeah. So Paul Giblin has appeared now on the next arrival. So Paul's going to be in before 7 p.m. Chamonix time. So he's going to be behind Jason and Courtney as it stands. But let's see how that one pans out as we follow our race leader. 24 hours and 10 minutes into her journey around the Mont Blanc.
All right, we're expecting any moment now a runner from Venezuela, Moses Jimenez, to arrive here in Chamonix as we watch Courtney.
So there you go, Randy. Toph is definitely listening to us, so we can have a bit of fun with Toph now that we know we have one person in the audience. So
nobody can help not notice that there has been a change in the motion and the way that these runners are responding to this last climb, and that makes this course so difficult and so unpredictable for those who haven't done it before. And so it's just a testament to the willpower of these runners to endure on through it. And now, of course, Courtney feels comfortable in what is a more typical race course type trail. Easy compared to that stuff that she was on before. And yes, she had to slow down, but everybody was slowing down on it. And if that's the case, then they can hold their position. Let's see how she does with Jason on her, chasing her heels. Jason Schlarb.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she won't even be aware of that in one at all.
No, she may not be aware of it at all, but we're following it. But there's no way for us to really check it. They're both out of the last checkpoint, and they're both headed to the finish. Oh, we have some wildlife here in the photo. It appears to be a deer. A deer with antlers. A buck.
No, I think you'll find they are the mountain. I'm trying to think what they're called. The chamois. So they've got the kind of the pointed. I think there's probably the chamois rather than the goats, Randy. Yeah, so it's animals that Seb normally comes across. You tend to see a lot of pictures of Seb Chenio, always takes a lot of pictures of those, yeah.
There they are, sure, yes. They have those curved. I was just looking at the color. It's about the color and size of what we have in the United States of deer, but that's not the shape of the deer.
No, I think they call them, I believe they call them chamois in this part of the world.
Okay, good image of them, close by the trail. Thank you.
And our well-known wildlife expert, Topher Gaylord, has confirmed that it is indeed chamois.
Chamois.
Yes. And
Thank you.
I'm sure Bud Gaylord is now cleaning his rifle as we speak.
Oh, really? I don't have one of those up on my wall. I could mount one of those. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Here we go, Courtney with 5 kilometers to go through the La Floria. So well done, Courtney. I'm sure she's done. Oh, this is good news now. Yeah, so a bit more chipper, spring in a step, and I think starting to see human beings and kind of starting to cheer her and kind of acknowledging what has been a wonderful achievement from her.
Very nice indeed.
But there you go. This is our top 3 women, and as you can see, second and third are the ones to watch in terms of Courtney now is bringing it home. And then Kristin and Maite are going to be locking horns all the way to the finish line.
Okay, so now she's putting away her poles again. I think she smartly used those poles on that technical descent,
yes.
And the technical descent is over.
So Moises has come across the finish line from Venezuela. Sylvain Court is our next runner coming in from France in the UTMB.
Thank you to the producers here for keeping the images live on the first place woman, the American Courtney Dahlwater, making the descent into Chamonix from the last significant building, I suppose, before we hit Chamonix, called La Floria.
Yeah, so Paul is on track right now to finish 25th overall. He'll be 6th in his category. So let's not forget, this is the first top 25 runners of 2,542 that started yesterday. So this is an amazing achievement for all of these guys and girls. So yeah, so literally right now we have no more new potential finishers outside of Paul Giblin, who will be runner number 25 into the finish line. Courtney right now is runner number 20, and Jason Schlarb is runner number 22.
So this has been a huge effort by Courtney to maintain her position with respect to the other runners, whether they be men or women, and just keep slamming her way down there. I know it looks hard, but obviously everybody who is involved is also suffering the same level of distress. So she's doing great. Hats off to Courtney.
Yeah. Hey, Matthias Kraas from Matthias Kraas from Germany, based out of Elsenfeld. So from Team Compress Sport Ultra. So Matthias is on his way at the moment, on track for an 18th place finish. So this is his. I think this is his first time. No, sorry. He did the UTMB in 2016, 29th. So he's got to be happy with a 18th place finish if that's what he kind of finishes with. So well done to Matthias, and 2 finishes in the UTMB is always a good thing to have in your resume. So he'll be super happy with that. So he's due in the next 10 minutes if anybody's watching our channel to kind of follow their friend from Germany, as is Francisco Freitas from Portugal. He's also due in the next 10 minutes or so.
So Courtney had the privilege of passing people almost all night long, all through the race. She started running her own race, not really concerned that she was in a position of at the first aid station of 84th place, and in Saint-Gervais she was in 100th place, and then after that she just kept chipping away at people. So she was back at 83rd place by Contamines. When she arrived Courmayeur, she was in 37th place. She had a shorter stop than others, and she gradually worked her way down to, at one point in Champelac, she was in 14th place. She maintained that kind of 14th, 15th position until La Flégère, in which case she had a couple of folks pass her, men who reduced, set her back to 19th position, and that's where she is right now. So great run here by Courtney Dauwalter from the United States. Courtney's from Golden, Colorado, and she's being chased by another person from the United States, Jason Schlarb. And Jason, if Jason could only know how close he was, it would be a really interesting race to see if he would try to reach up, catch up to Courtney, but I think they're both just going to tap it out, trying to hold position. Courtney's getting accolades from the people who are watching the race.
Oh, well done. People up there still on the trail. I guess it's only 6:20. Here we are, living in our bubble here, Randy, in the UTMB TV studio. So Matthias has finished now. Well done to Matthias. In fact, he jumped a place to 17th at the very end there. So, yeah, Courtney, you are 15 minutes away from making some history at UTMB. Wow, we're just hearing big thunder outside, a roll of thunder outside the window here. So Courtney has probably just heard the same, and then yeah. So this might be, yep. This could be an interesting way to finish the UTMB for Courtney Dauwalter.
Por tu milagro de notas agoreras nacieron sin pensarlo las paicas y las grelas. Luna en los charcos, canyengue en las caderas.
All right, on the right side of your screen, you see the finishing arch. As we've been showing it all day long, this is where the first runners are coming in from the full round of the UTMB, and the first runners are the fastest runners, and this is the elite group, men and women both. There are only a few of them coming in, and they come in kind of infrequently. The main pack is way back near the Grand Col Ferret, or the main group of people who started this race, and most of whom will try to finish before this race time expires at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon.
I think all those people maybe were out walking, and then all of a sudden with that roll of thunder, they're probably suddenly like moving a little bit quicker now, because maybe there's a little bit of rain. There's not mega rain coming our way, but there might be a cheeky little thunderstorm coming our way soon. So that is our next runner. So that could be, we can't see the bib number, that could be Sylvain Court, number 27. So yeah, so that's Sylvain. Amen. Cheerio. So Diego Passos has been hanging out with Depa for the last few days, and the Spanish channel sat right next to us. So Diego is leaving us now with his very flash Iquibo Fafale as Sylvain Court on your right hand side. And here we go, Courtney coming down past the water treatment plant, almost about to say goodbye to the gravel and the trail, and then she knows that she is almost home, safe and hopefully dry.
One of the world's top long distance runners. He's been all over the world running. He's been in Oman, Gaoligong, Ushuaia. A very experienced trail runner, and Jason's had a great race. He's after breaking into the top 20.
Voilà, Jason qui va être le premier américain. On pensait que c'était Don Walter, l'américaine, mais non. Ça se joue à une place, et c'est Jason, lui, qui a remporté le Ushuaia by UTMB et qui est arrivé sur l'Oman by UTMB.
Yeah, so Jason, well, our system is predicting Jason is now ahead of Courtney, but I don't know if that's a prediction rather than actually a reality. So yeah, Jason and Courtney, we're going to see two American finishers either way in the next few minutes. And also a PTL team coming in on the right hand screen.
Esperamos a Sylvain Court para Francia. Jason Schreiber para Estados Unidos.
Allez, je sais que vous m'entendez dans le centre-ville. N'hésitez pas à applaudir ce grand nom du trail français qui vient nous rejoindre ici sur la finish line de l'UTMB. Les applaudissements pour Sylvain Court.
Sylvain Court. So Sylvain 18th across the finish line.
Allez Sylvain, profite. Qui rentre dans le top 20.
Wow.
18e place pour Sylvain Court.
So we've got two more runners added in. So Torberger Jonsson from Iceland, we know him from previous editions of UTMB. So Torberger is now forecast into the finish line just after 7 p.m. And then Sebastian Bouet from France, kind of around about the same time. So those guys will be coming in behind Paul Giblin from the UK. Oh yeah, Courtney, look at
Courtney
that.
is so
that
happy.
is onto the asphalt. Yippee!
Feels so good.
Or maybe not. Who knows? But yes, the big congratulations. Oh no, sorry. There's a little bit of more cheeky gravel. I forgot about that.
Very, very short gravel spot here.
Une dizaine d'années, puis après il y a eu des petits problèmes familiaux, des problèmes de santé, et puis il a retrouvé le goût.
So Jason Schlab is coming in right now to the finish area, Randy. So
I can't wait to see him.
Diego.
Come on, Jason. Show your face. Show us.
I think
camera.
I just saw
Show
him
us who you are.
Then, no.
This is another.
That's the PTL crew.
PTL team.
Alors qu'une équipe de la PTL.
So yeah, so the 19th runner to come across the line. Is that him there? The black and red? At the back?
Behind. Yes, okay. Oh, that's Jason.
Yep.
All right. Jason Schlarb from the United States. Here he is. The camera's focusing in on him. He's making his way around. He put on his headlamp, and now he's greeted by his son, Meredith Edwards. And Jason is arrived. Oh, his son is so proud of him.
Great.
Jason in the V1H category.
Nice timing, Jason, so you can hang around to kind of cheer Corny in. Corny Dawalta. You are coming in, the first woman across the finish line.
The first American, Jason Schlarb. He's got great experience in these kind of ultra trail runs. He's been to Gailagong by UTMB.
Look at the crowds here, Randy. So this is, let's not forget, there's got a Portuguese runner coming in, Francisco Freitas. Here he comes now. Well done, Francisco. Top 20 finish for you.
And there's an
and then
UTMB race in Oman, and Jason was first in the first edition of that race. So
Jason's got the ragged old flag.
There he goes.
Yep.
Thank you, Jason.
Allez, puis derrière, normalement, la prochaine, c'est la première féminine.
Yeah.
Well then, guys, hugs all round, and now our next runner coming into Chamonix, bib number 3. From the United States, the first female runner across the finish line from Golden, Team Salomon, Courtney Dawalta. First, her resume is first, and now there's another one to add to that, and this one has been a hard-fought victory.
First American hove. Lots of the big guns came over. And it's a great achievement for Jason to be the first man here from America. With all the top quality that's over there, Jason, it makes it even sweeter.
Oh, people have their eye out for the first woman. There's no question about it. Every race, everybody wishes well for the first woman, and here she comes.
We're going to crank up that music. Hey, Randy, can we turn up the volume a little bit? Get
Yeah.
us into the... Yeah, nice. Here we go.
He is in the last kilometer.
Well done, Corny. Yes, bring on the music.
Courtney Dawalta, elle qui a gagné la Tarawera, le Mute, cette année.
Oh yeah, all the volunteers.
Une nouvelle fois, on vous l'a dit, elle a eu énormément de problèmes gastriques. C'était compliqué pour elle. À un moment, elle se dit, mais je repartirai pas à Champagne. Tout ce qu'elle voulait.
They're talking about Courtney having a stomach problem at Champagne, which we all saw.
Empêcher de continuer l'aventure.
She carried on. She hauled her heavy legs up the killer last climb.
Elle a rien lâché et elle est en train de toucher le goudron de Chamonix pour remporter une magnifique victoire ici.
Well then, so good. So good.
Vous allez lui faire une ovation, j'en suis sûr. Courtney Dawalta.
And here she comes.
Primera mujer.
Prima donna al traguardo.
Para Estados Unidos.
Yes. Well done, everybody.
This is your day, Courtney.
But she's got through them all.
Ah, what a smile on her face. This is your day, Courtney.
An incredible story. First place after first place.
I don't think she wanted the flag.
And she's going to do it again today.
Encadenando victoria tras victoria. Llega aquí con una enorme sonrisa. Preparados para recibirla. Courtney Dauwalter.
Est-ce qu'il y a des filles ce soir?
Do we have ladies?
Ce soir.
Esas mujeres valientes.
Let's give it up from the United States of America.
Brilliant.
Our champion of the 2019 UTMB.
Allez, va.
Just look at that smile.
Esas mujeres fuertes.
Wow, it's good to see the crowd still out there. So good.
Courtney Dauwalter. She's so happy.
Oh, that probably
You
feels
earned it.
such a relief.
I think he's a bouncer.
Come on.
Here we go. Let's get ready to raise the roof. USA.
Courtney.
Wow, look at the crowd. It's amazing.
Oh, the crowd returned for this finish. No question about it.
L'américaine a remporté le titre.
Ah, fabulous smile. What an honor to be here and watch Courtney Dauwalter finish.
Yes.
Running hard to the bitter
Fantastic.
end. She's loving it, every minute of it.
Our champion.
Courtney Dauwalter.
Yeah. You did it, Courtney.
24-34.
UTMB. This girl was born to run. Courtney Dauwalter.
Support crew mission accomplished.
Athlete mission accomplished.
Gachi Boletti, race director.
Allez, tabou.
Your champion from the United States of America.
The two-handed method, that is great. Thank you, Courtney, for recognizing all these people. Amazing finish, amazing run.
¡Qué carrerón! ¡Qué llegada! ¡Qué campeón!
What a victory. The race face turns into a face of ecstasy, joy. Wow. So wow.
I don't know who's happier, the fans or Courtney. She just brings it out in people. There's no question about it. Look at that.
Esas mujeres! Come on, girls! Make some noise! Come on, ladies!
Well done, Courtney. Enjoy every single second of this great victory. Hands up in the air. Well done.
So well done, Courtney. Wow, so good, so much energy, so many goosebumps, so much emotion, so much inspiration. So we're keeping an eye out now. So we're still waiting for Kristin Berglund and Maite Mayora Elizondo from Spain. Those ladies are now through Tête au Vent. Kristin's lead is 16 minutes, so that's looking really solid. She should be at La Flégère any second, and she will be into the finish line just after 7 p.m.
Mujeres, girls, ladies.
All the ladies in Chamonix, let's hear you for Courtney. Trail is female. Courtney, wow. Wow. Courtney, we were speaking with the public before, and I told them to Google your name, and if they did so, they would see victory after victory after victory. You were born to run.
Victoire après victoire, victoire enchaînée. Tu étais né pour courir.
Thank you guys all for being out. You're amazing. And thank you for sharing the trails with us. That was an unforgettable experience.
Merci à tous, vous qui êtes là. Merci de partager l'expérience du trail. Vous avez fait quelque chose d'inoubliable.
Courtney, you've had a phenomenal couple of years, but this summer wasn't going quite to plan. You had a hip injury back in June, but you've obviously got over it, and today you nailed it.
Thank you.
Je vous coupe juste deux petites secondes avant la réponse, puisque ça arrive juste derrière. On a toujours fait place à la course. Il arrive notre premier Master 2. Vous allez lui faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements. Lui qui a fait 250e, 100e, puis 21e. René Rovera, lui qui a remporté le Mute cette année.
Voilà, on a juste dit qu'elle avait une blessure donc à la hanche en juin, et de quelle manière elle s'est récupérée aujourd'hui. Vraiment, elle a juste accompli l'objectif de la manière la plus extraordinaire.
Courtney,
et elle a dit merci.
Tell us if you can today. We were watching you all during the day, all during the night. A few tough moments where you had to dig deep.
Ouais, on t'a suivi, on t'a regardé toute la journée, toute la nuit. Comment a été cet énorme effort?
It was a really tough day.
Ça a été une journée vraiment, vraiment dure.
But that's why we love ultra running, right? That's why we love it.
Mais c'est pour ça qu'on aime ça, hein.
Well, listen, Courtney, Chamonix is yours tonight. Back home in America, they're all waking up to a new American UTMB champion.
Voilà,
I'm going to hand the microphone to you to say a few words to all the guys back home in Golden, Colorado. Say hello.
Hey, Mom and Dad. Hey, family. Hey, Golden, Colorado. Wish you were here, but we'll take care of the beers for you.
Voilà ce salut envoyé à sa famille au Colorado. Voilà, magnifique. Super.
Everybody, let's give a big round of applause for our born champion, a girl that was born to run, Courtney.
Courtney, absolute respect.
Yeah, looks like the men's race and the women's race both have champions who are born to run.
Completely.
No question about it.
So, yeah, we're...
Courtenay qui a été incroyable. René, vous pouvez miser dessus.
Watching the next finisher here.
Incroyable. Toujours comme le garçon qui va arriver juste derrière Renaud Rouanet, Kayasu, qui est un fidèle. Je ne sais pas combien d'éditions il a pu faire ici.
So the next, let me think now. Let me look. Sorry. Let me think. I think that's a good one as well. 6:30. We're expecting Kristin up at the top of the. We're expecting Kristin at La Flégère, so maybe she's there. And the. Let's see if we can get this updated. So. Yeah, they're not there yet. So we're still tracking Kristin and Maite as they head across the undulating technical section between Tétavon and La Flégère, and then it's should be downhill for both of them.
Number 116 arriving now, Renaud Rouanet in the V1H category from France.
Bien joué mon Kayasu.
Very happy to have his boy with him. Sweet.
23e place, 4e Master 1 pour Renaud, le premier M2 pour René Rovera. On est à 23. Ça s'est bien passé.
Ah, extraordinaire. Bravo Renaud.
Renaud, il adore courir avec les premières féminines. Toujours. Souvent au Grand Raid, tout ça, t'aimes bien, hein?
Ouais, à part Mimi Coquelin, que j'ai pu suivre un petit peu avant le col de la Seine. Après, je les ai pas vus. Ah si, la pauvre Mia, quand elle a bâché dans le Grand Col Ferré. Voilà.
Bravo. T'es d'une régularité, mon ami.
Pour vous dire qu'il y a eu le passage
yes,
de la
so we have
féminine sur la
Kristin
Flégère.
Begland. She's on her way down. She will be in Chamonix in 7:30. 7:30 our next finisher, and then Maite, she's going to be not far. So we will be able to complete our top 3 female podium by within the next hour, Randy.
Oh, that's delightful. And we'll give our listeners a little break and they can watch action without all the commentary. And
they may call you cheap, but you're gonna have to serve somebody. Yes, you are. You're gonna have to serve somebody.
And catch up on the race from listening to the, if you watch without the commentary, it's really great to have live trail up and follow on some of the background on the runners. Go to utmb.livetrail.run and you can follow along that way.
The head of some bigger TV network. You may be rich or poor, you may be blind or lame.
Wow.
Maybe living in
You got to admit, the number of people who showed up for Courtney's finish was phenomenal. I think there were almost as many people as there was for Pokapal's finish. The message goes out across Chamonix. People rush to the finish line and they just pack it in there.
Maybe a construction worker working on a home. Might be living in a mansion.
All right, you're watching the English channel live on UTMB TV. We're 24 hours and 47 minutes into the race around the whole Mont-Blanc Massif.
Yes, you're gonna have to serve somebody.
Vous
going to take a break for a few minutes and watch the action at the finish line without commentary.
Maybe the Lord, but you're gonna have to serve somebody. Serve somebody. Maybe a preacher, spiritual pride.
Christophe Boilon est demandé sur la ligne maintenant, Nao, tout de suite.
Maybe working in a barber shop, you may know how to cut hair. It may be somebody's mistress, maybe somebody's heir, but you're gonna have to serve somebody. Yes, you're gonna have to serve somebody. Serve somebody. Well, it may be the devil, or it
L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6 par Garmin.
Music Line.
Pour papa, fini la corvée des Pâques. Avec SodaStream, ma maman est magicienne. Elle transforme l'eau du robinet en eau gazeuse et fait disparaître les bouteilles en plastique.
SodaStream Cristal, élu produit de l'année. SodaStream, bon pour nous, meilleur pour la planète.
Nous avons tous une bonne raison de nous dépasser. Notre motivation peut être évidente, ou pas. Nous avons chacun notre rythme, et chacun notre style. Nous connaissons le prix de l'effort. La performance n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est notre moteur. Et nous ne comptons pas en rester là. Soyons inarrêtables. Iron.fr, le meilleur du running livré gratuitement en 24 heures. L'esprit d'aventure. Nouvelle gamme Phoenix 6 par Garmin.
club de fans. Ahí, atención.
Je sais pas si Torsten
Vicente Parra Hernández será el próximo en pasar la línea de meta. Prepararos.
Someone is calling you.
And although this way is stringing us along,
Il y a quelqu'un qui t'appelle pas, il dit c'est maman. C'est ma maman.
'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear.
Allez, allez, c'est parti.
Vamos, 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 vamos. Vicente Parra Hernández. Venga, Vicente. Bueno, madre mía, qué club de fan te has traído. No se les han puesto los pelos de punta, se les han puesto los pelos de colores. Está el perro más contento que una castañuela. Bueno, venga, esos aplausos. Vamos, vamos.
Some beautiful moments here at the finish line. Enhorabuena, Vicente. Aprovecha, todo para ti. Todo para ti, Vicente.
Muy bien, enhorabuena. Venga ese público. Más ruido.
Dernier kilomètre aussi pour cette athlète qui arrive de l'Islande, Mr. Thorberger Jönsson. Puis les Français, Bu et Camille Corey, Lucas, et puis la deuxième femme vers 19h30.
I'm gonna make this place your home.
Il y a aussi le passage de la troisième féminine sur la flégère, Madame Maite Mayor Elizondo, qui passe flégère à 18,56. Donc 19h30, deuxième femme, 19h40 environ, la troisième femme, Maite Mayor Elizondo. Normalement, il y a l'athlète de l'Islande. Le voilà! Islande, et puis on sera sur l'arrivée avec Sébastien Buet. Le voilà, Mr. Thorberger from Iceland, l'Islande vers la ligne de l'arrivée. L'Islande donc qui va bientôt rejoindre la ligne de l'arrivée. Magnifique épreuve, good job from Iceland. Le voilà, on va le féliciter à l'arrivée.
On a besoin de live trail sur la ligne d'arrivée. Live trail.
Congratulations, well done. Another one of our proud UTMB finishers. A beautiful moment arriving together at the finish line. Great to see, guys, really, really is. Well done.
Woman, I just don't understand. I'm gonna leave you, woman, do the best I can. Crying won't help you. Crying won't help you now. Say you crying won't help you. Though you've been so.
Just never underestimate what these guys have done. 171 kilometers. All through last night, all through the day today, a full lap of Mont-Blanc and then some. Incredible, incredible running.
Just before I leave you, baby, I want you to understand. Going back to my woman, let you go back to your man. And crying won't help you. Baby, crying won't help you now. Crying won't help you, baby. Because you've been so mean to me.
On va les applaudir, ces finishers de ce voyage unique et mythique. Les voilà. Les Français qui arrivent sur UTMB.
Allez.
Énorme joie pour vous accueillir à l'arrivée.
Allez, je vous entends pas.
Voilà, c'est bien Sébastien Buet qui vient de passer cette ligne d'arrivée.
Allez Sébastien, pour Sébastien Bruet, qu'on a vu gagner le trail de la Vanoise. Notamment un tonnerre d'applaudissements s'il vous plaît avec son dossard 101. Magnifique.
Well done Sébastien, great, great run.
On attend vers l'arrivée aussi Benoît Corry, le français, puis sera le tour de la deuxième féminine attendu vers 19h30. Kirsten Berglund, et puis aussi vers 19h40 Maïté Mayer Elizondo. Il y a aussi Jérôme Lucas, Hugo Ferrari et Clément Guibert qui descendent vers l'arrivée.